Chapter 1. Rebirth from the ashes. It's finally over. Feng Yun stretched languidly, feeling a surge of relief. The weekend was upon him, a time for well-deserved rest. Yet, soon he found himself engulfed in a sense of aimlessness. What should he do? Gaming had lost its charm after prolonged indulgence. Binge-watching series seemed unappealing, as nothing particularly piqued his interest. Shopping was not an option. He was no woman and lacked that inclination. Just as he pondered how to pass the time, he overheard two girls nearby discussing travel. A spark ignited within him. His eyes brightened instantly. After days of confinement, his body felt as if it were rusting. A breath of fresh air and a stroll outside would do him good. Thus, he resolved to embark on a journey. Feng Yun set his mind firmly. He began searching online for suitable destinations. Considering the tendency of locals to flock to popular spots, he dismissed the usual tourist traps. Traveling was about appreciating the scenery, not merely mingling with crowds. With limited time, he narrowed his options to a radius of 100 kilometers. After thorough deliberation, he finally settled on Xiaolong Mountain, a place he had never even heard of before. His choice was influenced not only by the stunning photos shared by netizens, showcasing its pristine beauty, but also by a more compelling reason, one that would raise eyebrows if he were to voice it aloud. Among the picturesque images, two peculiar rock paintings caught his eye. The artworks appeared rudimentary, akin to a child's doodles, yet their meaning was clear. One depicted a group of primitive hunters, bare-chested and adorned with animal hides, attacking a monstrous beast. The creature was fearsome, with jagged teeth and a spine lined with razor-like spikes, yet its size seemed disproportionate, far larger than an elephant in comparison to the hunters. What truly captivated him, however, was another rock painting. The painting's center stood a towering bonfire, within which he discerned a pillar-like form. Surrounding the blaze was a throng of people, engaged in song and dance, exuding an intense aura of fervor. While the painting's content seemed unremarkable at first glance, for reasons he could not fathom, he felt an inexplicable pull towards it, as if enchanted. His astonishment, as he gazed upon it, he began to experience vivid hallucinations. The flames appeared to flicker and dance, accompanied by ethereal chanting that resonated in his ears, profound and haunting, stirring his very soul. When Feng Yun finally regained his senses, he was startled to realize he had been entranced for nearly half an hour. Though the situation was peculiar, it ignited a fierce curiosity within him, compelling him to uncover the truth. On Saturday, Feng Yun rose early. After freshening up, he grabbed the backpack he had packed the night before and headed straight to the bus station. 3 hours later, he found himself at the foot of Xiaolong Mountain. The landscape was a verdant paradise, filled with vibrant flora, melodious birdsong, and crystal-clear waters under a cerulean sky. Rather than ascending the mountain directly, he chose to stroll along a narrow path that led him to a quaint village. The expanse of Xiaolong Mountain was vast, and being unfamiliar with the area made locating the rock paintings a daunting task. He needed to inquire with the locals. Fortunately, he managed to gather information with ease. An elderly man with white hair directed him towards an overgrown mountain trail, assuring him that he would find the paintings if he followed it. The old man explained that the path had been carved out by villagers seeking easier access to water, and the rock paintings were situated near the water source. Grateful, Feng Yun continued along the mountain trail. It appeared abandoned for quite some time, with thick vines and rugged terrain making progress difficult. After a brief struggle, he found himself slightly breathless. Fortunately, the destination was not far, and within an hour, he arrived. Just as the old man had indicated, he discovered a large expanse of rock paintings on a cliff face, less than 20 meters from a tranquil pool. The paintings, rendered in vivid red paint, looked as if they had been freshly applied, almost defying belief that they were the work of prehistoric humans. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he approached the cliff with anticipation. Upon closer inspection, he realized the content was far richer than what he had seen in the photographs. Depictions of gathering, hunting, shelter building, resting, nurturing, and farming. Yet, his gaze did not linger on them. He sought the one painting that held a peculiar allure for him. Soon enough, he spotted it at the center of the collection, surrounded by the others as if it were the focal point. The distinction between witnessing it in person and viewing it in a photograph was striking. The moment his eyes fell upon it, he felt an overwhelming force drawing him and he found himself unable to look away, as if it possessed an enchanting power that captivated his very being. Moments later, reality twisted beyond his imagination. He realized, to his astonishment, that the flames in the painting truly seemed to leap and writhe, and he could even feel their heat. Ethereal chanting resonated in his ears. Raw and primal, imbued with the untamed spirit of ancient wilderness, as if transcending time itself. Then, in an even more bewildering turn of events, he found himself producing strange melodies, rich in rhythm and flowing effortlessly. As though he were no novice to such a performance. Despite his certainty that he had never encountered these sounds before, nor even dreamt of them, he instinctively attempted to silence himself, yet the chanting continued to pour forth uncontrollably. "Stay calm," he urged himself, trying desperately to regain control over his body, instinctively pinching himself in an effort to reclaim his senses. But it was too late. The moment his seemingly petrified fingers stirred, the painting erupted into chaos. The bonfire, encircled by the jubilant crowd, suddenly flared as if doused with a bucket of boiling oil, the flames soaring to a height of 3 or 4 stories. Simultaneously, the fire transformed, morphing into a colossal serpentine creature of flame, its eyes radiating a chilling intensity that pierced Feng Yun's very soul. In an instant, the blazing serpent opened its enormous maw and lunged toward him with lightning speed. "No!" Feng Yun screamed, jolting upright, drenched in cold sweat. He instinctively checked his body, relieved to find no signs of burns. It was merely a nightmare. Feng Yun exhaled in relief, but before he could fully relax, he was struck by a sudden realization that left him wide-eyed in disbelief. What lay beside him was not a mere table, but rather a massive stone slab, and the stool he had sat upon was nothing more than a rough-hewn log. The walls were constructed of uneven stones, filled with mud in the crevices, and the roof was thatched with grass, with light seeping through in many places. The so-called windows were merely irregular openings with 2 wooden sticks inserted. Beneath him lay a stone surface covered with a tattered animal hide. And the fur clothing he wore was in tatters, exuding an unrefined odor that made him grimace. "Could it be that I have time-traveled?" Feng Yun mused bitterly. He rose and stepped outside, still clinging to a faint hope that he had merely stumbled into a remote village. However, as he stepped through the doorway, that last shred of hope shattered. All around him were low, dilapidated straw houses, some of which had collapsed entirely. The villagers wore crude garments of animal hides, while others fashioned makeshift clothes from leaves and bark. With some children running about completely naked, there was not a trace of modern civilization to be seen. It seemed he had indeed time-traveled. Reflecting on his bizarre encounter before the rock painting, Feng Yun finally accepted the reality that a bitter taste filled his mouth as he recalled his previous grievances about food safety, environmental pollution, and poor air quality, yet he never imagined he would find himself thrust into a primitive society. "Yun, you reawake?" Just as Feng Yun grappled with this staggering reality, a booming voice echoed above him. He looked up to see a giant looming behind him, towering just above his waist, leaving him momentarily speechless. Noticing Feng Yun's silence, the giant smiled reassuringly. "It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Fainting during the awakening is quite common. You needn't feel ashamed. Besides, this time is different from previous awakenings. It's no wonder you reacted this way. If you perform well in the future, the others will surely change their perception of you." With that, the giant placed a massive hand on Feng Yun's shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. Feng Yun's legs nearly buckled beneath him. The giant's hand felt as if it were carved from stone, and the impact on his shoulder was akin to being struck by a colossal hammer. The giant shook his head. "You are still too weak. Make sure to eat plenty of meat. I must take my leave now." With that, he effortlessly hoisted an enormous stone axe onto his shoulder and strode away with the speed of a galloping horse. Disappearing in the blink of an eye, it appeared that the world Feng Yun had entered was not entirely akin to the primitive societies depicted in books. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. The giant, though walking, had moved faster than an Olympic sprinter, and that stone axe was excessively large, clearly diverging from his preconceptions of primitive people. After the giant departed, Feng Yun did not return to the interior of the dwelling. Instead, he began to assess himself, sensing that something was amiss with his body. Before long, his suspicions were confirmed. His body has indeed encountered a problem. He has grown younger. Gazing at the tender visage of a child, no more than 10 years of age, reflected upon the water's surface, Feng Yun comprehended that this time, His transference must be a soul migration. Having discerned the condition of his new form, it seemed to have triggered a mechanism deep within his mind, causing fragments of information to materialize from thin air, memories belonging to the original owner of this body. The original owner's name consists of but a single character, Yun, however. He bears a clan surname, Feng, thus he may also be referred to as Feng Yun, identical to the name he possessed prior to his transference. The tribe to which Yun belonged was known by a name, Yin Shi, which inadvertently summoned recollections of the colossal fire serpent that had transformed from flames and devoured him whole. The Yin Shi tribe once boasted a population exceeding 10,000, being regarded as a significant tribe in the region of Luais. Alas, a cataclysmic event inflicted severe losses, leaving fewer than 1,000 to retreat in disarray to their ancestral land, the Snake God Mountain. These details were recounted by the elders within Yun's tribe, yet whether they hold truth remains beyond Feng Yun's ability to ascertain. Chapter 2. The joy of eating meat. The troubles that beset Yun began during a totem awakening ceremony. Through this ritual, individuals could acquire the power of the totem, granting them formidable strength and, if fortunate, some extraordinary abilities. One of the primary food sources for the Yin Shi tribe was hunting. However, the savage world was fraught with peril. Without sufficient strength, not only could one fail to catch prey, but they could also become prey themselves, devoured by ferocious beasts. Even if one refrained from hunting, it was imperative to possess the means to fend off the beasts that threatened the tribe. Thus, the totem awakening ceremony was of utmost importance to any tribe, a matter of life and death. At the age of 10, Yun was finally eligible to participate in the awakening ceremony. For the other children, the awakening process was typically uneventful, regardless of success. However, when it was Yun's turn, an unforeseen incident occurred. Under the influence of the totem pillar, the totem of the Yin Shi tribe manifested in the form of a colossal fire serpent. Lunging toward him, terrified, he lost all composure, and as a result, Feng Yun seized control of his body. Accepting Yun's residual memories, Feng Yun sensed a subtle connection between his current plight and the experience he had before the rock paintings. Feng Yun had been traversing the Yin Shi tribe for a month now. This month felt like the longest in his memory, filled with discomfort and unfamiliarity, nearly driving him to madness. Yet, human adaptability is a formidable force. Gritting his teeth, he managed to endure, for survival was paramount. Since he could not alter the reality of his transmigration, he resolved to find ways to improve his existence. Thus, Feng Yun decided to recreate an invention from his past life, papermaking. However, his initial aim was not for writing but rather for personal hygiene. One day, after relieving himself, he found himself without anything to wipe with and resorted to hastily tearing off some leaves as a substitute. Unfortunately, this led to an unpleasant situation, leaving him with an itchy and painful discomfort that rendered him restless. To avoid a repeat of this ordeal, he chose to utilize sticks and stones instead. Albeit the process was far from pleasant, he meticulously peeled bark from trees, chopped it into small pieces with a stone knife, and boiled it in a large stone pot. Once boiled, he intended to wash, pound, dilute it with water, and add some sap from sticky trees to enhance the fiber's adhesion, stirring it until it became pulp. Finally, he would scoop it onto a frame to dry, completing his task. However, just as he began to boil the bark, an unexpected visitor arrived uninvited. "Brother Yun, what are you cooking?" A little girl, no more than 6 years old, appeared from nowhere, her wild hair a tangled mess. Her bright, round eyes fixed on the pot, with drool barely escaping the corner of her mouth. Feng Yun shot her an annoyed glare. "All you think about is food. I wonder if there's anything else in that head of yours." The girl paid no heed to his remark, her gaze still locked onto the pot. Realizing that unless he clarified, she would not relent, Feng Yun explained, "What's in the pot isn't food. It's what I'm using to make paper." "Paper?" The little girl blinked her large eyes in confusion. "Can you eat it?" "Of course you cannot eat it." "Then what is it?" "Paper is a kind of." Feng Yun paused, suddenly aware that explaining the concept of paper to someone who had never encountered it before would not be an easy task, especially to a child under 10. To extricate himself from her incessant questioning, he simply lifted the pot lid. "It's tree bark." Upon recognizing the contents of the pot, the little girl's face fell in disappointment. However, she quickly turned to Feng Yun, her expression shifting to one of deep guilt. "Brother Yun, It's all my fault for eating all your food, leaving you with nothing but tree bark that I've tasted it, and it's terrible. Wait here. I'll go fetch you some food." Without waiting for a response, she dashed away. Watching her retreating figure, Feng Yun couldn't help but shake his head. Deep down, he found himself quite fond of the little girl. When he first arrived in the Yanxi tribe, his discomfort and unease had driven him nearly to madness. One of the main reasons for this was the unpalatable food. After receiving his rations one day, he resolved to enhance it, unknowingly attracting a little shadow that followed him ever since. Although the Yanxi tribe was not affluent, they took care of orphans, distributing food daily. Yun's father had been killed by a beast during a hunt, and his mother soon succumbed to illness. Thus, Feng Yun was regarded as an orphan among the tribe. The rations allocated to orphans consisted of a tuber known as hairy tuber, resembling taro but far inferior in taste, gritty, and somewhat astringent. For someone accustomed to fine delicacies, like Feng Yun, it was nearly inedible. Despite being able to force it down his throat with hunger as an ally, he could never acclimate to its dismal flavor. Fortunately, boys who had completed their totem awakening were granted preferential treatment within the tribe. Periodically, the tribe would distribute some meat to them. Feng Yun received his first meat ration on the 7th day after his arrival in the Yanxi tribe. The amount of meat was far beyond his expectations, almost half his body weight. The bloody chunks stained his hands and clothes, yet he paid it no mind. Rather, he found it utterly appealing as he contemplated how to prepare the fresh meat and indulge himself. An astonishing scene unfolded before him. The other boys who had awakened their totem powers immediately began gnawing on their meat, blood splattering across their faces, their mouths frothing with frenzy, eyes wild with madness. Feng Yun had no doubt that anyone daring to snatch their meat would be met with a frenzied backlash. Amidst the horrific sounds of gnawing, Feng Yun felt a tremor coursing through his body. As if he were not among humans but trapped among a pack of famished wolves, it was best to leave quickly. He tossed the hefty chunk of meat over his shoulder and nearly fled the scene. Upon returning to his dwelling, he cut off several strips of meat from the chunk, placing them into a wooden basin. He ground some salt and sprinkled it over the meat, massaging it in to enhance the flavor. Setting it aside, entering the room, he retrieved a small bundle of fluff and 2 deep blue crystals from beneath his pillow. He placed the fluff on a stone and struck it with the blue crystals. After several attempts, sparks flew, igniting the fluff immediately upon contact. The fluff was collected from a plant known among the tribe as fluffy tree, highly flammable and referred to as fire fluff, while the blue crystals were flint. Feng Yun used the fire fluff to ignite some dry grass, adding it to the fire pit along with thicker twigs. Ensuring the fire would blaze vigorously before stepping away, he fetched a flat stone and rinsed it with clean water. Carefully placing it over the fire pit, he brought over the marinated meat strips and arranged them on the stone. Lacking an iron plate, he improvised with the stone for a makeshift grill. Listening to the sizzling sound of the meat and inhaling the rich aroma, Feng Yun found himself uncontrollably salivating, nearly drooling. Using chopsticks fashioned from twigs, he turned the meat strips, then stood up and approached the original chunk of meat, slicing off some fatty portions to place between the strips, ensuring they remained moist and flavorful. Before his transmigration, Feng Yun had been quite the foodie. Though his culinary skills were not exceptional, having lived in a gastronomic paradise had honed his palate. Additionally, he had watched various food-related programs, so he was familiar with certain food preparation methods. As he cut into one of the meat strips, noticing the interior had turned white, he could no longer resist and brought a piece to his mouth. The scorching meat required him to blow on it repeatedly, yet he showed no intention of stopping. He had never imagined meat could be so delectable, even with just salt. If only he had access to the diverse spices from his past life. He suspected he might even swallow his own tongue. He reasoned that his enjoyment of the meat was partly due to not having eaten it for days, but the primary reason lay in the exceptional quality of the meat itself. Aromatic, tender, juicy, with a gentle bite, the juices burst forth, unleashing an intense meaty fragrance that enveloped his palate, sending shivers down his spine. None of the meats he had tasted in his past life could compare. Even more remarkable was the warmth that spread from his stomach after consuming the meat. Radiating throughout his body, it felt as comforting as soaking in hot water on a winter's day. Life in the primitive tribe was not so unbearable after all. The joy of tasting meat for the first time began to shift Feng Yun's perspective. Before long, He had devoured 3 meat strips, each weighing nearly half a pound. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, eager for another. However, when he glanced at the stone slab, he was left dumbfounded. To his dismay, he distinctly remembered cutting 5 strips in total, after consuming 3. There should have been 2 remaining. Yet, the stone slab was utterly clean, devoid of even the greasy remnants of fat. Feng Yun sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings, and soon spotted the thief. A child, no older than 10, and remarkably thin. When he beheld her, she was crouched behind a large stone that served as a makeshift table beside the fire pit, her body curled up, rendering her even smaller, akin to a cat. Yet her mouth was far from idle, as she voraciously gnawed on a strip of meat. Upon his discovery of her, she too noticed him. However, instead of fleeing at once, she instinctively concealed the meat strip behind her back, embodying a demeanor of trepidation as if fearing he might snatch it away. Feng Yun scrutinized her closely. Her hair was tousled, yet her large eyes shone a deep, lustrous black, captivatingly beautiful. She did not shy away from his gaze. Meeting his eyes directly in her gaze, he discerned not a trace of timidity. Rather, he felt an unmistakable fierceness emanating from her, reminiscent of a small leopard poised for battle. Perhaps only those who face the constant specter of life and death possess such a unique aura. Life in a primitive society is fraught with challenges. As she retreated step by step and turned to flee, his simmering anger gradually dissipated, and he did nothing to impede her escape. Chapter 3. Bay. After the little girl vanished from Feng Yun's sight, he entered the dwelling, retrieving 2 lumps of hairy tubers and slicing off some fatty meat. He placed the fat on the stone slab to fry and peeled the hairy tubers, cutting them into slices. Once the fat had rendered its oil, he added the tuber slices, continuously flipping them with chopsticks. Having just feasted on meat and harboring a poor impression of the tubers, he only sampled a slice once it had turned golden brown on both sides. To his astonishment, Feng Yun's eyes widened. It was crisp and succulent, melting in his mouth, far surpassing the taste of potato chips. Initially, he had intended to fry the tuber slices as a mere snack. But now he found himself unable to stop. After finishing one slice, he craved another, and upon devouring the next, he yearned for yet another. He simply could not fathom how something so unassuming could transform into such a delicacy. Just as he was indulging in his culinary delight, a filthy little hand suddenly appeared in his line of sight, snatching the tuber slice from his chopsticks. Feng Yun was momentarily taken aback, and as he recognized the hand's owner, his expression darkened. It was none other than the little girl who had previously stolen his meat. Yet, confronted with a child barely 10 years old, he felt a twinge of anger but refrained from any excessive reaction. Merely waving his hand at her, the little girl, seemingly aware of her misdeed, began to step back. However, after just 2 steps, she halted, her large eyes fixated on the golden tuber slices on the stone slab, and a droplet of saliva appeared at the corner of her mouth. What a little glutton she was! Feng Yun couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. At the same time, he felt a pang of sympathy for her. As a true gourmand, he understood the torment of being unable to savor a delectable dish, the frustration gnawing at one's insides, almost wishing to extend a hand to grasp it, perhaps due to their shared plight. Feng Yun's heart softened. He placed several slices of tuber on a nearby large stone. Go ahead and eat. No sooner had he spoken than the stone was left spotless. Feng Yun's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had never anticipated that a child of less than 10 could act with such swiftness. He barely had time to register her movements as the tuber slice entered her mouth. Her large eyes transformed into crescent moons, her face radiating pure bliss and satisfaction. Feng Yun felt a sense of accomplishment swell within him. The 2 of them consumed all the tuber slices he had gathered that day in silence. When the little girl departed, she offered no words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Feng Yun had once suspected she might be mute. From that day forth, the little girl frequently appeared before him. He understood that what drew her to him was his relatively refined and advanced cooking methods compared to those of the primitive tribe. He welcomed her presence in a completely unfamiliar environment. Living alone, the feeling of solitude could become overwhelmingly magnified. Yet her presence alleviated his loneliness to some extent, making the days feel less arduous. However, he harbored a concern. The little girl's insatiable appetite was exceedingly disproportionate to her petite frame. She could consume food amounting to a quarter or even a fifth of her body weight in one sitting. The food he received from the tribe was barely sufficient to satiate his own hunger. With an additional big eater in the mix, his food supply would be severely depleted. The little girl was astute and evidently aware of his predicament. Beginning on the third day, she often brought her own food, and in considerable quantities, enough not only for herself but also with surplus to satisfy his hunger. Most of the food she brought was meat, and the plant-based foods were clearly superior to the tubers. She never disclosed the source of her food, nor did he inquire. It wasn't that he lacked curiosity. Rather, he felt that asking would disrupt the tacit understanding between them, which he was unwilling to do. At the same time, he trusted that in due course she would divulge it to him. His intuition proved correct. On the 6th day of their acquaintance, she finally spoke to him, revealing her name. Beta. On the 7th day, she disclosed the source of her food. The meat had been left for her by her brother, whose name was Lei, a name that evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity within Feng Yun. As for the plant-based foods, she had foraged them herself. Although those who had not yet become true totem warriors were prohibited from leaving the tribe, their movements around the tribe were not restricted. Bei's explanation gave Feng Yun cause for concern. With the vast array of plant species, it was not merely a matter of her being a child. Even the elders of the tribe might struggle to identify them all. How could she be certain that the food she found was devoid of toxins? He expressed his worries to her, but she reassured him not to fret. She possessed an ability to discern whether a plant was poisonous, even if she had never encountered it before, achieving this with remarkable accuracy. Initially, he was skeptical, but after witnessing her extraordinary talent firsthand, he could not help but be in awe. He reminded himself not to underestimate anyone simply because they inhabited a primitive society. After all, the primitive society he found himself in was not the one he had envisioned. If even totemic powers could exist, then the emergence of seemingly miraculous abilities was not so far-fetched. Bei's talent sparked an idea within Feng Yun in order to create delicious dishes. Aside from the quality of the ingredients and the skill of the cook, a significant factor was the use of seasonings. Currently, he possessed only salt. He had considered incorporating other seasonings into his meals, but he did not recognize any of them, and the risk of toxicity loomed large. Now, he could leverage Bei's ability to assist him in gathering seasonings. The variety of plants was overwhelming, making the task of collection quite challenging and slow. One day, in urgent need, he ventured into the thicket, surrounded by unfamiliar flora in his haste to wipe himself with leaves. He encountered trouble, which ignited the notion of creating paper. What delightful ingredients might she bring today? As he watched Bei's retreating figure, Feng Yun couldn't help but ponder. Approximately 15 minutes later, Bei returned. In each hand, she held a pristine white bird, nearly half her height. She approached Feng Yun directly, handing him one of the birds while inquiring, "Brother Yun, what delectable dish are you preparing today?" Feng Yun accepted it, weighing it in his hand. It felt hefty, each bird weighing several pounds. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "You should first boil a pot of hot water." "Are we cooking it?" "No, I'm going to pluck its feathers." "Is plucking feathers done in boiling water?" Bei's small face displayed a look of disappointment. "Rest assured, I will prepare a dish for you that you have never encountered before." "Really?" Bei's large eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. She took a step forward, grasping his arm, shaking it eagerly. "What is it? Tell me, please." Let go, let go. You will find out soon enough. If you want to taste it sooner, follow my instructions." "Humph." Bei huffed in dissatisfaction through her pert little nose, but she promptly set about boiling the water. She had little resistance to gourmet food, especially to the delicacies prepared by Feng Yun. Before long, Bei had the water ready. Feng Yun demonstrated the process, and together they plucked all the feathers from the two birds. With a satisfied clap on the plump, plucked bird, Feng Yun instructed Bei, "Now go gather some lotus leaves, and remember to collect several." "Why must I be sent away again?" Bei complained, yet she still complied and went to gather the leaves. Feng Yun used a stone knife to make an incision in the bird's abdomen, extracting all the entrails and rinsing away the blood, setting them aside. He then entered the dwelling to retrieve mushrooms and some recently discovered seasonings for preparation. Before he could finish, Bei returned, her face flushed and forehead glistening with sweat, clearly having raced back and forth to uncover what delectable dish Feng Yun was concocting. Feng Yun glanced at her, shaking his head, and continued to prepare the ingredients. Bei remained silent but circled around him incessantly, making him feel dizzy. Stop spinning around, go fetch some mud. Mud? What do we need mud for? Confusion was evident in her wide eyes. Feng Yun refrained from explaining, simply stating, I'm almost done. If you don't bring the mud, don't blame me for your lack of deliciousness. The mention of food was more persuasive than anything else. Bei, not asking further questions, dashed off to collect mud, mixing it with water as per Feng Yun's instructions. Feng Yun stuffed the mushrooms and other ingredients into the bird's cavity, then coated the surface with a layer of pork fat mixed with a pinch of salt, gently massaging it in. After kneading for approximately 5 minutes, he meticulously selected 2 prime lotus leaves from the ones he had gathered, unfurled them, and carefully placed 2 tender chickens within, securing them tightly. He procured a lump of well-prepared clay from Bei and enveloped the lotus leaves, ensuring not a single seam was left exposed. Using a wooden stick, he poked the fire pit where tree bark was simmering to create space, into which he placed the 2 substantial clay balls. About an hour later, Feng Yun used a stick to extract the clay balls, which had transformed into a grayish-white hue and become exceedingly hard. Bei immediately rushed over, circling the clay balls anxiously, her demeanor reflecting a desire to taste yet feeling utterly at a loss. Smash! Feng Yun handed her the wooden stick. Bang! The stick struck one of the clay balls with considerable force, sending fragments flying. Simultaneously, an alluring aroma wafted into the noses of both Feng Yun and Bei. Feng Yun remained relatively composed, merely nodding, while Bei appeared as if she had been struck by a spell, utterly spellbound. Delicious, so delicious, truly exquisite, Bei exclaimed, shoving the succulent and tender chicken meat into her mouth, making pig-like grunting sounds, her face smeared with grease, exuding an air of utter satisfaction and indulgence. Feng Yun was equally pleased. Despite it being his inaugural attempt at making beggar's chicken, and the ingredients being far fewer than he remembered, the quality of the ingredients was simply exceptional, yielding a delightful flavor. Once sated, Bei leaned against the wall, curled up, lost in thought, resembling a languorous kitten. Feng Yun, however, remained preoccupied with the hardened clay encasing the beggar's chicken, feeling a pang of regret. How could he have forgotten about firing pottery? Had he done so earlier, life would have been considerably more convenient. He resolved that once he created paper, he would begin to fire pottery. Little did he know that this endeavor to produce paper would have ramifications far beyond his imagination for both himself and the tribe. Chapter 4. Special abilities. Once his appetite had settled, Feng Yun estimated that the time was ripe and lifted the pot lid. Bei immediately dashed over, her gaze darting around the stone pot. Despite Feng Yun having informed her that he was not cooking food, her curiosity remained piqued. The process of papermaking proved more challenging than Feng Yun had anticipated. Even with Bei assisting him, by the time he successfully produced the first sheet of paper, the sun had descended halfway behind the distant mountains. Yet, Feng Yun's focus was not on the sunset, nor on the first sheet of paper he had created. Rather, all his attention was drawn to a sudden heat radiating from his chest, as if a fire were igniting within. He gulped down half a barrel of water, but the heat only intensified. Most perplexing was that upon inspecting his chest repeatedly, he found nothing amiss. No redness, nor any change in temperature as the warmth escalated. Feng Yun realized he was struggling to catch his breath, his head beginning to spin. He resolved to inform Bei of his symptoms. Upon hearing him, she was instantly alarmed. Yungu, hold on. I'll take you to see the shaman right away. Don't worry, the shaman is omnipotent. He will surely heal you. Without waiting for Feng Yun to respond, she hoisted him onto her back and sprinted frantically towards a towering stone house in the center of the tribe. Along the way, she stumbled several times, yet each time she fell, she did her utmost to cushion his fall with her own body, preventing him from harm. Feng Yun felt deeply moved, repeatedly reassuring her, Bei, there's no need to rush. Slow down, it's not as dire as it seems. Bei paid no heed to his words, continuing her frantic dash. It seemed her urgency alerted the gatekeeper to the gravity of the situation, for he allowed them entry without any inquiry. Inside the stone house, devoid of windows, Feng Yun felt no darkness, as a bright source of light illuminated the space. Following the light, he discovered it emanated from a towering stone pillar, specifically from the eyes of a massive serpent carved upon it. The serpent, its body a fiery red, coiled around the pillar, its head held high, eyes glimmering with a cold sharpness that radiated a brilliant glow. The moment Feng Yun's gaze met the serpent's eyes, his body involuntarily trembled. The impression was too vivid. The fiery serpent's eyes he had seen before at the Xiaolongshan petroglyphs were identical to AT that moment. He was devoid of doubt. His arrival in the flame serpent tribe was undoubtedly linked to the sudden appearance of the fiery serpent in the petroglyphs. However, his trembling alarmed Bei, who feared his condition had worsened. She scrambled toward an elderly man with white hair, her voice tinged with desperation. "Shaman, please help. Yungu, he is not going to make it." The shaman lifted his gaze to Bei, speaking gently. "Do not panic. Take your time." His voice seemed to possess a magical quality, instantly calming Bei, who then recounted Feng Yun's symptoms as he had previously described them. Finally, she implored the shaman, "Please, you must save Yungu. I will do anything if you can bring him back." A smile flickered in the shaman's eyes. "Bei, you said it. No backing out now. I will never regret it," Bei affirmed with a serious nod. Her expression resolute. Through their dialogue, Feng Yun realized that the shaman and Bei were acquainted. Simultaneously, a sense of unease crept over him. He was uncertain what the shaman would ask of Bei. She had agreed to this because of him. Yet he hesitated to inquire, although he had already resolved that if she faced any difficulties, he would certainly assist her. Following the shaman's instructions, Bei laid Feng Yun flat on the ground and proceeded to unfasten his clothing. Exposing his chest, the shaman approached, crouching beside Feng Yun. In an instant, Feng Yun noticed the shaman's previously gentle gaze had transformed into something fierce. More eerily, he sensed, whether it was his imagination or not, that behind the shaman's eyes there existed another pair, cold and piercing, as if they could see through everything. He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Despite not believing that the shaman could perceive that his soul did not belong to this body, he still struggled to contain his emotional turmoil. The shaman's gaze lingered on Feng Yun's chest for a moment before he furrowed his brow. Feng Yun's heart tightened immediately. Bei, who had been closely observing everything, could no longer contain herself and asked urgently, "Shaman, is Yunji's condition severe?" Her voice trembled. The shaman remained silent, rising to his feet and striding to a corner of the room. He retrieved a wooden box, opened it, and took out a small white jade vial. Returning to Feng Yun's side, the shaman handed him the vial, simply instructing, "Drink." Feng Yun accepted the vial and unscrewed the cap. A sharp, spicy aroma surged into his nostrils, provoking an urge to sneeze, which he restrained. After a moment's hesitation, he brought the vial to his lips, tilting his head back to gulp its contents. Logically, the shaman had no reason to harm him. The liquid within the vial was cool, but as it slid down his throat into his stomach, it suddenly transformed into an intense heat, so scorching that he could not help but suspect it was magma. The liquid, now a searing current, seemed to possess a will of its own as it surged toward the fire burning in his chest. In an explosive flash, it was as if he had poured gasoline onto a fire. No. Far more terrifying, bang! The sound of a cataclysmic explosion resonated in his ears as the fire in his chest erupted. "This is it." Feng Yun's heart plummeted. With his chest torn apart, how could he possibly survive? Yet, he quickly realized that the situation was not as dire as he had feared. He could still breathe, and the ability to breathe indicated he was still alive. He glanced down, discovering his chest was unscathed. Not a single scar to be seen. His eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed something new above his chest. A serpent's head, identical to the massive serpent carved on the totem pillar and the fiery serpent he had seen before the Xiaolongshan petroglyphs. The serpent's head hovered momentarily before descending, landing squarely upon Feng Yun's chest. With a hiss, white smoke billowed from his chest, yet the anticipated agony did not follow. Feng Yun found the serpent's head embedded in his chest, deeply engraved into his flesh, its eyes closed. The shaman exhaled a long breath, indicating he was even more anxious than Feng Yun and Bei combined. He looked at Feng Yun and slowly said, "Congratulations, from this day forth, you are a true warrior." Feng Yun sensed that the shaman was suppressing something. His heart was far from the calm he portrayed. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware that his senses had sharpened significantly compared to when he first entered. Had it been earlier, he would have been incapable of detecting the shaman's emotional restraint. "Thank you, shaman," Feng Yun stood, expressing his gratitude. "I hope you will contribute to the tribe's growth." "I will. Now, concentrate on the totem on your chest and see if you can receive any information." Feng Yun sensed the shaman's emotional fluctuations once more. Recognizing his heightened tension, naturally, he would not expose this, but instead followed the shaman's guidance, focusing his attention on the serpent's head on his chest. In the next instant, he realized that new information had emerged in his mind. Subsequently, he comprehended the meaning of this information. It revealed that he had acquired a special ability, Devour. His mind raced as he decided to speak the truth, based on the memories left by the clouds. A warrior endowed with extraordinary abilities would not only be highly valued by the tribe, but also receive better treatment and a greater allocation of resources. "Shaman, I have acquired special abilities." "What are they?" The shaman could no longer suppress his excitement, his voice quivering slightly. "Devour? What a pity, what a pity." A look of regret appeared on the shaman's face. The mood of Feng Yun grew somewhat heavy. Was the ability to devour not a good one? He resolved to inquire further, but before he could voice his question, someone else interjected. "Shaman, is devour not a good ability?" Bai looked up at the shaman, her eyes filled with concern. "Devour is good, very good. Then why did you say it was a pity?" Feng Yun also displayed an expression of curiosity. This brings us to the characteristics of devour. While it can make one extraordinarily strong, even impervious to blades and bullets, and capable of tearing apart savage beasts with bare hands, it does come with a significant drawback. What drawback? The strength gained from devour does not come from nowhere. It requires the consumption of vast amounts of food, preferably the flesh of powerful beasts. At this point, the shaman paused, a bitter expression crossing his face. "You must understand, our tribe is currently weak, and the beasts we hunt are feeble and scarce. Even if we were to give all of them to Yun, it would not suffice for the needs of devour, let alone the fact that this is impossible." Feng Yun nodded, indicating his understanding. Bai, however, could not conceal her disappointment, yet she still attempted to comfort Feng Yun. "Brother Yun, don't worry, I will strive to eat less in the future and leave more meat for you." "Thank you," Feng Yun offered by a sincere smile, fully aware of the rarity of such a declaration from a true foodie like her. Subsequently, he inquired further about devour from the shaman. The information he received was limited. The shaman informed him that the special abilities gained through the totem were almost instinctual, requiring no guidance from others, nor any deliberate effort on his part. They would manifest naturally. Upon finding no further inquiries to be made, Feng Yun and Bai took their leave from the shaman and departed together, unbeknownst to them. Just as they left, the shaman rushed toward the corner of the room. He retrieved a turtle shell, tore open his shirt, and suddenly, a serpent's head emerged from his chest, opening its mouth to spew forth a burst of flames. Enveloping the turtle shell within, the shell soon crackled and popped. Concurrently, irregular cracks began to appear on its surface. When the serpent's head withdrew the flames, the shaman seized the turtle shell and held it up for closer inspection. "Ha ha!" He let out a hearty laugh, brimming with ecstasy. After a moment, he calmed himself and whispered in a voice only he could hear, "Good fortune, great fortune. Tio become a warrior in a month and acquire devour. I knew it would be auspicious, but I never anticipated it would be this great. Ancestors bless, the revival of the tribe is hopeful." As he spoke, his eyes grew moist. Chapter 5. The Power of the Totem Upon Returning Home. The sky had darkened, yet Bai appeared to be in high spirits, insisting on celebrating. Before Feng Yun could refuse, she dashed off to fetch food. This time, she returned with an exceptionally large bundle, weighing more than twice her own body. Upon seeing the food, Feng Yun's stomach immediately growled. Seemingly influenced by him, Bai's stomach began to rumble as well. Listening to their stomachs duet, the two exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter, driven by hunger. Their pace in preparing the food noticeably quickened. During the meal, Feng Yun experienced the true power of devour for the first time. Previously, he had been in awe of Bai's eating capacity, but now he realized he had transformed into an even more formidable eater than she. The food Bai brought was devoured entirely, with the majority ending up in his own stomach, which by now exceeded his own body weight. He still showed no signs of being full. He had a feeling that if he wished to keep eating, he could easily continue. As he ate, he also experienced a new sense of pleasure he had never encountered before. His stomach felt like a furnace, continuously radiating warmth. This warmth transformed into gentle currents that flowed throughout his body, as if countless hands were providing a soothing massage, a sensation he found immensely delightful. He understood that this was the effect of Devour, accelerating the digestion of food and converting it into nourishment and energy to enhance his physique. Stop. After finishing the last piece of jerky, Feng Yuan attempted to issue a command. The result filled him with joy. Devour immediately ceased its operation, indicating that he could control it completely. Seeing that the food was all consumed, Bai looked up at Feng Yuan with concern and asked, "Brother Yuan, are you full? Should I go get some more?" "I'm full." "Really? Didn't the shaman say that Devour requires a large amount of food? Is this enough?" "Brother Yuan, you need not worry. There is plenty of food at home. You don't have to hold back. Feel free to eat." Bai clearly thought Feng Yuan was not being truthful. "I am not lying. I can control Devour. As long as I command it to stop, my appetite will not increase significantly." "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course I am. Just think about how uncomfortable it is to be hungry. Would I lie about that?" Being hungry is indeed unbearable." "I believe you." Bai displayed a sympathetic expression, convinced by Feng Yuan's words. In their primitive tribe, there were no entertainment activities at night, and they had developed the habit of sleeping when darkness fell, after their meal. Bai grew drowsy, her eyelids beginning to droop. Feng Yuan escorted her back home. He discovered that her family still had a reserve of food, though it was dwindling. Upon returning, Feng Yuan found himself wide awake, brimming with energy, feeling as though he could go 3 days and nights without sleep without any issue. He was not surprised by this. The ability of Devour not only enhanced his physical condition but also invigorated him. Unable to sleep, Feng Yuan did not force himself to rest, opting instead to finish the tasks he had not completed during the day. Due to the sudden turn of events, he had only managed to produce a single sheet of paper from the pulp he had made. After approximately 2 hours of effort, the paper was finally completed. He proceeded to dehydrate the freshly made paper according to the memories of his past life. At this juncture, he still felt no weariness. He took some large leaves, spreading and flattening them out. These leaves, large enough to serve as a tabletop, were collected for the sole purpose of serving as drying tools for the paper. Once the leaves were laid out, he began to peel apart the stacked sheets of paper. Perhaps due to it being his first attempt at papermaking, his skill was lacking, and coupled with an unrefined technique, many sheets were torn apart, resulting in a high waste rate. However, he did not feel disheartened. For a first attempt, achieving a yield of over 50% was a satisfactory outcome. By the time he had dried all the paper, dawn was beginning to break. Still devoid of fatigue, he decided against sleeping instead. He retrieved a rather unattractive backpack he had fashioned after seeing it on television. Though it was not aesthetically pleasing, it was functional. Feng Yuan followed a narrow path out of the tribe and ventured into a forest. He aimed to gather food. In search of seasonings, he and Bai had been exploring the vicinity of the tribe. Aside from seasonings, they had made other discoveries. The location he was headed to was one such find. They had stumbled upon a clearing amidst a thicket of thorns, where a particular plant thrived. These plants possessed large tubers, some the size of a head, while others were as small as eggs. Their texture was akin to sweet potatoes, soft and sweet when cooked, far surpassing the taste of coarse tubers, which both Feng Yuan and Bai enjoyed immensely. Coincidentally, their skins were also red, prompting Feng Yuan to name them red sweet potatoes. Clearing away the thorns that obstructed the path, Feng Yuan stepped into the red sweet potato patch. Instead of digging up the sweet potatoes, he began to retreat cautiously, moving with great care. "Damn it!" As he backed away, he silently cursed. He had never expected that the sweet potato patch would be invaded by an unwelcome guest, and a particularly dangerous one at that. Upon his arrival, it was voraciously munching on the sweet potatoes. It bore a striking resemblance to the wild boars from his memories. The only difference was that, in addition to its fearsome tusks, it had a long, sharp horn protruding from the front of its head, incredibly sharp and exceedingly perilous. The horned boar was known for its ferocity, often attacking humans. There had been instances in the tribe where warriors had been pierced through the chest and belly by the long horns of horned boars, meeting untimely deaths. Although he had been proclaimed a totem warrior by the shaman, he was acutely aware that he still fell far short of true totem warriors. Thus, upon encountering a horned boar towering over him, his first instinct was not to engage in battle, but to retreat. He took a few steps back, but a sudden gust of wind caused some dry branches to fall. Oh no! Feng Yun immediately realized the precariousness of the situation and hastened his retreat. Yet, it was too late. The horned boar, disturbed from its feast, raised its head and quickly spotted Feng Yun. With a powerful kick, it charged toward him, sending dirt flying. The horned boar moved with astonishing speed, reaching Feng Yun in the blink of an eye. Lowering its head and lunging its horn toward his chest. For the first time, Feng Yun felt death was alarmingly close. Buzz! A surge of adrenaline rushed to his head, causing his mind to explode with intensity. In that instant, he perceived that everything around him had slowed down. The once swift and fierce horned pig now seemed to crawl like a snail. He had heard it said that in the face of extreme danger, time appears to decelerate for those in peril. Initially skeptical, he now found himself a believer. Aid me! Feng Yun commanded the totem on his chest. Almost simultaneously with his command, a wave of scorching heat erupted from his chest, transforming into torrents of fervent energy that coursed through his entire being. These waves imbued him with formidable strength, and he felt his power multiply exponentially. Unbeknownst to him, the changes occurring within him extended beyond mere physicality. His eyes transformed into a pair of golden vertical pupils, radiating a chilling light, akin to the eyes of the flaming serpent that had traversed through him. The ferocious gaze of the horned pig met his eyes, and the frenzied bloodlust vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming fear. Feng Yun's mindset shifted as well. The horned pig no longer appeared terrifying in his eyes, especially when he saw the fear reflected in the pig's gaze. A singular thought surged in his mind. He intended to slay it. With a firm stomp of his foot, he charged towards the horned pig. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the creature. He sidestepped to its flank, suddenly extending his hands, one grasping its sharp horn, the other seizing a thick tusk by its mouth. Lift! Feng Yun bellowed with all his might. His arms strained as he lifted the horned pig, which weighed over 1,000 pounds, high above his head. Away! He spun in place several times before hurling the horned pig away. With a whoosh, the pig soared over 10 yards, crashing heavily into a massive tree. The tree, as thick as a man's embrace, splintered under the impact, branches and leaves scattering in all directions. The horned pig was severely injured, blood gushing from its mouth and nose, struggling desperately yet unable to rise. Feng Yun grounded himself and rushed forward like a gust of wind, reaching the creature in an instant. His golden vertical pupils emitted an icy, merciless glow as he scrutinized it from head to tail. The horned pig emitted a terrified shriek, as if it had encountered death itself. Feng Yun paid it no heed, raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick to its abdomen. The pig let out a heart-wrenching cry, its head jerking up before crashing heavily back to the ground. The luster in its eyes dimmed rapidly, solidifying into lifelessness. Huh! Feng Yun exhaled a long breath, his eyes returning to normal. He felt the intense heat coursing through his body recede like a retreating tide, flowing back to his chest. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. As the heat dissipated, he experienced a profound fatigue. Gurgle! His stomach protested, an overwhelming hunger washing over him like a tidal wave. Summoning his resolve, he dashed toward the sweet potato field hidden among the thorns and began to devour the tubers voraciously. Once his hunger subsided, Feng Yun was astonished to realize he had plundered the entire field, consuming nearly all the sweet potatoes. The sense of achievement from killing the horned pig diminished significantly. The cost of slaying the beast was steep. According to his estimates, he had devoured at least 1,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. The effects of his gluttony were evident, as the fatigue that had enveloped him completely vanished, replaced by a renewed vigor. He rummaged through the remnants, tossing a few stragglers into his backpack, which barely filled half of it. With the pack secured on his back, he grasped one of the horned pig's hefty tusks and dragged it along. He noticed that his strength had significantly increased, even without the totem's power. Dragging the horned pig was no longer a struggle, a feat he could never have accomplished before becoming a totem warrior. Chapter 6. The golden roasted pig Feng Yun dragged the horned pig out of the woods, preparing to return home for proper processing. Halt! Two burly men, nearly twice his height, blocked his path. What do you want? Feng Yun maintained a calm demeanor. The tribe had rules against seizing another's prey. Otherwise, severe penalties would ensue. So he was not concerned about these two attempting to snatch his kill. One of the men, marked by a scar on his face, inquired, "Who killed this horned pig?" "I did." "You?" The scarred man scrutinized him with a skeptical expression, mirrored by the other. Feng Yun chose not to elaborate, simply tearing open his shirt to reveal the serpent's head on his chest. The doubts on their faces evaporated instantly, though the horned pig was fierce. It was not too difficult for a legitimate totem warrior to slay it. Feng Yun cast a glance at the two men and asked, "Am I free to go?" "Yes." Grasping the tusk, he began to head homeward. Wait a moment. Just a few steps away, he was called back. Feng Yun turned, revealing his impatience as he regarded the approaching duo. "What do you want?" The scarred man offered an apologetic smile. "No need to be suspicious. I simply wanted to ask which hunting team you're a part of, so we can look out for one another in the future." "I am not part of any hunting team." I have just become a formal warrior and have yet to join a hunting team." The scarred man's eyes brightened. This was a promising candidate. To become a formal warrior at such a young age and single-handedly kill a fierce horned pig indicated boundless potential. He could not be overlooked. He exchanged glances with the other man, displaying a flattering smile. "How about joining our hunting team?" "Not interested." The scarred man remained undeterred, still wearing a smile. "Please don't be too quick to decline. Our team leader, sure, is a renowned hunter. We consistently rank among the best in every hunt. If you join us, I do not intend to join a hunting team at this moment. I have matters to attend to and must return." Sensing Feng Yun's dwindling patience, the other man subtly signaled to the scarred one. The scarred man immediately understood, offering an apologetic smile. "My apologies for the disturbance. However, may I ask for your name, so we can be friends?" "Su." Feng Yun provided a false name, quickly departing with the horned pig in tow. After a few steps, he halted, turning to face the two men. Their hearts leapt with joy, believing he had reconsidered, their eyes filled with anticipation. "Please inform the shaman that I killed this horned pig within the safe zone." Was it truly within the safe zone? They expressed their skepticism. "If you don't believe me, you can check for yourselves. I trust you." The two men promptly turned and dashed toward the large stone house where the shaman resided. The emergence of savage beasts within the safe zone was a grave matter, and failing to report potential danger could lead to dire consequences. Simultaneously, they sought to curry favor with Feng Yun, their desire to recruit him into their hunting team still lingering in their minds. Arriving at his home, Feng Yun found Bei already there, crouched down examining the papers he had laid out to dry on the leaves. Upon seeing him return, she rushed over, pointing at the horned pig with excitement. "Did you really kill this?" "What? Do you doubt me?" "No, of course not. I believe you. Brother Yun is the strongest." Admiration shone on Bei's face. "Brother Yun, could you tell me how you managed to kill this big fellow?" Feng Yun recounted the tale of his confrontation with the horned pig without reservation. "So totem warriors are truly this formidable. I wish I could become a totem warrior." Bei gazed at Feng Yun, her face filled with envy. "You need not rush. You are still young. When you come of age, you will undoubtedly become a true totem warrior." "Really? Can I also slay such a large horned pig?" "Certainly. What is a horned pig? You will surely be able to defeat beasts even more powerful than it." Bei laughed heartily, as if she had already vanquished numerous mighty creatures. As they spoke, the wind began to stir, prompting Feng Yun to decide to collect the papers. Bei assisted, gently caressing their smooth surfaces, asking, "Brother Yun, is this paper?" "Yes." "What is it used for?" "For wiping." "Wiping?" Bei exclaimed. "Brother Yun, did you create this paper just for wiping?" "Indeed. You should take some with you when you go home. It's far superior to leaves, sticks, and stones." "Thank you, Brother Yun. But isn't it too wasteful to use such fine paper for that purpose?" "No worries. You have seen how easy it is to make paper. If you run out, you can just make more." After gathering all the papers into a thick stack, Feng Yun nodded. It would suffice for a while. He stored the papers safely indoors before turning his attention to the horned pig. He first used a stone axe to sever the horn from the pig's head at the root. The horn was valuable, sharp, and robust. Combined with a good piece of wood, it could fashion a high-quality spear. Bei approached with a sharp stone knife to lend a hand. "Don't cut open its belly just yet." Seeing Bei prepare to slice open the pig's abdomen, Feng Yun hurriedly intervened. "How will we eat it otherwise? Today, I want to try a new method of cooking." "A new method?" Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement, her imagination already forming a vivid concept. As soon as Feng Yun adopted a new method for processing food, it heralded the birth of a novel delicacy. The wind dragged the sharp-horned pig to an empty clearing, covering it entirely with dry twigs and grass before igniting a fire. Before long, a pungent odor of charred flesh permeated the air. "Brother Yun, is everything really all right?" Bei asked, pinching her nose as she stepped back a few paces. The smell was indeed unpleasant, causing even her unwavering confidence in Feng Yun to waver slightly. Having witnessed others employ a similar method, Feng Yun remained composed and unperturbed. "Trust me, I shall astonish you." As the flames died down, the sharp-horned pig had turned entirely black. "Brother Yun, can this still be eaten?" Bei inquired, her disappointment evident as she gazed at the charred remains. Feng Yun remained silent, directly scraping the pig's surface with a stone knife, rinsing it with water as he worked. In a short while, the scraped areas revealed a beautiful golden hue, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. Bei approached Feng Yun, assisting him in scraping while apologizing. "Brother Yun, I'm sorry I shouldn't have doubted you. It's nothing. Were I in your position, I too would harbor doubts. After all, my method is rather unconventional." Once the charred portions of the sharp-horned pig were scraped clean, Feng Yun flipped it over and covered it with dry twigs and grass to continue cooking. This time, however, it attracted the attention of the tribe's members, in an effort to avoid disturbance and conceal his peculiarities. He had deliberately chosen a secluded dwelling. Yet as he cooked, the wind changed direction, carrying the acrid scent toward the tribe. Unable to resist the aroma, some ventured out to investigate and discovered Feng Yun cooking the pig. Upon seeing the burnt offering, they shook their heads, their expressions reflecting the sentiment that Feng Yun was squandering resources. Exchanging a knowing glance with Bei, Feng Yun explained to the onlookers that they were merely removing the pig's fur. Ultimately, they warmly invited the tribe members to join them for a meal. However, everyone declined with fervent headshakes. Once the crowd had dispersed, Feng Yun and Bei commenced their scraping. Before long, the entire sharp-horned pig was cleaned, its golden exterior incredibly appetizing, causing Bei to salivate. With ample seasonings at his disposal, Feng Yun's culinary creativity flourished, yielding nearly 10 dishes. Though his skills may not have measured up to those of seasoned chefs, Bei relished the feast until she could scarcely move. While Bei digested her meal, Feng Yun began tidying up the remnants. He salted the leftover portions of the sharp-horned pig and washed the pots and bowls. It was then he felt the inconvenience of their tools. The pots were carved from large stones, while the bowls were primarily stone sculptures, clumsy, unsightly, and limited in number, making them exceedingly impractical. He resolved to expedite the creation of pottery. Once Bei had finished her meal, he planned to begin the process. "Pottery? What is pottery? Can it be eaten?" Upon hearing Feng Yun mention pottery, Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement, instinctively associating it with the pig's preparation. Naively believing that pottery might also be edible. "All you think about is food," Feng Yun sighed, shaking his head in resignation, opting to forego explaining the principles of pottery and instead instructing her on the process: mixing clay, kneading, shaping, and firing. After completing the procedures, it finally came time to unveil their results. Feng Yun cautiously brushed aside the ashes with a wooden stick, revealing several dark, cracked containers. The warmth began to swell within his chest. He did not pay it much mind, attributing it to the effects of overindulging in sharp-horned pig meat. However, had he lifted his shirt, he would have discovered that the reality was far from what he had imagined. The serpent's head tattoo on his chest had become more vivid and lifelike, its eyes unexpectedly opening as if animated. Had the shaman witnessed this transformation, he would have been utterly astonished. Not only had Feng Yun recently become an official totem warrior, but even among advanced totem warriors, few possessed the ability to awaken their totems. In other words, it was nearly certain that he would ascend to the rank of advanced totem warrior. The Yanxi tribe had not seen an advanced totem warrior for 50 years since their defeat by the Heya tribe. When they retreated from their ancestral home, the Snake God Mountain. Chapter 7. A false alarm. Gazing at the fruits of their labor before him, Feng Yun furrowed his brow slightly. Bei noticed his change in expression and asked with concern, "Brother Yun, what's wrong? Did we fail?" "You could say that," he replied, a hint of despondency in his tone. This attempt at pottery could indeed be deemed a failure. Many of the pieces had cracked, some that remained intact had warped, and the rest scarcely met the standards for quality. Feng Yun twisted one of the containers, applying minimal force, and it crumbled, revealing a significant deficiency in strength. At that moment, he truly grasped the meaning of knowing is easy, doing is hard. While he understood the principles behind pottery, achieving a satisfactory outcome proved far more challenging than anticipated. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that time was plentiful, and with further experimentation, success would surely follow. Lifting his gaze to the sun, he noticed it was nearing the horizon. He turned to Bei, whose face still bore a worried expression, and smiled to reassure her. "You needn't worry about me. I'm fine." "Really?" "Of course it's true. This is my first attempt at pottery. It's natural to encounter setbacks. With a few more tries, I'm certain I will succeed. I believe in you." Bei gazed into Feng Yun's eyes. Her expression filled with trust. Feng Yun smiled, feeling his earlier frustrations dissipate. He reached out and ruffled Bei's hair, further disheveling it. "It's time to eat. What would you like?" Bei did not shy away. Instead, she nudged her head against Feng Yun's hand. "I want to eat braised pork, beggar's chicken, fried pork chops, large meatballs, stir-fried shredded pork," and Bei rattled off nearly 20 dishes, listing almost everything Feng Yun had ever cooked. "You little glutton. All you think about is food," Feng Yun chuckled, setting about preparing the meal. He certainly did not make every dish she requested. However, he did prepare 4 or 5, each generous in portion, leaving Bei nearly unable to walk. After lingering over their meal, Bei's eyelids began to droop. Feng Yun decided to escort her home. As they departed, he gathered a thick stack of paper and 2 reasonably well-formed pottery bowls, which Bei had requested. Feng Yun did not think much of it. Whether they were subpar products or high-quality pieces, given his relationship with Bei, he would have willingly gifted her anything she desired. Upon returning, Feng Yun did not sleep. Instead, he mentally analyzed the reasons behind the pottery failure and contemplated potential improvements. Little did he know, Bei, upon returning home, did not fall asleep as usual. Instead, she went to a particular place, bringing along a piece of paper and a pottery bowl. The gatekeeper, upon seeing her, did not obstruct her but merely nodded in acknowledgement, a faint smile gracing his features. "Uncle Mu," Bei sweetly greeted, stepping into the stone chamber. With the bright light emitted by the serpent's eye, the room was fully illuminated. The shaman sat before a large stone used as a table, scribbling on a piece of animal hide with a charred twig, seemingly engrossed in his task. Bei approached the stone and remained silent, simply observing. After a considerable pause, the shaman set down the twig, rolled up the hide, and placed it aside. He looked up at Bei, his face breaking into a kind smile. "Ah, it's Bei. Why are you still awake at this hour?" "Shaman, I wanted you to see these," Bei said, revealing the paper and pottery bowl she had hidden behind her back, placing them on the stone. The shaman's gaze was instantly captivated. He first picked up the pottery bowl, examining it closely, but soon a look of confusion crossed his face. He gently set the bowl down and took hold of the piece of paper. The charcoal residue left dark marks on its surface. A look of distress surfaced on his face as he hastily placed the paper back on the table and wiped his hands on his clothing before carefully picking it up again. The shaman ran his fingers over its smooth surface, treating it as though it were a rare treasure. Every action of his was observed by Bei, who couldn't help but beam with pride. She had not presented the paper and pottery bowl to the shaman out of an awareness of their extraordinary value. Rather, she simply wished to showcase Feng Yun's remarkable abilities, a child's innocent desire. After a full quarter of an hour, the shaman raised his head to look at Bei, his expression suddenly turning grave. "Bei, where did you acquire these items?" His tone was notably stern. "What's wrong?" Bei asked, startled, her smile vanishing instantly. The shaman seemed to realize he had been overly severe, softening his expression slightly. "You needn't worry. I merely wish to know who gave them to you." Yet internally, he remained tense. Initially captivated by the exquisite nature of the paper and pottery bowl, he quickly sensed a looming danger, an immense peril that could spell doom for the entire Yanxi tribe. He was well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding the tribe and could ascertain that neither the paper nor the pottery bowl belonged to them. This raised a serious issue. If they were not from the tribe, they could only have originated from external sources, signifying that their tribe's location had been discovered by others. In the past, 50 years ago, such knowledge would have posed little threat. At that time, the tribe boasted a population exceeding 10,000. With over 2,000 elite warriors, few would dare entertain malicious intentions. The present circumstances are markedly different. The population has dwindled to less than 1/5 of its former glory, barely exceeding 2,000, with fewer than 200 remaining as the elite. More critically, since the catastrophic event 50 years ago, not a single new high-ranking warrior has emerged within the tribe. The Serpent God Mountain is now the last refuge. Should this location be discovered by others, the consequences would be unimaginable, potentially leading to the total annihilation of the entire tribe. Although 50 years have elapsed since the disaster that nearly obliterated the Yanxi tribe, the harrowing images of that day remain indelibly etched in his memory, impossible to forget. He is resolute in his determination to prevent a recurrence of such tragedy, even if it costs him his life. Bei is unable to discern the true thoughts of Wu, who candidly states, "These were given to me by Brother Yun." Yun? Which Yun? The very same Yun who visited with me not long ago. Wu, how could you forget? Is it truly him? Wu's countenance suddenly darkens, as if he has aged a decade in an instant. How could it be him? How could it be him? Wu's heart resounds with a cry of indignation, for he had placed the hope of the tribe's revival upon him. Wu, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Upon noticing Wu's pallor, Bei immediately expresses concern. I am fine. Gazing into Bei's clear and innocent eyes, Wu's tumultuous emotions gradually settle. Simultaneously, his mind begins to clear. This cannot be right. The results of the divination are infallible. If the omen is auspicious, it signifies that Yun would never engage in actions detrimental to the tribe. Yet how did these items come into his possession? Wu ponders and decides to seek answers directly from Bei. Bei, how did Yun acquire these items? They were all created by Brother Yun. Created by Yun? Wu struggles to contain his excitement. You mean these items were not obtained from outside? Bei, oblivious to Wu's emotional shift, displays a puzzled expression. Outside? What do you mean, Wu? I don't understand. I mean, did Yun truly create all of them himself? Of course, Brother Yun made them himself. I witnessed it with my own eyes. A hint of displeasure crosses Bei's small face, as if she feels we should not question Yun's abilities. Realizing he has been unnecessarily alarmed, Wu's spirits lift like the clear sky after rain, and he pays no mind to Bei's reaction. However, his curiosity is piqued. He wishes to learn how paper and pottery are made. His experiences far surpass Bei's, and he has begun to grasp their extraordinary value. A gentle smile graces his face as he remarks, I do not doubt Yun. It's just that these items are so remarkable. And Yun is still a child, which genuinely astonishes me. He is indeed a clever child. Wu, you have no idea. Brother Yun is incredibly intelligent. These are just the beginning. He can also prepare a multitude of delicious dishes. If you taste them, you'll be so full you won't be able to move. Bei beams with pride, seemingly more delighted by Wu's praise of Yun than by any compliment directed at herself. Is that so? I must try them when the opportunity arises. Now, tell me, what are these items and how are they made? Bei readily agrees, pointing and explaining. This is called paper, made from tree bark. First, the bark must be, this is called a clay bowl. Made from clay. The clay must be, to emphasize Yun's exceptional talent, Bei elaborates extensively on the processes of papermaking and pottery. Wu requires no further questions. He comprehends fully. Yun is truly a remarkable child. After listening to Bei's explanations, Wu once again praises Yun, this time with heartfelt sincerity. While the processes of papermaking and pottery may not be overly complex, the innovation behind them is undeniably impressive. With this goal achieved, Bei begins to feel drowsy, stifling a yawn. Bei, if you're tired, you should head back to rest. Wu, I'm leaving. Bei reaches for the paper and clay bowl on the table. Wait a moment, Bei. These paper and clay bowls are simply too wonderful. I wish to keep them for a while longer, in a couple of days. You can take them back. Is that agreeable? These. Bei appears somewhat hesitant, but recalling Wu's commendation of Yun, she eventually nods. All right, but you can only keep them for one day. I'll come to collect them tomorrow evening. Very well. I'll return them to you tomorrow. After Bei departs, Wu falls into deep contemplation. Approximately half an hour later, he stands, retrieves a piece of animal hide, and carefully wraps the paper and clay bowl, murmuring to himself, some matters I had intended to address later now seem more pressing. With that, he strides toward the door. After exchanging a few words with the guard, he follows a narrow path toward a corner of the tribe. Soon, his figure vanishes into the thickening night. Chapter 8. Uninvited guests. As the sun peaks above the horizon, Yun rises. Having gone to bed early, he awakens at dawn. Since his arrival in the Yinshi tribe, his daily routine has undergone a significant transformation. After freshening up, Yun begins to prepare food, double portions. Bei has developed a habit of coming for breakfast every morning. Just as he finishes cooking the last pot of meat soup, Bei arrives punctually, as they set the food upon the stone. A group of uninvited guests appears. There are 3 of them. 2 of them are familiar to Yun. One is Wu, and the other is the burly man who comforted him upon his arrival in the Yinshi tribe. The last is an elderly man, with nearly all his hair and beard turned white. He is tall, towering over the burly man by half a head, and possesses an incredibly robust physique, his muscles rippling as if forged from steel, defying the frailty typically associated with old age. What impresses Yun the most is the man's full beard, each strand standing upright and glistening, resembling a collection of silver needles. He emanates a terrifying aura, causing Yun to momentarily perceive him not as a man, but as a ferocious beast from the primordial wilderness. Regrettably, Yun's gaze wanders, ultimately resting upon the man's left arm, where an elbow is conspicuously absent. Boy, what kind of look is that? Are you mocking me? Do you believe I won't thrash you? A thunderous voice erupts in Yun's ear, compelling him to take a step back. The thunder originates from the robust elder. Upon their first encounter, his piercing eyes fixate on Yun, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if attempting to discern every facet of his being. The subtle shifts in Yun's expression do not escape his notice. Senior, you misunderstand. I did not. Yun's instincts signal that this old fellow is exceedingly dangerous, and it is prudent to keep a low profile. What do you mean did not? Do you take me for a blind fool? The burly elder glares at him, unyielding. Senior, I truly... Bow. Enough of your antics. I summoned you to instruct Yun, not to intimidate him. Wu turns to glare at the burly elder. Those little rascals of the past were all too wild. If they weren't scared first, they wouldn't listen. Bao scratches his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face, his menacing demeanor vanishing as if he is transformed from a fierce tiger into a house cat. Wu then gazes at Yun and speaks gently. Yun, this is Bao, once the finest warrior and hunter in the tribe. And still the best, Bao interjects, seemingly a bit disgruntled, muttering under his breath, though his voice is loud enough for all present to hear. Wu disregards him and continues. He has not trained any juniors for quite some time, so if his instruction is lacking, feel free to let me know, and I will find someone else for you. Thank you. Wu and I will certainly seek Bao's guidance earnestly. Yun promptly expresses his gratitude. He knows that the tribe conducts training for boys officially becoming totem warriors, but it typically occurs in groups. This one-on-one training is clearly a privilege. He suspects this is due to his unique ability, swallowing. Boy, don't think just because Wu is backing you, you can slack off if you don't study hard. I'll still give you a good thrashing, Bao warns. Noticing Yun's relaxed demeanor, appearing somewhat displeased, Yun remains unfazed and smiles, saying, Wu, Bao, Lei, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's all dine together. At this moment, Yun recalls the burly man's name, drawn from the memories of his former self. Yun. Lei is a renowned hunter among the younger generation in the tribe, consistently returning with bountiful catches. However, he did not anticipate that he would be Bei's brother. Boy, I didn't expect you to have such insight. Realizing I hadn't eaten, I'll take you up on your offer. Bao's face lights up at Yun's invitation. He reaches out, seizing a piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. Mm. Just as he takes a bite, his eyes widen and his body freezes as if struck by lightning. Yet, He quickly resumes, shoving an entire pound of meat into his mouth, resulting in him choking and rolling his eyes. Another glutton. Yun silently shakes his head and hands him a bowl of meat soup. That's better. Much better. After gulping down the entire bowl of meat soup, Bao displays a look of pure contentment. Boy, give me another bowl. Bao pushes the wooden bowl toward Yun, casually taking the entire platter of meat with him. You glutton, Bei huffs. Clearly displeased, it seems they have succumbed to the temptation of the food, as both Wu and Lei reached for the dishes. After taking their first bites, they wore expressions akin to Bao's, eyes wide with astonishment, and their pace of consumption noticeably accelerated. After Lei voraciously devoured a massive pig's trotter, he finally looked up at Feng Yun with a face full of regret. My little sister has told me numerous times that your cooking is exquisite, and I never believed her. I can't believe it's true. I truly regret my skepticism. Fortunately, you didn't believe her, or else I would have become your personal cook, Feng Yun thought to himself, though he did not reveal his feelings on his face. Instead, he humbly responded, I tend to be quite greedy and enjoy experimenting. I never anticipated that everyone would actually enjoy it. Nonsense. How can you call it mere experimentation? This is a display of creativity, showcasing the brilliance of your mind. To Feng Yun's surprise, it was Bao who praised him this time. You're too kind, Senior Bao. I speak nothing but the truth. Young man, I have high hopes for you. If you apply yourself diligently, who knows, you may one day reach my level. I shall certainly strive to do so. Soon, the food was consumed entirely. Both Bao and Lei were hearty eaters, and Wu's appetite was considerable as well. Feng Yun and Bei had only managed to sip half a bowl of meat broth each. Bei remained sulky, and had it not been for Feng Yun's soothing words, she might have caused a scene. By the time their three guests had feasted to their heart's content, nearly 200 pounds of the sharp-horned pig's meat had been consumed, not to mention the various vegetable accompaniments, which had almost entirely depleted the hard-earned stock that Feng Yun and Bei had gathered. As Feng Yun gazed at the sun, now nearing its zenith, regret washed over him. He should not have invited Wu and the others to dine. They had no concept of politeness. He had been working while they had been eating, and it was only after they had satisfied their hunger that he finally had a chance to fill his own, having been famished for nearly the entire morning. However, what troubled him most was the fear that they might become addicted to the food. If they came to eat every day, he would have no time for anything else. He would be occupied cooking for them from dawn till dusk. After their uninvited guests had finished their meal, they departed. Feng Yun exchanged a weary smile with Bei, and they began to clean up the mess, scrubbing the pots and pans and sweeping away the scattered bones. Just as they finished tidying up, the very situation Feng Yun dreaded occurred. Bao returned, carrying a massive bundle, evidently intending to stay with Feng Yun for an extended period. His reasoning was compelling. He could not betray Wu's trust and must ensure that Feng Yun became an exceptional warrior and hunter. Living together would not only facilitate Feng Yun's inquiries, but would also allow Bao to supervise him and prevent any laziness. Feng Yun quickly realized that he had not been given a chance to refuse. While Bao was explaining his intentions, he had already laid out his bedding. Was he supposed to toss it back out? Feng Yun also sensed that, regardless of whether Bao had lost an arm or both limbs, it would be an effortless task for him to manage Feng Yun. The only consolation for Feng Yun was that Bao genuinely wished to teach him well. He instructed him to rest properly that night, for they would commence rigorous training at dawn. Seeing Bao's earnest demeanor, Feng Yun dared not slack off and began to prepare diligently. As for pottery, he decided to set it aside for the time being. The next morning, just as the eastern sky began to lighten, Bao kicked open Feng Yun's door and yanked him from his beat eye in that moment. Feng Yun truly witnessed Bao's formidable prowess. Despite exerting all his strength and even channeling his totemic power, he could not break free in the slightest. Bao's grip was as unyielding as a vice. Upon exiting the room, Feng Yun noticed two others waiting outside, Lei and Bei. They both appeared quite organized. Feng Yun pondered a possibility and turned to Bao, Senior Bao. Lei and Bei are not planning to accompany us, are they? Of course they are, Bao replied, as if the question were absurd. I have no objections to Lei going, but why must Bei join? She has yet to awaken her totem power. The jungle is perilous. What is there to fear with me around? Besides, she is destined to become a hunter as well. Experiencing it firsthand now will only benefit her. Feng Yuan realized he could not sway Bao's decision and shifted his gaze to Lei, asking, Lei, is it truly safe for Bei to come along? Don't worry, Yun. With Uncle Bao around, there is absolutely nothing to fear. Reluctantly, Feng Yun abandoned his attempts at persuasion and made his way toward the storage room for food. Young man, what are you doing? Bao seized him abruptly. I'm going to prepare some food. Want to eat? Dream on. Bao's eyes narrowed as he coldly declared, the first training exercise today is to endure hunger. With that, he promptly strode ahead, leaving Feng Yun no choice but to follow suit. Bao's pace was brisk, and any hesitation would result in losing sight of him. As they advanced, Lei kindly explained to Feng Yun the rationale behind training under hunger. Many of the savage beasts in the jungle possessed acute senses of smell. Cooking could easily alert them, and should they catch wind of it, they would track them down, often resulting in an incomplete meal and the unfortunate fate of becoming the beast's next meal instead. Before long, the four of them had left the confines of the tribe and entered the dense jungle. Initially, Feng Yun worried that Bei might struggle to keep up, but he soon realized his apprehensions were unfounded. Though she had yet to awaken her totemic power, she navigated the jungle effortlessly, almost as if she were born for it. Observing her agile form, Feng Yun felt as though the flora and fauna parted for her effortlessly. After traversing for about half an hour, the terrain began to narrow, revealing a valley ahead. Bao suddenly raised his hand to halt Feng Yun, his voice serious. Once we enter the valley, be doubly cautious. Do not anger the ancestral spirits, for no one will be able to save you. His tone was laden with stern warning. Senior Bao, what are the ancestral spirits? Feng Yun, feeling a twinge of anxiety from Bao's grave warning, sought clarification to prepare himself adequately. The ancestral spirits are the souls of our forebears. The souls of our ancestors reside in this valley? If they are indeed our ancestors, why would they harm their descendants? Bao's response only deepened Feng Yun's confusion. Bao faltered. Why must you ask so many questions? Just be careful. He hastened toward the valley entrance, leaving Feng Yun no choice but to follow. Before they entered the valley, Lei also cautioned Feng Yun and Bei, you must not offend the ancestral spirits. However, you need not worry. They will not easily harm us. Lei, rest assured, we will be vigilant. Despite his multitude of questions, Feng Yun drew closer to Bei, ready to protect her should danger arise. As soon as they stepped into the valley, Feng Yun was greeted by a cacophony of rustling sounds, overwhelming in number, as if the entire valley were alive with the noise, sending chills down his spine. Alongside this, a strong, fishy odor assaulted his senses, causing a wave of nausea to wash over him. As he walked forward, he searched for the source of the rustling. Soon, he discovered that the noise was produced by snakes, black, yellow, green, gray, and multicolored, every hue imaginable. Some were thinner than chopsticks, while others were thicker than a man's waist. Some were shorter than fingers, and others stretched over 10 lengths. Within the valley, it felt as though he had plunged into a sea of serpents. Feng Yun's scalp prickled in alarm. While he had once thought it cool to bear a snake's head on his chest as a totem warrior, he now realized he had been naive. Faced with this ocean of snakes, he wished to avert his gaze entirely and escape as quickly as possible. However, Bao and Lei slowed their pace, forcing him to do the same. He followed closely behind them, nearly stepping in their footprints, too afraid to stray from their path. The human capacity for adaptation is truly remarkable. Initially, the sight of the sea of snakes had a profound impact on Feng Yun, but as time passed, he gradually regained his composure. With a clearer mind, he began to notice details he had previously overlooked. He realized that the situation was far less dire than he had imagined. Though the valley was teeming with snakes, they posed little threat to them. In fact, one could say there was no threat at all. For reasons unknown, whenever they approached within a certain distance, the snakes would automatically part ways. From the moment Feng Yun and the others had entered the valley, not a single snake had ventured within 5 feet of them. This revelation allowed Feng Yun to relax entirely. However, he still could not comprehend why Bao and Lei referred to these snakes as the spirits of their ancestors. Perhaps it was related to the tribe's totem. After much contemplation, Feng Yun arrived at this somewhat plausible explanation. Later, he seized an opportunity to inquire about it with Wu, who confirmed his suspicions. The members of the Yin-Shi tribe regarded snakes as the spirits of their ancestors, a belief tied to a legend. In this tale, The tribe's progenitor faced a great calamity and was ultimately saved by a colossal serpent enveloped in flames. This serpent became the totem of the Yin-Shi tribe, Yin-Shi. The Yin-Shi formed a pact with the tribe's ancestor, lending its power to the ancestor's descendants, enabling them to thrive in the perilous wilderness. In return, the descendant souls would transform into snakes upon death. Bolstering the Yin-Shi population. It was a mutually beneficial agreement. Thus, although the souls of the Yin-Shi tribe became snakes after death, the living still held profound reverence for the Yin-Shi. The valley was lengthy, and with Bao and Lei slowing their pace, it took the group a full hour to traverse through it. Upon exiting the Serpent Valley, Feng Yun and his companions faced an expanse of boundless, untamed forest. Listen closely, young one. We are about to enter the hunting zone. A myriad of strange and formidable beasts may emerge. We must not let our guard down for a moment, Bao cautioned Feng Yun. Some may appear deceptively fragile, easily dispatched with a mere pinch, yet they may possess lethal strikes that can take one by surprise. I would not wish for your first hunt to also be your last. How ironic. Feng Yun thought to himself, recalling how he had boasted earlier that with Bao around, there was no need for fear. Yet now he found himself feeling apprehensive. Senior Bao, I am but a novice. Should any situation arise, please alert me promptly. Indeed, there is merit in acknowledging one's ignorance. Remember, it is those who feign knowledge that perish the quickest. Here, take this for your protection. Bao produced a short dagger, approximately 1 foot in length, and handed it to Feng Yun. Thank you, Senior Bao. Feng Yun grasped the dagger, feeling its considerable weight. It was sheathed in leather, polished to a smooth sheen, indicative of its age. Standing beside Feng Yun, Lei's eyes widened as he recognized the dagger in his hand. Uncle Bao, are you truly gifting this to Yun? What of it? It is merely a dagger. What is there to make a fuss about? Lei turned to Feng Yun, his expression one of envy. Yun, Uncle Bao holds you in high regard. This dagger is his prized possession, and one cannot even touch it lightly on a regular day. What makes it so special? Have you not heard of the king beasts? Of course, I have. The king beasts reign supreme among the savage creatures, each possessing terrifying destructive power, capable of annihilating an entire tribe effortlessly. At this revelation, Feng Yun's face contorted with disbelief. Lei, you cannot be implying that this dagger is connected to the king beasts. Indeed, you are correct. This dagger is crafted from the teeth of a king beast. With a swift motion, Feng Yun unsheathed the dagger, revealing a blade approximately 7 inches long, elegantly curved, and radiantly white in color, its dense material producing a melodious ring when tapped with a finger. Be cautious, young one. It is exceedingly sharp. Do not injure yourself. Bao intervened as Feng Yun attempted to test the blade's edge with his finger. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Yun plucked a hair from his head and laid it across the blade. With a gentle puff, the hair severed cleanly in two. Feng Yun gasped in astonishment. He had never anticipated that a dagger fashioned from a king beast's tooth could possess such remarkable sharpness. The more he examined it, the more enamored he became. He looked up at Bao, a smile gracing his lips. Senior Bao, you are truly extraordinary for having slain a king beast. Bao's face flushed crimson. Young one, you overrate me. I lack the prowess to slay a king beast. I merely chanced upon two engaged in battle and retrieved a fragment of a tooth. With that, he turned and strode into the forest. Once inside, Feng Yun continued to assess the dagger's sharpness, and the results were immensely satisfying. It sliced through vines with ease, feeling almost effortless. When thrusting it into a tree, it penetrated as though piercing through tofu, requiring minimal effort. During this process, he also attempted to infuse the blade with totemic power, succeeding in causing the blade to emit a faint red glow. Simultaneously, its sharpness elevated to another level. Ah! Feng Yun suddenly cried out in pain after severing an inconspicuous sapling. What happened? Are you all right? Upon hearing Feng Yun's cry, Bao, Lei, and Bei swiftly rushed to his side. At that moment, Feng Yun was staring at his right arm, eyes wide with terror. Within mere seconds, a wound, as thick as a finger, had formed, a raised, red, and swollen mark resembling a whip's lash. The injury burned intensely, as though a flame. Bao's gaze brushed past Feng Yun's arm and quickly settled on the sapling he had just cut down. Visibly relieved, Young one, consider yourself fortunate. What you encountered was merely an ordinary biting tree. Had it been any more dangerous, you would have faced dire consequences. He took the dagger from Feng Yun's grasp and, with a deft motion, severed a segment from the biting tree's stem. Lei caught it and applied the white sap that oozed from the cut to Feng Yun's wound. A cool sensation enveloped Feng Yun, and the burning sensation began to subside rapidly. Within a minute, the pain vanished entirely, and the swelling showed signs of receding. The biting tree does not actually bite. Rather, its injuries mimic the sensation of being bitten, Lei explained, shedding light on the biting tree. This was one of the primary reasons Bao had led Feng Yun into the forest. A single demonstration is worth more than 100 words. Of course, Bao had never intended for Feng Yun to experience various traumas firsthand. This had been an unforeseen incident. Had Feng Yun not been preoccupied with testing the dagger's sharpness, and had he stayed on the path Bao had cleared, he would not have been injured by the biting tree. Numerous small thorns lie beneath the leaves of the biting tree. Sharp enough to pierce the skin with ease, they are poisonous, causing redness and burning. However, its sap serves as the finest antidote, and this is merely an ordinary biting tree. There exists a far more fearsome variant. If one is pricked by it, the thorns will break off within the skin, coursing through the bloodstream. Should they reach the organs or the brain, the consequences are unimaginable. How terrifying! Feng Yun shuddered at the thought, grateful that he had only encountered an ordinary biting tree. Terrifying? The forest is rife with far more dreadful entities than the biting tree. Should one be pricked by a truly fearsome biting tree, would there be no hope for salvation? Feng Yun's thoughts lingered on the biting tree. Do not worry. As long as you remove the flesh surrounding the puncture before the thorn enters the bloodstream, you will be fine. Lei spoke nonchalantly, yet Feng Yun felt a chill run down his spine. He had once believed that life within the tribe was arduous enough. Now he realized that compared to hunting in the wild, it was akin to living in paradise. Chapter 10. A resolute decision. The detoxifying properties of the biting tree's sap proved remarkably effective. In less than 10 minutes, the redness and swelling on Feng Yun's arm had completely dissipated, leaving only a faint scar. However, having learned from this experience, Feng Yun no longer dared to be complacent. Bao was right. This stroke of luck did not guarantee that future encounters would be equally benign. Bei nodded at Feng Yun, suddenly quickening her pace to pass him and position herself behind Bao. Feng Yun understood her intention. She sought to assist him. Bao could navigate past the majority of toxic and harmful plants. And even if some slipped through the cracks, she could alert him in advance. Feeling grateful for Bei's kindness, Feng Yun was also overwhelmed by a sense of frustration and dejection. As a man, how could he be so helpless as to require the protection of a young girl? He resolved to grow stronger, vowing to himself. Previously, upon his arrival in the Yanxi tribe, although the living conditions were harsh, he had not felt an acute sense of urgency. Furthermore, he harbored a misconception that mere physical strength sufficed. Reality had delivered a harsh lesson. In the wilderness, brute force alone was insufficient. A moment's inattention could lead to demise by an innocuous blade of grass or an inconspicuous insect. Realizing his shortcomings, Feng Yun began to focus intently on Bao's every movement as he cleared the path. Soon, he made considerable progress. He discovered that every gesture Bao made was imbued with profound meaning. The forest teemed with diverse flora, intertwined in a labyrinthine embrace, leaving no clear path to traverse. To advance, one must clear the way through the thicket. The vines and branches were remarkably sturdy. Cleaving them to forge a path was no small feat. The bone knife in Bao's hand was not particularly sharp, certainly far inferior to the blades Feng Yun had encountered prior to his arrival. Yet with a mere flick of his wrist, Bao effortlessly cleared segments of the path. Initially, Feng Yun found this perplexing. After a period of vigilant observation, he finally grasped the underlying principle. Each swing of Bao's knife was executed with precision, aimed at achieving optimal results. He did not indiscriminately hack at every vine and branch in his path. Rather, he selectively severed only the critical nodes that tangled them together. Once these nodes were cleared, the vines naturally unfurled. Feng Yun felt a profound admiration for Bao. With so many obstructions, identifying those crucial nodes in a fleeting moment was no small challenge. As he continued to observe, Feng Yun's respect for Bao deepened. Many of the nodes were concealed deep within the tangled mass of vines and branches. To access them required navigating through layers of obstacles. A daunting task. Were Feng Yun to attempt this alone, he would likely have to first sever numerous vines and branches. Bao, however, did not operate this way. Time and again, he adeptly identified suitable gaps to insert his knife and cut through the nodes with ease. Additionally, Feng Yun noted that Bao's strength was always perfectly calibrated. Not too much, not too little, just sufficient to sever the nodes without wasting an ounce of energy. Tio Feng Yun, the bone knife, exceeding 3 feet in length, appeared as an extension of Bao's arm, wielded with remarkable agility and finesse. Before, Feng Yun had not fully grasped the concept of the masterful art of butchering an ox, but now he comprehends it. At this moment, Feng Yun finally believes the words of the shaman. Bao was once the finest warrior and hunter of the tribe. Based on the skills he has displayed, it is hard for him to believe that anyone in the tribe could surpass him. This realization also makes him aware of the shaman's regard for him. He must acquire all of Bao's skills. Feng Yun has set a goal for himself, not only to honor the shaman's intentions, but also as a necessity to enhance his own survival capabilities. As time passes, Feng Yun gradually discovers that the techniques employed by Bao are far more intricate than merely clearing a path. While forging ahead, Bao remains vigilant, observing all that transpires around him, ever attuned to the slightest disturbance. For instance, if he notices birds suddenly taking flight or small animals fleeing in panic, he swiftly alters his course to avoid danger. During their trek, Bao also pays close attention to insects. If he finds any plants devoid of insect life, he chooses to steer clear of them. As a result of Bao's meticulous approach, aside from Feng Yun's arm being pricked by a thorny tree, they have encountered no perilous situations. After navigating the forest for 3 to 4 hours, Feng Yun is panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Although Bao has been leading the way, the forest is far from level ground, and given that he has only recently become a totem warrior, his physical condition has not significantly improved. However, Feng Yun feels a pang of shame as Bei's performance surpasses his own. Her cheeks are merely flushed, and a few beads of sweat have just begun to form on her forehead. Bao has clearly heard Feng Yun's labored breathing. He halts, turns around, gazes at him, and shakes his head in apparent disappointment. "Kid, your physique is rather feeble. Once we return, I shall put you through rigorous training to spare you from being ridiculed in the outside world." Upon hearing Bao's words, Lei casts a sympathetic glance at Feng Yun. He understands all too well what Bao means by training. Having personally experienced it, he wishes never to speak of that ordeal again. Simultaneously, he secretly feels glad for Feng Yun. Although Bao's training may be grueling, its efficacy is unparalleled. His own aptitude was not particularly exceptional, yet he has risen to become one of the best warriors and hunters among the tribe's younger generation. Thanks to Bao's training. Had this been before, Feng Yun might have harbored some resistance in his heart, but now he is eager to become strong as swiftly as possible. Looking up into Bao's eyes, Feng Yun enunciates earnestly, "Senior Bao, I will follow your every directive." "Excellent, very good." A smile spreads across Bao's face. "As long as you can endure hardship, I will devote myself to nurturing you. However, let me be clear. Should you falter along the way, do not blame me for being unkind. If I were to falter, I would leave everything to your discretion, without any complaint." "Now that sounds like a man." Bao nods and continues, "Calling me senior feels rather distant. From now on, you shall address me as Uncle Bao, just as Lei does." "Uncle Bao." Feng Yun promptly complies. Bao's hair and beard have turned white, and he is significantly older than Feng Yun, so calling him uncle is hardly a loss. Later, during a casual conversation with Lei, Feng Yun discovers that Bao is much older than he had presumed, nearly 90 years of age. The fact that he allows someone so much younger than himself, like Feng Yun and Lei, to call him uncle is entirely due to his penchant for pretending to be youthful. "Very well. You seem a bit fatigued. Let us take a moment to rest." Bao, clearly pleased with Feng Yun's performance, beams with satisfaction. Seizing the opportunity of Bao's good mood, Feng Yun decides to address his thirst. Upon their departure that morning, Bao had not permitted him to bring food, nor even water, and now his throat feels parched. "Uncle Bao, where can I find water? I'm dying of thirst." "I knew you would be thirsty. Otherwise, do you think I would have stopped? Is there water here? That's wonderful." Feng Yun immediately begins to search around. But all he sees are dense vines and branches, with not a drop of water in sight. "Uncle Bao, is there really water here?" "Of course there is water. It's just that you cannot see it. Follow me. Without any further preamble, Bao gestures for Feng Yun to follow. Feng Yun trails behind, still harboring doubts. He has already scrutinized the surroundings and confirmed that there is indeed no water. Bao walks less than 10 paces forward before raising his bone knife and striking down. Feng Yun's gaze follows the knife, only to see it sever a vine the thickness of an egg. The vine's surface is smooth and gray. With a swift slice, the bone knife effortlessly cleaves through the vine. In the next moment, Feng Yun's eyes widen in astonishment as a clear stream of water gushes forth from the cut, as if a tap has been turned on. What are you standing there for? Aren't you thirsty? Drink up. Feng Yun reaches out, cups his hands, and cautiously takes a sip. The water bears no odd taste. On the contrary, it possesses a subtle sweetness, far superior to ordinary water. He quickly drains the water in his hands and scoops another handful. He pulls the vine closer, drinking directly from the cut. Once satisfied, he splashes some water on his face, and the flow from the vine finally ceases. Feng Yun estimates that the water flowing from one vine amounts to at least 20 to 30 pounds. Resembling a natural spring. Uncle Bao, what kind of vine is this? How can it contain so much water? It's called a water vine. Everyone refers to it as such as for why it contains so much water. I cannot say. Bao ponders for a moment and adds, Kid, remember this. In the future, when you go hunting, try to avoid drinking from ponds or streams. Why is that? We need water, and so do the feral beasts. Drinking from ponds or streams could lead to encounters with them, and some feral beasts may inhabit the water, which is quite dangerous. Uncle Bao, I understand. However, it seems there aren't too many of these water vines. I have only seen 2 or 3 along the way. What if I can't find more? You need not worry about that. There are plenty of sources of hydration in the forest in due time. I will inform you of them one by one. For now, just remember this. A good hunter will never die of thirst in the forest. After all 4 of them have quenched their thirst and taken a brief respite, they set off once more after a quarter of an hour. This time, it is Lei who takes the lead in clearing the path. One can truly appreciate the difference when comparing experiences. Previously, Feng Yun had merely perceived Bao as formidable, but now, after observing Lei's performance, he gains a clearer understanding of Bao's strength. On the surface, Lei's pace in clearing the path does not seem significantly slower than Bao's, but a closer inspection reveals a vast disparity between them. Whether it is in locating nodes, the angles and force of his strikes, or the results achieved, the difference is stark. What Bao can accomplish with a fraction of his effort, Lei requires at least 3 times as much. If not more. In an effort to elucidate the matter for Feng Yun, Bao continuously offers commentary as Lei clears the path, emphasizing the areas needing improvement. Feng Yun experiences a sudden epiphany, with many of his previous uncertainties now illuminated. Wait. After Lei has been forging the path for about an hour, Bao suddenly calls for a halt. Feng Yun, Lei, and Bei all come to a stop and look at him with questioning expressions. Bao remains silent, strides forward, surpasses Lei, and crouches down to gently brush away a few dry leaves. Feng Yun's gaze follows him closely, and he is the first to notice what lies beneath the leaves. It is a palm-sized imprint, likely belonging to some animal, with a peculiar shape reminiscent of a flower. Chapter 11. Awakening Flower-Hoofed Beast. Just as Feng Yun speculates about the animal that left the hoof print, Lei suddenly exclaims, his voice brimming with excitement. Brother Lei, what is a flower-hoofed beast? The flower-hoofed beast is a type of feral creature, somewhat resembling a deer but without antlers. It is classified as a mid-level feral beast. A mid-level feral beast? That sounds quite dangerous. Feng Yun feels a surge of anxiety. How kill a mid-level feral beast? One would typically require a totem warrior of equal rank, and for a higher success rate and personal safety, it is best not to have fewer than 3 individuals. Even though totem warriors possess extraordinary totemic powers, the physical prowess of feral beasts is exceptionally formidable, and their size often dwarfs that of humans, making them exceedingly difficult to slay. Furthermore, the risks are high. A moment's carelessness could result in a counterattack, costing one their life, with the most unfortunate ending in total annihilation. If Feng Yun's memory serves him correctly, while Lei is indeed a standout among the tribe's younger generation, he remains merely a junior totem warrior. Even if rumors abound that he has brushed against the threshold of mid-level totem warriors, he remains incomparable to a true mid-level totem warrior. Generally speaking, a mid-level totem warrior can effortlessly fend off the assault of 10 junior totem warriors and, before succumbing, can eliminate them all. For a junior totem warrior to hunt a mid-level feral beast is tantamount to courting death. Yet, why does Lei appear so exhilarated? Could it be due to Bao? As Feng Yun reflects on Bao's remarkable capabilities, he begins to feel reassured. Simultaneously, a flicker of excitement stirs within him. Bao has already lost an arm, which must greatly diminish his combat effectiveness. If Lei still believes he can kill a mid-level feral beast, it can only mean one thing. Bao is a high-level totem warrior. This realization is undoubtedly a boon for Feng Yun. Although a master's strength does not guarantee that their apprentice will be equally formidable, the odds are certainly more favorable than a weaker master producing a stronger apprentice. True, the flower-hoofed beast is a mid-level feral beast, but killing it is not particularly difficult. A junior totem warrior can manage it, provided their tracking skills are adequate. Bao responds to Feng Yun's question, though the answer is far from what he had anticipated. How can this be so? If you truly understood it, you would find it quite unremarkable. The flower-footed beast is known by another name, one you likely have never heard, correct? What name? Big Silly Melon. Big Silly Melon? Indeed, it is called Big Silly Melon. What is the reason for such a name? It possesses a peculiar trait. Upon being attacked, it may flee, yet it does not venture far before pausing once more. After another assault, it resumes its retreat, only to halt again. Does it not realize that stopping could lead to its demise? And that is precisely why it is dubbed Big Silly Melon. It is astonishing that such a foolish creature as the flower-footed beast exists in this world. Feng Yun felt a tinge of amusement. However, that mirth quickly faded, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He suddenly realized that he had no right to mock the flower-footed beast. For in a certain sense, he too was akin to one, despite being aware of the perilous existence of the original tribe through the memories of its former owner, Yun. He had never truly taken it to heart. Having been in the Yin-Shi tribe for over a month, he had not once contemplated how to enhance his strength or made any effort toward it. His mindset remained unchanged. He viewed everything within the Yin-Shi tribe as a mere observer. He was blinded by the illusion of safety before him, oblivious to the ever-present real dangers. As a member of the Yin-Shi tribe, the threats that befell others could just as easily befall him. When danger ultimately descended upon him, it would be too late for regret in this regard. How was he any different from the flower-footed beast? Realizing this, he felt an immense gratitude towards Bao. Perhaps Bao's intention in leading him into the forest was to impart the harsh realities and dangers of hunting, compelling him to take his learning more seriously. However, he had helped him recognize his true predicament. This insight was of utmost importance, even a matter of life and death. Lei, seemingly unaware of Feng Yun's psychological shift, seized upon Bao's words, stating, "Yun, your fortune is remarkable. Though the flower-footed beast is referred to as Big Silly Melon, its value is by no means inferior to that of other mid-tier savage beasts. And it can even rival some high-tier ones. Every part of it is a treasure. Its hide can be fashioned into garments and bedding, its flesh is edible, and its blood is drinkable. Particularly, its heart's blood not only fortifies the body, but can also aid warriors in breaking through limitations and ascending in rank." Bao nodded in agreement. Lei speaks the truth. The flower-footed beast is indeed a treasure trove. I was previously concerned about how swiftly you would recover your strength during training, but now, with this, all will be well. Follow me. He led the way, tracing the tracks left by the flower-footed beast. Feng Yun composed his thoughts and waved to Bei, who joined him in following closely behind Bao. Lei remained at the rear, guarding against any surprise attacks. At that moment, Feng Yun noticed that Bao's demeanor had shifted once again. He lifted his legs high and placed them down lightly, moving without a sound. Even when snapping vines and branches, he emitted hardly a whisper. After approximately half an hour of pursuit, Bao suddenly gestured behind him. Instinctively, Feng Yun halted his steps and crouched low. He shifted slightly to allow Bao passage and peered outward. Before them lay a dense tangle of vines and branches, yet light filtered through. Following the light, he discovered a vast clearing not far off, illuminated by the sky above. In the center of the clearing, he spotted a magnificent creature. Its limbs were long, its body well-proportioned and muscular, and its reddish-brown skin bore stripes of black, glistening as if it were made of satin. Feng Yuan recognized it as their target. The flower-footed beast, as he observed, it grazed leisurely, blissfully unaware of the imminent danger approaching. After about 5 minutes of watching, Bao turned to Feng Yuan, Bei, and Lei, signaling for them to remain still. Once he received their silent confirmations, he began to move. Feng Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Instead of directly parting the vines and branches, Bao charged straight toward the flower-footed beast. He gently set his bone knife on the ground, then lowered himself, crawling forward. Feng Yuan nearly blurted a warning. The vines and branches were too dense, and Bao's stature was too large to squeeze through. Yet he held his tongue. As an experienced hunter, Bao would surely not make such a basic error. In the next instant, he demonstrated a jaw-dropping skill. As he crawled, his body became extraordinarily supple, almost as if devoid of bones. Even more astonishing was that when the gap before him was insufficient for him to pass through, his body appeared to elongate and narrow. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Feng Yuan would have found it nearly impossible to believe that what he saw was indeed a human form. Yet he quickly deduced the reason. If he could acquire special abilities upon becoming a formal totem warrior, why could others not? It was evident that Bao possessed unique abilities, and what he was currently exhibiting was indeed one of them. Bao maneuvered past the vines and branches obstructing his path to the flower-footed beast but did not rise. He continued to crawl toward it. Feng Yuan's heart raced. Despite the claims of Bao and Lei that the flower-footed beast was quite foolish, he believed its foolishness had its limits. Seeing such a large figure crawling toward it, it could not possibly remain indifferent. Yet the outcome left Feng Yuan astounded. Bao's entire form was now fully exposed within the flower-footed beast's line of sight. Yet it continued to graze, showing no reaction whatsoever. Could it be blind? Its eyes were bright and alert, certainly not the appearance of a creature that had lost its sight. So why did it behave so peculiarly? Was it truly that foolish? The issue must lie with Bao. Feng Yuan shifted his gaze back to him, only to find his jaw dropping in astonishment. Bao had vanished. However, his instincts told him that Bao had not truly disappeared. He was still there. Feng Yuan focused intently, scanning the area. After a moment, he spotted Bao, but his appearance had drastically changed. His skin had turned green, and not merely a single shade of green. The hues varied in depth and distribution, yet they blended seamlessly with the surrounding grassland. Had Feng Yuan not known his location, he would have failed to detect his presence. No wonder the flower-footed beast overlooked him. It was no longer a mere person, but resembled a chameleon. Though Feng Yuan had surmised that this color-changing ability was another of Bao's unique skills, he could not help but mentally critique it. Bao's disguise was flawless, yet his speed had been compromised, becoming exceedingly slow. When he entered the clearing, he was approximately 20 paces from the flower-footed beast, yet it took him nearly an hour to crawl to its side. When he was about a pace away, he pushed against the ground with his right hand, simultaneously powering his legs, launching himself skyward like a rocket, aiming to pounce upon its back. Bao's camouflage still clung to him as he soared, resembling a large patch of grass suddenly taking flight. The flower-footed beast momentarily froze, yet its reflexes were remarkably swift. The muscles in its thighs tensed, and its 4 hooves struck the ground with fervor, causing the earth to erupt, grass and dirt flying in all directions as it bolted away. Bao's leap appeared destined to miss. However, he did not relent, swinging his fist toward the back of the flower-footed beast's head. The beast's speed was too great, and with the distance now increasing between them, even with Bao's rapid strike, it remained just out of reach. Alas! Feng Yuan could not suppress a sigh of disappointment. Reality proved he had underestimated Bao. Bao's arm suddenly elongated, pulling his fist closer to the flower-footed beast's rear. Got it! Feng Yuan could not help but exclaim in jubilation. Regrettably, the extension of Bao's arm had its limits. When his fist was less than 2 inches from the back of the beast's head, it halted its stretch. Damn it! Feng Yuan cursed under his breath. Almost simultaneously with his expletive, a new development occurred, specifically, a transformation of Bao's fist. Chapter 12. The stuttering tongue and the fiery blaze. A radiant red light enveloped Bao's fist, which then began to expand rapidly, morphing in the process until it ultimately took the shape of a semi-transparent serpent's head. The serpent's head collided with the flower-footed beast's nape. The beast emitted a muffled grunt and was sent sprawling. leaving a scar over 10 paces long in its wake. It turned out that Bao was indeed a high-tier totem warrior. Witnessing him fell the flower-footed beast, Feng Yun finally confirmed his rank. When a person participates in the awakening ceremony, if successful, the totemic power within them is awakened. For a period following this, the totemic power gradually increases, concentrating in the chest. Once it reaches a certain threshold, it materializes, transforming into a serpent's head visible to the naked eye. At this stage, one becomes a formal totem warrior, classified as a junior totem warrior, a category to which Feng Yun belonged. Thus, the serpent's head became the insignia of a junior totem warrior. Should one achieve a breakthrough and ascend to a mid-tier totem warrior, the serpent's body would gradually begin to manifest. However, to fully reveal the serpent's tail, one must attain high-tier totem warrior status. The emblem of a high-tier totem warrior is a complete totem. A complete totem grants the bearer a unique ability, projection, enabling the totemic power to be unleashed externally, directly attacking foes, as Bao had just demonstrated. Observing Bao's triumph over the flower-footed beast, Lei reached for his bone knife, parting the vines and branches as he advanced. Feng Yun and Bei followed suit. As Feng Yun approached, he discovered that the haughty beast was indeed quite substantial. Conservatively estimated to weigh over 1,000 kilograms, Bao stretched forth his hand and patted the creature's belly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Truly robust, he remarked, turning to Feng Yun, a glimmer of regret in his eyes as he said, I had originally intended for you to enjoy a thorough experience, but it seems that we'll have to wait for another time. Lei, lift it up, we shall return. Understood. Lei stepped forward, grasping the haughty beast by the front and hind legs, effortlessly hoisting it overhead, balancing it across his shoulders with ease, showing no sign of strain. Bao picked up his bone knife and forged ahead, opting to retrace their steps. However, the beast's considerable size rendered the original path narrow, necessitating some widening. Along the way, Feng Yun's greatest concern, encountering fierce beasts, did not materialize. They did glimpse a few wild creatures from a distance, but perhaps due to Bao's imposing aura, they merely glanced their way before turning away. After approximately 3 hours, Bao suddenly deviated from their course. Feng Yun initially assumed he had sensed some danger ahead, prompting the detour. Yet, half an hour later, he realized his assumption was incorrect. The 4 of them arrived before a towering stone wall, which bore a crack approximately 2 or 3 zhang wide, though it was obstructed by massive boulders. The smallest of these boulders dwarfed Feng Yun's height. Bao approached and began to move the stones aside with remarkable ease, as though they were mere empty cardboard boxes rather than solid rock. Uncle Bao, what is this place? Feng Yun inquired as they entered the crevice. This is a resting point for our tribe. When hunting, if one cannot return in time, they come here to rest. If the haul is too great, it can also be temporarily stored here. Shall we spend the night here? No, there are provisions stored here. We will eat a little before heading back. Additionally, there are some herbs the shaman needs, which we can bring back. The crevice was quite deep, extending several dozen zhang. Upon exiting, Feng Yun's vision opened up to a vast valley, spanning several hundred zhang in circumference. Within the valley flourished a variety of plants, grasses, trees, and an array of colorful flowers, creating a stunning tableau. Most enchanting was a small stream meandering through the center of the valley, its crystal-clear waters revealing darting fish and shrimp, appearing blissfully carefree. Under Bao's guidance, the 4 of them approached a stone wall directly opposite the crevice. The wall featured several caves, the majority of which were natural formations. Bao stepped up to one cave, grasped the boulder blocking the entrance, and effortlessly removed it, the stone being the size of half a room. At that moment, signs of life stirred within the haughty beast. Bao delivered a punch to its nape, rendering it unconscious once more. Lei entered the cave and soon emerged with a leather pouch, which he opened to reveal a bag of jerky. The jerky was tough and dry, and having grown accustomed to Feng Yun's culinary creations, Bei frowned as she ate. Had she not been utterly famished, she would not have touched it at all. After consuming some jerky and drinking water, Bao re-entered the cave. When he emerged, he carried 2 large leather pouches. He handed one to Feng Yun, gesturing for him to follow. Uncle Bao, what are we doing? Did I not just tell you? There are some herbs the shaman requires, and we are going to gather them now. What kinds of herbs? 2 in total, one called Mashan Tu and the other Li Huo Shao. What peculiar names. Feng Yun shook his head in confusion, unable to fathom what Bao was referring to. Sensing his bewilderment, Bao reassured him, "No need to ponder. You shall understand once you see them." Before long, Bao led Feng Yun to their destination. "This is Ma Xin too." He indicated a patch of forest. Feng Yun focused his gaze and noticed clusters of tiny fruits nestled among the verdant leaves. They were slightly larger than mung beans yet smaller than soybeans, their green hue blending with the foliage, making them difficult to spot unless one looked closely. For some reason, a sense of inexplicable familiarity surged within him as he gazed at the green fruits, as though he had encountered something akin to them before. "This is Lihuo Xiao." Bao pointed to a patch of short plants not far from the Ma Xin grove. Continuing his explanation, densely dotted with red, they stood out vibrantly amid the lush greenery. Those red dots were what Bao referred to as Lihuo Xiao, each no larger than a thumb and resembling glistening rubies. Not all Lihuo Xiao were red. The unripe ones bore a green hue. "You gather the Lihuo Xiao while I collect the Ma Xin too," Bao instructed, heading straight for the grove. Feng Yun approached the Lihuo Xiao and began to harvest. To expedite the process, he did not pick them one by one but rather grabbed handfuls. This approach made it difficult to control his strength, resulting in some being crushed. Instantly, a pungent aroma wafted into his nostrils, freezing him in place, his eyes widening. This scent was all too familiar. It was the unmistakable aroma of chili peppers. He plucked a Lihuo Xiao, split it open, and gently licked it with his tongue. A fiery sensation exploded on his taste buds. Indeed, it was chili. Though the appearance of Lihuo Xiao differed somewhat from the chili peppers he remembered, the flavor was nearly identical. In that moment, tears threatened to spill from his eyes. At long last, he had found a substitute for chili peppers, a rare triumph. He could finally indulge in hot pot once more. A devoted enthusiast of hot pot, especially the spicy variety, he had longed to create a vessel suitable for cooking it. His desire to accompany Bei in search of seasonings was largely driven by the hope of finding the ingredients for the broth. He had managed to find substitutes for ginger, scallions, and garlic. Yet the elusive flower pepper and chili had continued to frustrate him. He never anticipated that this time he would discover both. To ascertain whether the Ma Xin too shared the same flavor profile as the flower pepper, Feng Yun set down his pouch and approached Bao. Assuming he was there to assist, Bao said nothing, continuing to gather while discarding the excess. As Feng Yun filled his pouch with Ma Xin too, he discreetly popped one into his mouth. A gentle bite sent a tingling sensation coursing through his tongue. Quite potent, it was truly the finest quality of flower pepper. Feng Yun silently praised its excellence. Now, both chili and flower pepper were secured. Unable to contain his thoughts of the delightful spiciness of hot pot, he felt his mouth water profusely, wishing he could sprout wings and fly back to prepare the dish to satiate his cravings. Yet, he understood that such haste was futile. To create the most authentic spicy hot pot, both the flower pepper and chili required proper preparation. Furthermore, he lacked the necessary vessel for cooking hot pot. Even if he returned now, he would be unable to savor the classic flavors etched in his memory. Swallowing hard, Feng Yun refocused on his task. Before long, his pouch was filled with flower pepper. To aid his recollection. He chose to retain the names of the spices from his past life upon encountering similar ones. With Bao's assistance, Feng Yun's pouch for chili was soon filled as well. "Uncle Bao, I would like to gather some Ma Xin too and Lihuo Xiao to take back," Feng Yun requested eagerly as he saw Bao preparing to leave with his pouch. "What do you need them for?" "I wish to use them in my cooking." "Young Yun, are you joking? Their taste is so dreadful. Are you certain they can be added to food?" Bao's eyes widened in astonishment. To conceal his secret, Feng Yun decided to fabricate a lie. "I'm not entirely sure. But how can one know without trying? Uncle Bao, you have tasted my cooking. The ingredients have always been unique. Perhaps incorporating Ma Xin too and Lihuo Xiao will yield a new delicacy. Perhaps recalling the exquisite flavors of Feng Yun's dishes." Bao swallowed hard. "You make a valid point. It is worth a try, however. If you manage to create something delicious, you must allow me to taste it first. Uncle Bao, rest assured, you will not be forgotten." "Very well. How much do you want? I shall help you gather it." After pondering for a moment, Feng Yun replied, "Let us gather one pouch of each to avoid waste." "One pouch is hardly sufficient. We should take at least one pouch of each." Before Feng Yun could respond, Bao hurried off to fetch another pouch. The allure of cuisine is truly irresistible, Feng Yun mused as he watched Bao rush away. Chapter 13. Domestication. Upon returning to the tribe, the sun had begun its descent in the west. Feng Yun commenced preparations for dinner, with Bei assisting nearby in their usual routine. She had been observing him cook, learning a few techniques, and they worked in perfect harmony. With no other tasks at hand, Lei squatted nearby, helping Feng Yun clean the flower pepper and chili. As soon as Bao returned, he went to see the shaman. Although they had hunted the haughty beast, the ultimate decision regarding its fate rested with the shaman. Given its significance, coincidentally, just as Feng Yun finished the meal, Bao and the shaman arrived together. Bao glanced at the prepared dishes, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. Young Yun, why did you not include the Ma Sen Tu and Li Huoxiao? Uncle Bao, you are being rather hasty. The usage of spicy ingredients such as Ma Shi Tu and Li Huoxiao requires a bit of exploration. If they are simply thrown in without caution, it could render the dish inedible. Wouldn't that be a waste of food? I suppose I have been a bit too hasty. You must know that the food you prepare is truly exquisite. He scratched his head sheepishly. Are you considering adding Ma Shi Tu and Li Huoxiao to your dishes? Wu inquired, having overheard their conversation. Indeed, I am contemplating this. Both Ma Shi Tu and Li Huoxiao are quite stimulating, and if used wisely, they could impart a unique flavor to the food. I see. Then, do not hesitate to experiment. Ma Shi Tu and Li Huoxiao possess a fiery nature. If they could be consumed directly, they would help dispel the cold and dampness within the body, strengthening one's health and reducing illness. Rest assured. Wu, I will strive to produce results swiftly. Do not rush, take your time. Haste is, all right. Let us discuss matters after we finish our meal. It would be a pity if the food goes cold. Seeing that Feng Yun and Wu had ceased their conversation, Bao could no longer resist the temptation of the delicious dishes and interrupted their dialogue. Wu and Feng Yun exchanged a knowing smile and resumed their meal in silence. Once the meal was finished, the group began to deliberate on the disposal of the Hua Ti showed. Wu's gaze swept across Feng Yun and his companions, asking, how do you plan to handle it? Despite Wu's supreme authority within the tribe, the Hua Ti show was captured by Feng Yun's group, and thus, their wishes must be respected. Bao was the first to voice his opinion. What is there to discuss? We should simply kill it. The real discussion should be about how to divide it. Wu refrained from expressing his stance and turned to Lei. Lei, what do you suggest? I concur with Uncle Bao's approach. This is how it has always been handled. Wu remained noncommittal, shifting his attention to Feng Yun. Yun, do you have any thoughts? His gaze was gentle and encouraging. Wu, that wouldn't be right. I didn't contribute to the hunt for the Hua Ti show. So stop being so coy. Wu is asking you. Just answer him. Ultimately, the decision on how to handle it is not solely yours to make. Bao clearly disapproved of Feng Yun's demeanor. Bao is correct. Share your thoughts. And no one will blame you. Wu also encouraged Feng Yun. In that case, I shall speak. I believe it would be a shame to simply kill the Hua Ti show. Its blood is the most valuable part. Am I wrong? Feng Yun surveyed the others on the way back. He had already inquired in detail about the Hua Ti show's utility from Bao. The group remained silent, awaiting him to continue. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Feng Yun continued, while killing the Hua Ti show would yield its blood, the quantity is limited, and the creature itself is exceedingly rare. Once we kill this one, who knows when we might encounter another? Why not devise a method to continuously obtain blood from it? Everyone, including Wu, brightened at his suggestion, nodding in agreement. That's a splendid idea. Have you thought of a way to do it? Wu was the first to respond, sensing the underlying implication in Feng Yun's words. Young Yun, you truly have a plan. What is it? Speak quickly, Bao exclaimed, suddenly standing up, visibly excited. After seeing the paper and ceramic bowl Wu had provided him and hearing Wu's divination results, Bao had already made up his mind to cultivate Feng Yun diligently. Especially after tasting the delicious dishes prepared by Feng Yun, his resolve to support him only strengthened. However, he faced a pressing issue. Intensive training would undoubtedly lead to significant energy expenditure, necessitating timely nutritional replenishment. Otherwise, the training results would be severely compromised, or worse, it could harm one's fundamental health, rendering the effort counterproductive. Capturing the Hua Ti show illuminated a potential solution, although the final decision regarding its division rested with Wu. Convention dictated that Bao and his 3 companions, as the direct hunters, should receive more than half of the total. With this, he could sustain Feng Yun's rigorous training for a considerable period. As for what to do afterward, that could be addressed when the time came. If Feng Yun's idea could indeed be realized, it would resolve his concerns once and for all. Before becoming a high-ranking totem warrior, Feng Yun could rely on the blood of the Huati Shou to compensate for most of his energy expenditure. As for what would happen once Feng Yun became a high-ranking totem warrior, Bao had not given it much thought. He had faith in Feng Yun, but he was not particularly confident about his ability to attain that status. It had been 50 years since a new high-ranking totem warrior emerged in the tribe. Tio put it bluntly, even if Feng Yun broke through the constraints and became a high-ranking totem warrior, that would likely be a long time coming, and it was not worth worrying about now. The method is quite simple. We shall rear the Huati Shou. When we need its blood, we can extract it, and as long as it remains alive, we can continuously obtain its blood. Feng Yun revealed his plan without any preamble. Rearing. Of course. How could I not have thought of that? How foolish of me! Bao exclaimed, raising his fist and striking the large stone before him with great force, causing bowls to scatter and the stone to shatter. Yun, how did you come up with such a brilliant idea? Lei stood up, exhilarated. I knew Yun was the smartest. Bei cheered, waving her small fists in pride. Yun, your idea is excellent, truly remarkable. Wu's reaction was relatively composed, yet the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his inner excitement. Feng Yun was taken aback by the intensity of their reactions. He had merely proposed a feasible solution. Was it necessary to be so animated? At the same time, a question arose in his mind. Rearing should have been an easily conceived method. Why had no one in the Yin Shi tribe thought of it? Having been in the Yin Shi tribe for over a month, Feng Yun had wandered around the tribe during his free time and had not seen a single household that raised livestock. Not even chickens. Ultimately, he found the answer, but that would come much later. After undergoing rigorous training under Bao, gaining a certain level of strength, and joining the hunting team, he personally experienced the savagery of the wild beasts and witnessed his comrades getting injured or even killed. Gradually, the answer began to crystallize in his mind. The impression left by wild beasts on the tribe's people was exceedingly negative, filled with pain and death. Thus, they developed a stubborn belief that all wild beasts were dangerous and must be exterminated as quickly as possible. Over time, this ingrained mentality led to rigid thought patterns and blind spots, preventing them from considering the option of rearing wild beasts. Even if a captured wild beast was still alive, they would instinctively kill it as quickly as possible. Even for a creature like the Huati Shou, from which blood could only be extracted through special means, they would hasten to kill it upon returning to the tribe, had the target for rearing not been the seemingly harmless big oaf. And had it not promised substantial returns, Wu and Bao might not have so readily accepted his suggestion. The likelihood would be as Bao and Lei suggested, to kill it outright. The notion of rearing received unanimous approval from the group. Yet they still needed to address a few issues. The first was to identify a suitable location for rearing the Huati Shou. This issue was relatively easy to resolve, as the tribe's vast area made it simple to find an appropriate space. The second and more challenging issue was how to convince the people that rearing the Huati Shou was safe. Otherwise, even if they wished to rear it, they would not succeed. After some discussion, they reached the conclusion to keep it a secret for now and begin rearing it discreetly. The attitude toward wild beasts was deeply entrenched in the minds of the people, and even if Wu attempted to persuade them, it would likely yield unsatisfactory results, as they were unwilling to take risks. Fortunately, Feng Yun's dwelling was quite secluded, and on the way back, hardly anyone saw them. Wu also refrained from disclosing to the others that Bao's group had captured the Huati Shou, so there were likely not many in the tribe who were aware of its existence. However, to be on the safe side, Feng Yun proposed a ruse. They could create a creature that resembled the Huati Shou, kill it, and let others see it, thereby avoiding suspicion. How to procure a similar wild beast in a short time proved to be a challenge for everyone. Ultimately, Bao stepped forward. Everyone need not worry. I will handle this issue. Before anyone could stop him, he dashed out. Wu, do you think Uncle Bao will be all right? Feng Yun looked at Wu, concern etched across his face. Hunting wild beasts was dangerous enough, and doing so at night was even more perilous. Yun, you need not fret excessively. Bao is an experienced hunter. He understands the risks and will not take unnecessary chances. Moreover, wild beasts similar to the Huati Shou are herbivores with low aggression. so the risk should not be significant. Lei reassured Feng Yun, as far as I know, beasts resembling the Hua Tisho are generally classified as low-level wild beasts, and some are merely wild animals. Given Uncle Bao's skills, capturing one should not pose much difficulty. Then I shall rest easy, Feng Yun nodded. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained somewhat somber. Everyone understood that hunting was fraught with danger and unpredictability. No one could guarantee a safe return from each expedition. In order to break the silence, Feng Yun initiated a conversation to discuss the placement of the flower-hoofed beast with everyone. Since they had decided to keep this matter hidden from the tribe, it was imperative not to house the creature within the tribal confines. Thus, finding a suitable location for its relocation became crucial. Chapter 14. The second firing of pottery saw them deliberating for quite some time without identifying an appropriate site. Feng Yun, Wu, and Lei began to feel a sense of urgency. The longer the flower-hoofed beast remained in place, the greater the likelihood of it being discovered by others. Finally, Bei, who had been snacking on the side, could no longer contain herself. She raised her hand and said, "I know of a place." "Bei, where is it? Is it concealed?" Feng Yun immediately turned to her, sensing that she could provide a solution to their dilemma. Bei, who loved to explore the area surrounding the tribe, was undoubtedly the most familiar with the surroundings, making her knowledge invaluable. "That place is very hidden. I stumbled upon it by chance." "Where is it?" I can't quite describe it, but I can lead you there." "Is it far?" "Not far. It's not even as distant as from here to Wu's big house." Feng Yun turned to Lei and asked, "Brother Lei, shall we go take a look?" "Sure, not if it's suitable. We can move the flower-hoofed beast there tonight." "Wu, please wait a moment. I'll go scout the area with Brother Lei." "You may go." Feng Yun picked up an oil lamp, thought for a moment, and then took a water ladle, placing it atop the lamp to minimize the light that escaped, ensuring that it would not be seen by others. Even so, as they stepped outside, Feng Yun still handed the oil lamp to Lei, who, with his robust physique, blocked all the light, rendering them invisible from behind. The night was dark, yet Feng Yun noticed that his surroundings were not entirely shrouded in darkness. Even without the lamp's glow, he could faintly discern the path ahead. Moving slowly, he believed they would encounter no significant issues. However, his vision appeared peculiar, tinted gray as if a veil of gray fabric had been draped over his eyes. He speculated that it might be related to his recent transformation into a true totem warrior, which had indeed enhanced his eyesight significantly. Utilizing the faint light from the oil lamp, he could see the ground quite clearly. Lei's vision was evidently sharp as well. He walked at a brisk pace without stumbling. However, Bei struggled, exclaiming that she could see nothing at all. Lei hoisted her onto his back, continuing forward while describing their surroundings, allowing her to navigate by his words. After approximately 10 minutes, the trio came to a halt before a stone wall, thickly covered in dense vines, resembling a massive blanket. Bei instructed Lei to hold the oil lamp steadily. At this point, they were sufficiently distanced from the tribe, surrounded by tall trees, vines, and shrubs, alleviating concerns of being seen. After searching for about 5 minutes, Bei suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "This is the spot." Lei set Bei down, handed the oil lamp to Feng Yun, and said, "You hold this. I'll take a look." Lei gently parted the thick vines, revealing what lay beyond in the lamp's light. Before them was a dark stone wall with a fissure less than 5 feet wide, leading into an unknown abyss. Bei indicated the crack, stating, "Go inside. Not far ahead is a clearing, surrounded by stone walls. It should be large enough to house the flower-hoofed beast." "Are there any other passages?" Feng Yun inquired, voicing his primary concern. "There shouldn't be, at least, I haven't found any." "Let us go in and take a look." Lei accepted the oil lamp from Feng Yun and stepped inside first. After walking approximately 70 to 80 feet, Feng Yun realized they had arrived at a clearing. Under the lamp's illumination, they could see that the ground was level, and the surrounding walls stood tall and straight, resembling a well. Remarkably, about 10 feet above, trees had sprouted from the rock walls, their canopies so expansive that they nearly obscured the sky. Even if someone were to look down from above, it would be difficult to discern what lay below. Feng Yun and Lei exchanged glances, each recognizing satisfaction reflected in the other's eyes. "Brother Yun, this place is quite good. Isn't it?" "Absolutely splendid. I'll remember this favor. If there's ever something delectable to eat, you shall be the first to be invited." "Brother Yun, is that true?" Bei grasped Feng Yun's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course it's true. I have never deceived you. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Lei shot a glare at his sister. Hushing her, "Shh, keep it down. You might attract attention." Bei immediately fell silent. The three then retraced their steps back to Feng Yun's home, where they relayed the details of their discovery to Wu. "Wu, what do you think of that place? I believe it's suitable. Let us keep the flower-hoofed beast there." With Wu's approval, Lei and Feng Yun sprang into action. Lei hoisted the flower-hoofed beast onto his shoulder, while Feng Yun carried the oil lamp to lead the way. Upon reaching the stone wall, Lei encountered a challenge. The fissure was too narrow to pass the flower-hoofed beast directly through. He attempted to maneuver it through head first and tail end, eventually managing to support its belly with both hands to usher it inside. To prevent any mishaps, Lei refrained from loosening the ropes binding the creature. He gathered some large stones to securely block the fissure, and the group returned to rest. Before dawn, the door to Feng Yun's room was forcefully kicked open. Startled, Feng Yun sprang up, quickly retrieving flint and firestone to light the oil lamp, discovering that the intruder was Bao. "Uncle Bao, you're back so soon?" A smile of joy spread across Feng Yun's face. "It's merely a trivial matter. It hardly took me any time. Come, see the savage beast I hunted. It will surely astonish you." "Is that so?" Feng Yun followed Bao outside, the oil lamp casting light upon the creature. Upon seeing it clearly, Feng Yun understood why Bao was so certain it would amaze him. The savage beast was strikingly similar to the flower-hoofed beast. Had he not witnessed the latter being relocated, he might have mistaken it for the same creature. Bao watched Feng Yun's expression closely, and upon seeing his astonishment, he grinned with pride. "Had it not been for my quest to find the closest resemblance, I would have returned much earlier. This was chosen after much deliberation. Isn't it quite remarkable? Not just remarkable. It's practically indistinguishable. I never anticipated I would find such a likeness, Uncle Bao." "This isn't another flower-hoofed beast, is it?" Feng Yun still found it hard to believe how alike the two creatures appeared. "No, it's merely a spotted deer. At first glance, it does resemble the flower-hoofed beast. But upon closer inspection, there are many differences. However, it will suffice to fool people. Uncle Bao, you've worked hard. Please rest now and I'll call you when breakfast is ready. Now that you mention it, I do feel rather tired. I'll take a nap. Young Yun, remember to call me first when the food is ready." "Uncle Bao, you can rest assured." After Bao entered, Feng Yun set down the oil lamp, pulled the spotted deer towards the doorway, and covered it with large leaves before returning to his room to continue sleeping. The next day, Feng Yun and the others slaughtered the spotted deer, deliberately stretching its skin and hanging it high to ensure it could be seen from afar. They also took the opportunity to check on the flower-hoofed beast's enclosure, confirming that it was indeed ideal. As long as the fissure was blocked, there was no way the creature could escape. To prevent anyone from discovering the flower-hoofed beast's whereabouts from above, Feng Yun and the others surveyed the surrounding environment. They noted that the nearby mountains were exceedingly steep, almost sheer. Without achieving the status of advanced totem warriors, it would be impossible for anyone to approach the cave entrance, alleviating their concerns. The only lingering worry for Feng Yun and his companions was whether the flower-hoofed beast could survive. Savage beasts were often volatile. When cornered by hunters with no escape, they would fight to the death, sometimes even charging headfirst into danger. If it refused to eat, it would perish from starvation. However, their worries proved unfounded. Perhaps it was true what people said about it being a big fool. After the ropes binding it were loosened, it displayed no aggressive reactions and appeared quite docile. Feng Yun offered it some grass, and as soon as he retreated back into the fissure, it eagerly began to feast. With all concerns resolved, Bao did not immediately commence training Feng Yun. He informed him that he needed to make some preparations, which would take approximately 2 months, during which Feng Yun would have the freedom to manage his time as he pleased. With the availability of Sichuan pepper and chili, Feng Yun's enthusiasm for hot pot was reignited, and he decided to make the most of the freedom Bao had granted him to create pottery, at least crafting containers for cooking hot pot. Lei had just completed a hunt and required some time to recuperate, so Feng Yun asked him for assistance, and together they constructed a pottery kiln. Analyzing the reasons behind their previous failure in pottery, Feng Yun identified insufficient temperature as a primary factor. He believed that using a kiln would resolve this issue. Having never engaged in kiln construction before, he encountered numerous problems along the way, each necessitating a solution. After nearly 10 days of effort and repeated modifications, he finally completed a kiln towering even higher than a single story. He carefully arranged the clay pieces within, sealed the kiln door, and commenced the firing process. The entire process unfolded rather smoothly, despite the occasional issue of blocked flues, which was ultimately resolved. Once the kiln had cooled completely, Feng Yun, brimming with excitement, forcefully opened the kiln door. The onlookers surrounding him were equally exhilarated, each stretching their necks in eager anticipation to witness the outcome. This time, unlike the last, Feng Yun had constructed a much larger kiln, capturing the attention of many within the tribe, who hurriedly flocked to witness the spectacle. They had been aware of the kiln opening for quite some time. Feng Yun personally entered the kiln, retrieving each exquisitely crafted pottery piece and handing them to Lei, who carefully arranged them on the open ground before the kiln's entrance. Earthen jars, urns, pots, basins, bowls, plates, and jugs filled the vast expanse of ground. The crowd gazed in awe at these novel creations, pointing and murmuring among themselves, their faces alight with desire, yearning to snatch one and take it home. Compared to the previous occasion, the results were significantly improved. However, Feng Yun remained dissatisfied. As there were still too many defective and flawed pieces, he resolved to construct an even better kiln. But first, he needed to address a tricky problem. Chapter 15. Exchange. The people were utterly enamored with the lightweight yet practical pottery crafted by Feng Yun, encircling him eagerly. Some even began to handle the pottery, inspecting it meticulously, seemingly unable to satiate their curiosity. Feng Yun immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. While they had yet to flee with the pottery, convincing them to relinquish it would likely prove unrealistic. After contemplating, he discreetly summoned Bei and whispered a few words in her ear. She promptly squeezed through the crowd, racing toward the shaman's stone dwelling. Feng Yun pondered that the most effective way to resolve the issue would be for the shaman to intervene. Fortunately, the primitive folk were quite straightforward, and his concerns were unfounded. Although they greatly admired the pottery, none attempted to conceal or abscond with it. Before long, the shaman arrived. The atmosphere fell hushed as some individuals quietly returned the pottery they held. Although a few still hesitated to let go, Feng Yun approached the shaman and briefly explained the situation. The shaman, after listening, regarded Feng Yun and inquired, "Yun, how do you wish to handle this? Do you have a plan?" Feng Yun pondered for a moment before responding. "Since everyone appreciates these pottery pieces, let us give them away, but not for free. After all, considerable time and effort were invested in their creation. You wish for them to exchange something in return. That seems quite reasonable. What do you intend to barter for?" "I plan to exchange them for meat. During my last hunting experience with Uncle Bao, I realized my physique was rather weak, and I wish to strengthen it." "That sounds good." The shaman's voice lowered suddenly. "Bao had initially intended for you to drink the blood of a flower-hoofed beast, but I considered it might be too much of a shock to your body, which could lead to complications, so I postponed it. Consuming more meat should bolster your strength adequately." The shaman's voice returned to its usual volume. "How do you propose to carry out the exchange?" "I intend to categorize the pottery into 3 sizes, large, medium, and small, and establish different exchange rates for each. As for the specific meat quantities for each category, I would appreciate the shaman's assistance in setting a standard." Feng Yun's request for the shaman's help in determining the exchange standard held deeper significance. The shaman was most familiar with the tribe's circumstances and could provide a more suitable standard. If Feng Yun were to set it himself, a low standard would result in his loss, while a high one might leave the impression of excessive greed. "Let me think about this." The shaman's face displayed a hint of difficulty, yet he ultimately agreed. After a brief pause, he raised his head and stated, "You are now a recognized warrior. Common beast meat may not significantly benefit you. It would be best to exchange for the meat of a ferocious beast. What do you think?" "That aligns with my thoughts as well. As for the standard, I believe 3 times the weight would be a reasonable measure." 3 times the weight? Shaman, could you elaborate further? To obtain pottery, individuals must provide ferocious beast meat weighing 3 times that of the selected pottery. How does that sound? Shaman, your considerations are thorough. I shall defer to your judgment. Feng Yun had to concede that the shaman's method was indeed far superior to his initial notion of simply categorizing the pottery into 3 grades for exchange. "Then I shall inform everyone of the exchange standards. Please proceed." The shaman stepped forward, signaling for silence. Instantly, the crowd hushed, all eyes fixed on him. The shaman loudly announced the standards he had established with Feng Yun. The situation unfolded as Feng Yun had anticipated. While some voiced concerns that the standards were somewhat high, no one relinquished the pottery they held. Many who had not yet secured pottery immediately rushed to claim their desired pieces upon hearing the standards, resulting in a brief scuffle. Several individuals coveted the same piece, unwilling to yield to one another. Had the shaman not intervened promptly, a fight would have erupted. Everything that transpired demonstrated that the standards set by the shaman were indeed appropriate. However, when the actual exchange commenced, another challenge arose. The yin snake tribe lacked scales, making it quite difficult to ensure that the weight of the ferocious beast meat precisely matched 3 times that of the pottery. Feng Yun resolved to tackle this issue. Although he was not overly concerned about slight discrepancies in the meat's weight, the inability to guarantee precise measurements could leave some feeling aggrieved, perceiving unfair treatment. Drawing from his memory, he fashioned a simple balance scale. To instill confidence in the scale's accuracy, he initially used a pottery jar as a weight, successfully measuring 2 pieces of meat that matched its weight. He then placed the 2 pieces of meat on either side of the balance, which remained level. His actions convinced everyone present, who believed wholeheartedly in the scale's precision. The shaman regarded him with eyes filled with admiration. The problem was resolved, and the outcome garnered the approval of all. Feng Yun felt a sense of accomplishment. Observing the orderly exchanges taking place, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally relaxing, it was then that he became aware of a warmth emanating from his chest. Though not overwhelmingly intense, it still caused him some discomfort. Seeking an excuse, he slipped into a nearby dwelling and promptly lifted his garment. He discovered the snake head on his chest glowing, a faint red light pulsating. The most notable change was in the snake's eyes, which sparkled brightly. What was happening? Tentatively, he reached out to touch it. The sensation felt entirely normal, not warm at all. Gradually, the red light dissipated from the snake head, and its eyes dimmed, seemingly returning to their previous state. No, there was still a difference. The snake head appeared more lifelike and 3-dimensional, to the point where one might mistake it for a real snake head at first glance. Why had this transformation occurred? He did not emerge from the dwelling immediately, but instead sank into deep contemplation. He began to reflect on all his experiences since his arrival in this world. Convinced that the answer lay hidden within those moments, waiting to be discovered with careful scrutiny. Could it be? After approximately 15 minutes, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. He felt he had found the answer. Yun. The shaman sent me to ask how you wish to handle the defective pieces. Lei suddenly pushed the door open and interrupted his thoughts. I will be there shortly. Feng Yun followed Lei out of the dwelling. He was not disheartened. He had found the answer, though its correctness still required validation. Upon stepping outside, Feng Yun noticed that the crowd had thinned considerably. It seemed those who had completed their exchanges had departed with their pottery. Shaman. Do any of these defective pieces have takers? Some do, but we need to adjust the exchange standards. What do you think should be changed? Feng Yun contemplated briefly before replying, Forget it. Let us just give these away. Are you truly willing to give them away for free? While these pottery pieces may have some flaws, they are still functional. You could simply lower the exchange standard. Shaman, I have made my decision. Very well. These pottery pieces are yours. You have the right to handle them as you see fit. Shaman, I would ask for your assistance. What do you need? I plan to inform everyone that I am gifting these pottery pieces to you. Subsequently, you may present them to the people in your name. The shaman's expression darkened immediately. Yun, what are you doing? The items are yours. If you wish to give them away, it is your prerogative. How can I benefit from your generosity? This is not right. Shaman, you misunderstand. My intentions are self-serving. In what way? With such a limited number of pottery pieces and so many people, it is inevitable that many will go without. I am concerned that you are worried they might harbor ill feelings toward you. Indeed, I would appreciate your assistance. Very well, but let this not become a precedent. Rest assured. Shaman, I will not put you in a difficult position again. Feng Yun took a few steps forward and loudly announced his decision. Upon hearing that he had gifted the remaining pottery to the shaman, the crowd fell silent, though their disappointment was palpable. The shaman shot Feng Yun a glance before raising his voice, declaring, I cannot possibly utilize all these pottery pieces alone. I have decided to distribute them entirely among you all. Shaman. Shaman? The The crowd erupted in cheers, encircling the shaman. Once the crowd settled down, the shaman approached Feng Yuan and posed a challenging question. As the shaman, I must act with fairness and justice. Please devise a distribution plan that is easily managed. Feng Yuan immediately agreed. He first counted the people present to ascertain an accurate number, then turned and entered the dwelling. After a short while, he emerged once more, holding a bamboo tube containing several slender grass stems. Wu, this is for you, Feng Yuan said, extending the bamboo tube towards Wu. What is this? It's a drawing tube. What is it used for? Of course, it's for distributing the pottery. How does it work? Everyone will take turns drawing one stem, and that will complete the distribution of the pottery, ensuring fairness and justice. Is it really that simple? Wu appeared somewhat skeptical. This tube contains a total of 623 grass stems, matching the number of people present, with 73 of them having been scorched by fire. Feng Yuan pulled out a few stems from the bamboo tube for Wu to inspect. Wu indeed discovered that one end of some stems bore charred marks. There are 73 pieces of pottery on the ground. Those who draw the scorched stems will be entitled to one piece of pottery each, perfectly ensuring one piece per person. As for the order, it will be determined by the drawing sequence, entirely left to chance, and no one can contest it. Feng Yuan lifted his gaze towards Wu and inquired, Wu, does this method suffice? Excellent, truly excellent. Let us proceed as you suggested. Wu gazed at Feng Yuan, his admiration unmistakable. He raised the bamboo tube in his hand and, following Feng Yuan's explanation, elucidated the distribution process. Everyone concurred. The drawing proceeded swiftly, and soon enough, all the flawed pottery had found its new owners. However, the crowd did not disperse. Those remaining were evidently reluctant to leave empty-handed. Wu prepared to assert his authority to disperse the crowd, but Feng Yuan intervened, proposing a more favorable solution. Chapter 16. The golden finger. Feng Yuan was dissatisfied with the pottery produced this time, as there were far too many defective pieces. The root of the problem lay in some issues with the kiln itself. Thus, he entertained the notion of constructing a better kiln. With the experience gained, even if the new kiln could not achieve perfection, it would undoubtedly surpass the original significantly. Consequently, he would no longer employ the first kiln. Rather than discarding it outright, he preferred to repurpose it. His method of repurposing was straightforward. He decided to rent it out to those who had not secured pottery. They could utilize it to fire their own pottery. However, they must pay rent in the form of beast meat. As for the specific amount of beast meat each person contributed, he was indifferent, merely requiring 1,000 pounds of beast meat for each use of the kiln. Feng Yuan's proposal garnered widespread approval, including from Wu Dai and Wu's perspective. Pottery was both lightweight and practical, and its proliferation would undoubtedly enhance the quality of life for the people. A prospect he welcomed. Regarding those who had remained silent, Feng Yuan could surmise their thoughts. They were either too impoverished or reluctant to part with their beast meat. Of course, it was also possible that they desired to undertake the task themselves. He had no intention of obstructing them. Not to mention in primitive society, even in the 21st century before his transference, it was impossible to eradicate piracy. Discussing copyright with primitives was, quite frankly, an absurd notion. Time was pressing. The time available to him was not plentiful. As soon as Wu departed, Feng Yuan resolved to commence work on the new kiln immediately. He briefed Lei, ensuring that the individuals firing pottery would not damage the kiln, and then returned home. To construct a truly superior kiln, he burned pine branches, scraped ash from the bottom of a pot to make ink, and fashioned a brush from rabbit fur, preparing to sketch the design for the first kiln. He intended to refine it incrementally based on that design, striving for perfection. However, just as he completed the ink and brush, his complexion suddenly flushed crimson, his neck followed suit, and not only his neck, but all exposed skin turned red. He resembled a steamed lobster. A look of unbearable pain flashed across Feng Yuan's face, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Gleaming brilliantly, he tore open his collar, exposing his chest. The totemic serpent's head on his chest blazed fiercely, its eyes radiating a blinding red light, appearing quite terrifying. Moreover, the serpent's head was moving, straining forward as if attempting to escape from his chest. It could not break free, but more of its body was emerging. The totemic fiery serpent was no longer just a head. By the time the flames engulfing it subsided, half of its body was visible. It coiled around Feng Yuan's chest, forming a serpentine formation, its head raised high, poised to strike at any moment. Indeed, Feng Yun looked down at the totem on his chest, revealing an expression of knowing anticipation. Not long ago, he had been sifting through his memories, vaguely guessing the answer. But now he was 100% certain. The substantial enhancement of his totemic power, or more precisely, the inexplicable surge in totemic power, was not solely due to the exceptional aptitude of the original body, but rather the inventions he had initiated: papermaking, pottery firing, crafting a simple balance scale, ink production, brush making. With each creation absent in the yin snake tribe, his totemic power experienced a boost. The only difference was the magnitude of that increase. So this was my golden-fingered. The broad smile spread across Feng Yun's face. During these past days, he had been subtly probing for useful information from Lei, including the promotion of totem warriors. Ascending as a totem warrior was exceedingly challenging. To achieve promotion, totem warriors had to meet two conditions: physical fitness and totemic power. The former was manageable. With diligent training and ample consumption of beast meat, one could ultimately meet the standards. The more formidable challenge lay in enhancing totemic power. Not only was the rate of increase slow, but there were also no effective means to accelerate it. In most cases, one had to simply endure the passage of time. However, the enhancement of totemic power was not limitless. Even if one could wait, at a certain stage, it would stagnate. As for how to break free from these constraints, no one knew. Even those few fortunate individuals who succeeded would be at a loss when questioned. Now, these daunting dilemmas that plagued totem warriors had transformed into mere clouds for him. Improving physical fitness was simple. Eat, with his unique ability to devour, as long as there was beast meat. Enhancing his physical fitness would be a challenge he could not avoid. To increase totemic power, he merely needed to introduce those inventions from later generations and bring them to fruition, without any concern of stagnation. In other words, his path to promotion was a broad thoroughfare. He merely needed to continue moving forward. Ha ha! The more Feng Yun contemplated, the more favorable his thoughts became, and he could not help but laugh aloud. However, just moments after his laughter, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically, and he dashed towards the large pot. He lifted the lid and directly grabbed the meat boiling within. Stuffing it into his mouth, he ate voraciously. Nearly choking, his eyes rolling back, yet he showed no sign of stopping, as if he would perish from hunger if he did not consume it immediately. Although he would not starve if he did not eat the maximum amount in the shortest time. His body would certainly collapse in a brief span. His totemic power surged dramatically, which seemed like a tremendous boon, but excess was as harmful as deficiency. A rapid increase in totemic power placed immense strain on his body. More precisely, it was his body that bore the brunt of this tremendous pressure. The existence of totemic power required a vessel, and the human body served as that vessel. The explosive increase in totemic power far exceeded Feng Yun's body's capacity, putting him at risk of destruction. Fortunately, he possessed the unique ability to devour, allowing him to swiftly enhance his physical fitness through consumption. Otherwise, the dramatic surge in totemic power resulting from ink production and brush making would have swiftly annihilated his body, and no one could have rescued him. Even more fortuitously, he had acquired a substantial amount of beast meat through the exchange of pottery and the rental of the kiln. Otherwise, even with his devourability, he would have faced significant danger. Having consumed an entire pot of beast meat, Feng Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly sighing in relief. He understood that the most perilous moment had passed. When he noticed that the fiery serpent on his chest had suddenly transformed into a mass of searing magma, threatening to burn through his body, he was utterly terrified. He had no doubt that without the assistance of his devourability, which had reinforced the area surrounding the fiery serpent in a short span, such a dreadful situation could have indeed befallen him. However, he also knew that safety was only temporary. Totemic power would not remain docile indefinitely. Once stimulated, it would escape from his chest. Present, only the area surrounding his chest had been reinforced. Other parts of his body remained unchanged. If totemic power migrated to other areas of his body, he would still face immense danger. To ensure absolute safety, he needed to fortify his entire being, inside and out, to a level capable of withstanding totemic power. Feng Yun promptly took action. He washed the exchanged beast meat and tossed it into the pot, boiling it vigorously. Without pausing, he filled another large pot brought by Lei with meat and set it ablaze. When Lei returned and observed Feng Yun's frantic activity, he displayed a look of astonishment. Yun, why are you cooking so much meat? To eat. Can you possibly consume that much? I want to give it a try. I advise against overexerting yourself. Beast meat is not like ordinary meat. Excessive consumption can lead to indigestion, which is quite uncomfortable. Brother Lei, rest assured, if I cannot eat anymore, I will naturally stop. I understand your concern for Uncle Bao's intensive training and your desire to enhance your physical fitness beforehand to make it less arduous. A sympathetic expression appeared on Lei's face. However, I must inform you that this approach is futile. The rigorous training administered by Uncle Bao is ever evolving. He adjusts the difficulty of the exercises according to your individual circumstances, ensuring that you will never find it easy to advance. It seems I am in for a tough time. As Feng Yun pondered how to justify his actions, he knew he would not reveal the truth. Unexpectedly, Lei provided an explanation, and Feng Yun seized the opportunity to ride the wave. Indeed, I endured my fair share of hardships back in the day. Enough said? Enough said. Lei waved his hands repeatedly, his expression reflecting a reluctance to revisit those painful memories. I truly hope Uncle Bao can show some mercy. Don't even think about it. Once he starts training, Uncle Bao becomes a madman. Aren't you afraid of what you just said reaching Uncle Bao's ears, leading to another round of his special training for you? Observing Lei's evident fear of Uncle Bao's training, Feng Yun found it amusing and intentionally sought to frighten him. Lei immediately recoiled, his eyes darting around as if he feared Uncle Bao might suddenly appear. Yun, such jokes are not to be taken lightly. They could frighten someone to death. I warn you, you must not disclose my words to Uncle Bao, or you will certainly regret it. As if concerned that his threat was insufficient, Lei brandished his enormous fist at Feng Yun. Brother Lei, you are being overly cautious. How could I betray you? Setting aside our friendship, you are still Bei's brother. I cannot disregard her feelings. Yun, I apologized, it's just that Uncle Bao's training is too grueling. I would rather die than endure it again. Let us not speak of it further, lest it dampens our spirits. Brother Lei, please keep an eye on the fire while I gather some seasonings to enhance the meat. Lei's eyes lit up. Yun, what delectable dish are you preparing? Garlic-infused pork, a recipe I recently devised, though I am unsure of its taste. It will undoubtedly be delicious, I have faith in you. Let us hope so. Feng Yun himself lacked confidence, as he was still missing many essential ingredients. Delicious, delicious, truly delectable. The garlic-infused pork was served, and as Lei savored each bite, he showered praises. Feng Yun, though not entirely satisfied, continued to indulge, as his immediate priority was to enhance his physical abilities. Everything else was secondary. Chapter 17. Passing the test, Bei seemed to possess an innate intuition for food, for just as Feng Yun and Lei were relishing their meal, she suddenly appeared before them. In recent days, she had been assisting the shaman, helping to prepare medicinal concoctions that, of course, this was also the shaman's attempt to train her. Humph. Her large eyes glared fiercely at Feng Yun and Lei, clearly agitated. Bei, it's not that we didn't wait for you. You have yet to become a totem warrior, and thus you cannot partake in this beast meat. Feng Yun offered an apologetic smile, empathizing with her feelings as a fellow food lover, recognizing the disappointment of discovering a friend enjoying a meal without inviting you. I don't care. I want to eat. Bei's willpower crumbled in the face of the rich aroma of meat, and she reached for Lei's bowl. No way, you absolutely cannot eat the beast meat. Lei spread his large hands over the bowl, completely shielding it from her grasp. She then turned her pleading gaze to Feng Yun, her expression pitiful. Without waiting for her to speak, he hid the bowl of meat behind his back. You are bullying me. You are bullying me. Bei stomped her feet in frustration, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. All right, I can make some for you. Is that acceptable? Feng Yun handed the bowl to Lei for safekeeping and stood up. Really? That would be wonderful. The food at the shaman's is utterly dreadful. If it weren't for his strict supervision, I would have returned long ago. Humph, I finally caught a break. Bei's sorrow transformed into joy, her eyes gleaming with delight. Bei, you shouldn't be so reckless. Countless people in the tribe dream of learning by the shaman's side, yet you take it for granted. Honestly, you must return immediately after eating. Lei's expression darkened as he began to reprimand his sister sternly. "Brother, please stop that. I understand my mistake." Whether out of fear of Lei's authority or simply trying to appear obedient to avoid his reprimand, Bei lowered her head. Meanwhile, Feng Yun chuckled to himself, believing he understood Bei better than Lei did. She was a true foodie. For her, the pleasure of eating outweighed the need for an apology. Over the past few days, Feng Yun had gathered a variety of ingredients and was well prepared. He decided to treat Bei well, considering she had not tasted his cooking in several days. Stir-frying, sautéing, braising, frying, boiling, Feng Yun prepared over 10 dishes in one go. The room filled with the rich aroma of the food, enticing both Lei and Bei to eagerly partake, undeterred by the disdainful looks they exchanged. After a while of competing with his sister for food, Lei reluctantly set down his chopsticks, his face a mixture of regret and longing. He had already consumed a significant amount of beast meat, which was difficult to digest in a short time. Leaving no room in his stomach for the delectable dishes Feng Yun had prepared, Bei, however, devoured everything voraciously, leaving not a single dish untouched, even finishing the soup, nearly licking the bowl clean. Ultimately, her gluttony left her in a predicament. Unable to stand from being overly full, as a last resort, Lei had to carry her to see the shaman. Feng Yun, on the other hand, relished the peace and quiet, filling both large pots with meat and cooking it over a roaring fire. He consumed significantly more beast meat than Lei had, yet he felt no signs of fullness. On the contrary, he felt no sense of satiation at all, as if his stomach had transformed into a bottomless pit, incapable of being filled no matter how much he ate. Despite consuming such a copious amount of beast meat, he deeply appreciated the benefits it provided. His stomach felt akin to a furnace, continuously generating heat. At that moment, his skin also underwent a transformation, exhibiting an extraordinary insulation effect. The heat emanating from his stomach was completely blocked upon reaching his skin, not leaking a single trace. As the heat surged from his stomach, the insulation from his skin prevented any loss of warmth, causing his internal temperature to rise steadily. He felt as though he had become a human steamer. No, even hotter than a steamer. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would find it hard to believe that a person could survive under such conditions. Nevertheless, he was indeed alive and thriving. The intense heat within him did not bring discomfort. Rather, he felt invigorated. He could distinctly sense his body growing stronger, and that sensation was exquisite. If Feng Yun were to choose an object to describe his current physical state, he would deem a steel furnace to be most fitting. Under the searing heat, he felt as though his body was akin to iron or in a furnace, becoming increasingly pure and solid. He could also vaguely sense that his body was undergoing some changes that he could not fully grasp. Yet they were of utmost importance to him. He did not know what these changes would ultimately yield, but he believed they would only bring him benefits. As the meat finished cooking, Feng Yun sprinkled on some simple seasonings and began to eat heartily. The meat in the large pot diminished at a visible rate in no time. He had devoured both pots, each containing no less than 200 pounds of beast meat, leaving them utterly empty. At this point, he finally understood the effects of the beast meat. The meat in his stomach, through the process of digestion, transformed into a continuous stream of heat, raising his internal temperature to astonishing levels. Feng Yun even suspected that if he exhaled, flames would burst forth into the air. The extreme heat also tested his limits, not in terms of his physical capacity, but rather his endurance. He could distinctly feel that his body could withstand even higher temperatures. However, his mind began to falter, causing dizziness, nausea, and a foggy consciousness, akin to the symptoms of heat stroke in an ordinary person. Is it time to call it quits? Feng Yun could not help but ask himself. Do not push yourself any further. With the ability to devour, as long as there is beast meat available, your physical enhancement is assured. Why rush? Just give in, give in. A voice echoed in Feng Yun's mind, urging him to relent. The voice began to influence him, and he felt increasingly uncomfortable, finding it harder to endure. Just as his resolve was on the brink of collapse, and he was about to surrender, a vivid image of an animal appeared in his somewhat dazed mind. With long limbs and a well-proportioned, athletic body, its beautiful red-brown fur was adorned with striking black stripes, gleaming like satin. The figure of the animal became clearer and clearer. It was the flower-hoofed beast. Feng Yuan recognized the identity of the creature that had emerged in his mind. The flower-hoofed beast has another name, which you likely do not know. What name? Big Fool. Big Fool? Indeed, Big Fool. Why does it bear that name? It possesses a particular trait. After being attacked, although it attempts to flee, it cannot escape far before stopping again. After being attacked, it runs again, yet it still halts. Does it not realize that stopping could lead to its demise? That is precisely why it is called Big Fool. The moment Feng Yuan recognized the flower-hoofed beast, a conversation he had with Bao echoed in his mind. No, I refuse to be like the flower-hoofed beast. I will not give up. A thunderous roar of defiance erupted within Feng Yuan's heart, shattering the image of the flower-hoofed beast into oblivion. The spirit of Feng Yuan has been profoundly stimulated, leading to significant transformations, albeit for the better. His consciousness has become remarkably clear, and the dizziness and nausea swiftly dissipate, rendering the previously unbearable high temperature within him somewhat more tolerable. Ha! Feng Yuan exhaled a long breath, feeling an immense sense of relief. He realized he had surmounted a formidable obstacle, a perilous trial indeed. The benefits were not merely confined to the enhanced effects of the beast meat, which would bolster his physical prowess. More crucially, his spirit had undergone a baptism, fortifying his willpower. Conversely, had he chosen to surrender, the repercussions would have been immeasurably grave. Abandonment is always an easy option, yet it begets endless troubles. To yield once is to condition oneself to yield a second, third time. In due course, this could evolve into a terrifying inertia. Even when faced with challenges that are not insurmountable, ones that one is fully capable of overcoming, it becomes habitual to choose resignation. Even more alarming is that through repeated capitulations, a person's resolve weakens. Self-confidence swiftly erodes and ultimately, one may begin to self-deny, believing oneself to be incapable. In truth, the chasm between the victors and the vanquished is not as vast as it appears. It is often the result of a self-deprecating perspective. The root of this phenomenon may very well stem from a seemingly inconsequential act of giving up. In a certain sense, Feng Yuan is fortunate. Prior to facing his trials, he received a clarion call that awakened him at a critical moment. As a result, the challenge not only failed to overwhelm him but ultimately served to elevate him. Without hesitation, Feng Yuan refilled 2 large pots and continued to cook the meat. Once prepared, he devoured it with astonishing speed. The beast meat, under the process of assimilation, caused Feng Yuan's internal temperature to surge once more. This time, the heat was excessive. His skin could no longer contain all the warmth, leading to a dissipation of heat. Although the escaping warmth was minimal, it still produced a remarkably striking effect. The air around Feng Yuan warped violently, making him appear almost distorted. Thunder returned, and upon opening the door, he was immediately hit by a wave of intense heat. Subsequently, he noticed something unusual about Feng Yuan, prompting a gasp of astonishment. "Yuan, what has happened to you?" Thunder rushed towards Feng Yuan, reaching out to touch his forehead, only to recoil in pain from the searing temperature. His hand met Feng Yuan's brow, as if it had encountered a red-hot coal. "Damn! I warned you not to overindulge, yet you would not listen. Now look what has happened." Although Thunder grumbled, he still chose not to abandon Feng Yuan. He removed the beast skin garment from his body, wrapping it around his right hand, and attempted to pull Feng Yuan's arm, intending to drag him out of the room. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, he halted, a large hand suddenly resting on his shoulder, stopping him. Chapter 18. A sudden leap forward. Thunder immediately turned to see a familiar face. "Uncle Bao, why are you stopping me? Yun is in danger." There was a hint of reproach in Thunder's voice. "Do you truly believe you are helping Yun?" "Thunder," Bao replied, unperturbed, merely countering with a question. "Of course, I am helping Yun. And how do you intend to assist him?" I plan to pour cool water on him to lower his temperature. Such heat could harm him." "You are being foolish." Bao glared at Thunder fiercely. "Fortunately, I returned in time. Had you continued your reckless behavior, you would have ruined Yun." "Uncle Bao, did I do something wrong?" Thunder's expression reflected his guilt. Not just wrong, but gravely mistaken. Yun is currently being scorched by extreme heat, enduring immense pressure. Should you pour cool water on him, It would create a dangerous juxtaposition of temperatures that would far exceed his capacity to withstand. Bao turned his gaze to Thunder, inquiring, "Can you guess what would happen then?" Thunder scratched his head, contemplating, but ultimately chose to concede, "I cannot guess." It would explode with a resounding bang. Not only would Yun meet a grim fate, but you would also accompany him to the grave. Is it that severe? Thunder recoiled in fright. I just saved you. And yet you shout at me, failing to recognize a good deed. Uncle Bao, I was wrong. I was wrong. Thunder hurriedly apologized, though he still forgot about Feng Yun's perilous situation. Uncle Bao, what about Yun? We cannot just leave him like this. He truly appears to be in danger. We must intervene. Of course, however, we must be cautious in our approach. Uncle Bao, just give the order, and I will follow your instructions. It is quite simple. You go and bring over the remaining beast meat. What do we need the beast meat for? Thunder appeared quite puzzled. Fool. To eat, of course. Who will eat it? Thunder seemed not to grasp the situation. Who else? It is for Yun, of course. Hurry and bring it over. How can we? Yun is in a very precarious state right now. If he continues to consume beast meat, won't that surely lead to his demise? What do you understand? Yun is currently facing a trial, but it is also an opportunity for him. If he seizes it, his physical capabilities may surpass yours in a single bound. Impossible. I have trained rigorously for nearly a decade to achieve my current level. How could he possibly surpass me so quickly? Moreover, I have consumed far more beast meat than he ever could. Even if his aptitude is superior, and his absorption is efficient, he would never attain such astonishing results. Thunder shook his head vigorously, a look of disbelief etched on his face. Bao gazed intently into Thunder's eyes, speaking earnestly, Thunder, remember this. Individuals are not all the same. Now, cease your sulking and follow my instructions. Uncle Bao, are you certain this will not pose a problem? Rest assured I hold Yun in high regard. How could I harm him? Furthermore, he was entrusted to me by Wu. Should anything happen to him, I would have no explanation to offer. Very well. Although Thunder was somewhat reluctant, he proceeded towards the storeroom where the beast meat was kept. He piled all the beast meat together, while Bao and Thunder gathered a substantial amount of firewood and placed it by the door. Yun, I know you can hear me. Rest assured, eat your meat without interruption. No one will disturb you, for I shall ensure Thunder takes care of you. Bao called out to the unmoving Feng Yun, who appeared as still as a statue. Thunder, assist Yun in cooking the meat. I will step out for a moment. Bao gave Thunder a brief directive before swiftly departing. At this moment, Feng Yun found it increasingly difficult to focus on the happenings around him. When Thunder had attempted to pull him earlier, he had wanted to voice his objections, but found himself unable to do so. All his energy was devoted to resisting the internal heat assaulting him. The moment he let his guard down, he risked succumbing to defeat. Should he falter, he would be in grave danger. The accumulated heat within him could erupt uncontrollably, potentially inflicting severe injury or even completely annihilating his body. In a sense, he was at his most arduous juncture, teetering on a tightrope. Although the intense heat within him significantly elevated his physical capabilities, it also imposed a considerable burden on his body. At this moment, he had barely reached the threshold required to withstand the heat's assault. However, if he could endure, a bright future awaited him. As time elapsed, his physical condition would continue to improve, and the detrimental effects of the heat would diminish to negligible levels. The risks taken were substantial, yet so were the rewards. In such extreme circumstances, Feng Yun's body would undergo the most rigorous refinement, accelerating the enhancement of his abilities, even surpassing the typical rate by several magnitudes. Feng Yun was acutely aware of his condition and understood precisely what actions would yield optimal results. Upon noticing the pace of his physical improvement beginning to wane, he dashed towards the pot of meat. Thunder had already prepared the meat as per Bao's instructions. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yun devoured both large pots of meat. Insanity, sheer madness. Despite Bao's prior explanations, Thunder couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief at Feng Yun's voracious consumption. In the time that followed, Feng Yun focused solely on one endeavor: eating, relentlessly feasting. However, the imminent danger he faced had significantly diminished. With experience comes wisdom. He gradually discerned a balance between the rate of physical enhancement and the risk of bodily collapse. As he grew increasingly familiar with his body's condition, he pushed this balance to its limits, no longer walking a tightrope but dancing upon the edge of a blade. The effects of this approach were remarkably pronounced, elevating the speed of his physical enhancement to new heights. It could be said that the benefits derived from the beast meat he consumed had reached their zenith. Typically, a totem warrior would waste a significant portion of the beast meat they consumed, with only a small fraction transforming into the energy required for bodily functions, resulting in a meager enhancement of their physical capabilities, less than 1/10 of the total consumed. Even that paltry amount would yield limited results. Feng Yun, on the other hand, possessed the ability to fully assimilate the beast meat he ingested. Coupled with his mastery of the optimal balance, the energy derived from the beast meat would enhance his physical prowess to an extent unimaginable compared to that of an ordinary totem warrior. This is precisely why Bao asserted that Feng Yun could leapfrog over Thunder, who had toiled for years, in a single bound. He underestimated the situation, yet it was not entirely his fault. After all, he was merely a 10-year-old child watching the unfolding events. Even with exceptional talent, achieving perfection was hardly feasible. What he remained oblivious to was the fact that within him resided a more mature soul, one with superior control and consequently, better results. In truth, Bao had left a contingency plan. Should Feng Yun's physical enhancement prove inadequate, he would find a way to remedy the situation, as he would never allow himself to lose face in front of Lei. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that his backup plan was no longer necessary. By the time Feng Yun had consumed all the beast meat and depleted his internal energy, 6 days and nights had already passed. During this period, Wu had personally come to inspect the situation. Upon witnessing Feng Yun's condition, he was taken aback, yet after hearing Bao's explanation, he opted not to intervene, clearly choosing to trust Bao. As Feng Yun slowly opened his eyes, he saw Bao, Lei, and Bei standing before him, their eyes red and faces weary, evidently having lost sleep in their vigilance over him. Feng Yun felt a wave of gratitude. "Thank you," however. As soon as he uttered these words, his body weakened and he collapsed to the ground. Lei hurriedly stepped forward, extending his arms to catch Feng Yun, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Yun, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Bei rushed over as well, gripping his arm, her small face filled with worry, tears brimming in her large eyes. Feng Yun wore a puzzled expression. "I don't know. I'm just feeling weak all over." Lei turned to Bao, his voice laced with urgency. "Uncle Bao, what's happening to Yun? Isn't eating the beast meat supposed to strengthen his body? Why can't he even stand?" "Indeed, Brother Yun. Is something wrong?" Bei chimed in, tilting her head in question. Feng Yun shared the same concern, glancing at Bao, hoping for a reasonable explanation. In contrast to Lei and Bei's anxiety, Bao remained remarkably composed, casually remarking, "Have you ever seen bamboo?" "Bamboo? Of course, but what does that have to do with Yun?" Lei was clearly struggling to connect the dots. "It's quite relevant. Provided the climate is suitable, bamboo can grow at an astonishing rate, sometimes reaching the height of a person in a single day. However, this is precisely when it is most vulnerable." "Why is that?" "Because it grows too quickly. To become resilient and sturdy, bamboo requires time." "Uncle Bao, are you saying that Yun appears weak because his body is strengthening too rapidly?" Lei seemed to grasp the concept. "Not too dim-witted," Bao nodded in acknowledgement. "But do not worry. I have made preparations to ensure he becomes strong again swiftly." "What do we need to do, Uncle Bao?" "Simply allow Yun to rest." Lei helped Feng Yun lie down, draping a beast skin over his chest and abdomen. Evidently concerned about him catching a chill due to his weakened state, Bao nodded to himself in approval. "Wait for me a moment. I will return shortly." After Bao left, the three remained silent, Lei and Bei wary of disturbing Feng Yun. Approximately half an hour later, Bao re-entered, holding a large yellow gourd. He handed it to Lei, instructing, "Have Yun drink this." "Uncle Bao, what is this?" "The blood of a flower-hoofed beast. It is incredibly nourishing. Once Yun drinks it, he will soon be lively again." Chapter 19, Mysterious Power. "I can manage it myself." Seeing Lei uncork the gourd, ready to feed it to him, Feng Yun propped himself up, attempting to sit up. "Do not be stubborn." Lei supported Feng Yun into a sitting position, placing a rolled beast skin behind him, then held the gourd to his lips. Feng Yuan realized his body was indeed too feeble to resist. Yet, he felt a lingering reluctance. Drinking blood was something he had never done or even considered. Before sipping, he instinctively took a whiff. To his surprise, it was far from the repulsive stench he had anticipated. Instead, it bore a pleasant aroma, mingled with subtle notes of herbs and flowers. Perhaps due to the blood still being warm, it entered his mouth with a soothing, slightly sweet sensation, proving to be far more palatable than he could have imagined. Had he not known it was blood, he would never have believed that beast blood could taste this delightful. Previously, while consuming beast meat, he had been subjected to intense heat and severe dehydration. Despite drinking the broth, he still felt parched. The flower-hoofed beast's blood effectively quenched his thirst. Unbeknownst to him, he had downed an entire gourd, nearly 10 jin of blood. "How do you feel? Is there any improvement?" Lei inquired. Removing the empty gourd from Feng Yuan's lips, his expression filled with concern. "Brother Yun, you must recover quickly. I am still waiting for you to cook delicious food for me," Bei added, her large eyes gazing anxiously at Feng Yuan. "You only think about eating. Be careful not to become a little chubby." Feng Yuan shot Bei a reproachful glance before turning to Lei, a hint of confusion evident on his face. "The flower-hoofed beast's blood was delightful and quenched my thirst, but I don't feel any other effects. What is happening? How can this be? The flower-hoofed beast's blood is supposed to have remarkable effects." Lei's face displayed disbelief as he turned to Bao, asking, "Uncle Bao, have you encountered this situation before?" Children lack patience, unwilling even to wait a moment. "Uncle Bao, are you saying the flower-hoofed beast's blood hasn't lost its efficacy, but rather, it has yet to take effect?" The flower-hoofed beast is a mid-level savage beast. Comparable to some high-level ones, its blood is not easily absorbed. Patience is required. However, considering Yun's condition, it should start to take effect within the span of a meal. "You nearly scared me to death. I thought the blood had lost its potency." Lei sighed in relief, completely relaxing. "Lei, help Yun lie back down. We will step outside and not disturb him." Lei assisted Feng Yuan into a comfortable position, covering him with the beast's skin. And together with Bao, they exited. Bei lingered at the door, reminding him, "Brother Yun, you must recover." "I will. See, I am already feeling a bit better, aren't I?" Feng Yuan struggled to raise his hand, waving to affirm his words. "Begin." The moment the door was shut, Feng Yuan issued a command for Tun to commence its absorption. He detested the feeling of weakness and was eager to regain his strength. Tun, a unique ability highly regarded by shamans, proved its worth. Even though the blood of the flower-hoofed beast was a formidable mid-level beast, its absorption was challenging. Some lower-tier totem warriors could not even absorb it, yet they remained powerless against Tun. Almost immediately after Feng Yuan's command, he felt a reaction in his stomach, warmth spreading within him as though water were being heated. An immensely comforting sensation. As time passed, the warmth in his stomach intensified rapidly. Waves of heat began to surge from his abdomen, coursing throughout his body, quickly enveloping him entirely. However, this warmth differed significantly from the intense heat generated when he had absorbed the beast meat previously. The latter felt like a scorching process, refining every part of him as if it were raw ore, enhancing its purity and fortifying his body. In contrast, the former was nurturing, even restorative, mending the damage inflicted by the rapid enhancement of his physical strength not long prior. Feng Yuan could feel his body greedily absorbing the heat generated from the flower-hoofed beast's blood, akin to parched earth welcoming long-awaited rain. During this process, he sensed the weakness dissipating swiftly, a powerful energy residing within him, accumulating and awaiting its moment to erupt. Feng Yuan refrained from testing the extent of his newfound strength, knowing better than to rush. He wanted to fully benefit from such an extraordinary substance and would wait until Tun had completely absorbed the blood. Before long, Feng Yuan grasped the distinction between mid-level and low-level savage beasts. He had consumed an estimated 5,000 jin of low-level beast meat, but had managed to absorb it all, yet now. After drinking only about 10 jin of the flower-hoofed beast's blood, the energy it transformed into fully satisfied his body's needs, leaving him filled to the brim. The warmth in his stomach showed no sign of diminishing, and waves of heat continued to surge, accumulating within his body. With his body now satiated, the absorption of energy began to decrease and eventually halted altogether. However, The energy derived from the flower-hoofed beast's blood did not cease. Rather, it continued to accumulate within him. Soon, Feng Yun experienced an unsettling sensation, feeling as though his body was swelling. Would he burst? Fear began to fester within him, quickly growing stronger. He finally understood the shaman's words. Absorbing the flower-hoofed beast's blood indeed posed a significant shock to the body, potentially leading to injury. Stop! Feng Yun urgently commanded, instructing Tun to cease its absorption. He intended to expend the excess energy within him before absorbing the remaining flower-hoofed beast's blood. Yet, it was too late. His command did not yield the desired effect. Waves of heat continued to surge from his stomach. Initially, he assumed his command had failed, that Tun had not stopped. However, he soon uncovered a truth he was reluctant to acknowledge. Swallow remained under his control. As soon as he issued the command, it ceased its transformation. The blood of the flower-hoofed beast continued to flow ceaselessly into energy, a testament to Swallow's formidable abilities. Before he had even given the order to stop, it had already completed the conversion of the blood, transforming it entirely into energy. The heat emanating from his stomach was merely the ongoing release of this energy. What should I do? Summon Uncle Bao, call for Wu, and let them brainstorm solutions. Upon uncovering the truth, Feng Yun forced himself to regain his composure and began to devise a plan. Ultimately, he abandoned the idea of seeking assistance. He harbored doubts about whether Bao and Wu could truly aid him. More importantly, he sensed, albeit subtly, that he possessed the capability to manage the crisis he faced. Handle the excess energy, Feng Yun mused, contemplating as he attempted to issue a command to Swallow. He recalled Wu's astonishment upon learning of his acquisition of Swallow and the immense potential Wu had mentioned it possessed. If it were unable to manage the surplus energy within him, it would indeed be less than worthy of its reputation. His instincts proved correct. Almost simultaneously with his command, Swallow began to exhibit new movements. Feng Yun discovered a strange power surging within him, powerful, fierce, and imbued with a soul-stirring mystical energy. From the moment it manifested, it held him captive, as he had never imagined such a formidable force resided within him. This power was shrouded in mystery. He could not ascertain its origin, as if it had materialized from thin air. He endeavored to trace its source, for the existence of such an unknown entity within his body, especially one so potent, was something no one could dismiss lightly. However, he was unable to uncover its origins. Once this power emerged, it sprang into action, significantly influencing him. It began to pursue the energy transformed from the blood of the flower-hoofed beast. That moment, it fully showcased its might. The energy derived from the blood had caused Feng Yun considerable distress, placing him in jeopardy, and could hardly be deemed weak. Yet, before this new force, they were utterly inconsequential, captured in an instant, devoid of any resistance. After subduing the energy, the mysterious power proceeded to hammer it. More accurately, it struck both the energy and Feng Yun's body in unison, relentlessly pounding away. The sound of thunderous crashes echoed in his ears, akin to a storm rolling across the ground, leaving him momentarily dazzled. The effects were strikingly evident. The quantity of energy transformed from the blood began to dwindle rapidly. Even though energy continued to surge from Feng Yun's stomach, it posed no further threat to him. The crisis had passed. Feng Yun shifted his focus entirely to the changes occurring within his body. To assert that the tumultuous actions of this mysterious power would not impact him would be a notion he could not entertain. Before long, he discerned new transformations within himself. Under the relentless forging of this mystical force, not only did the energy rapidly integrate into his entire being, but every part of his body also grew stronger. He could even hear the sound of his muscles and tendons vibrating, reminiscent of the twang of a powerful bowstring being drawn. His bones emitted clear and melodic cracks, resembling neither gold nor jade. Yet they were undeniably pleasing to the ear. Although he could not perceive the precise changes occurring in his muscles, tendons, and bones, he could still sense the transformation within his body. It felt as if he were a block of iron, with impurities being purged and his essence becoming increasingly refined under the influence of this enigmatic power. Time passed, and suddenly, the mysterious force vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Feng Yun remained unable to trace its presence. Nevertheless, he no longer dwelled on it. He had come to understand its origin. It stemmed from Swallow, serving as a means to alter his constitution. Chapter 20. The harvest Feng Yun braced himself on either side of his body, preparing to rise, only to find his hands sinking into the stone slab beneath him as if it had turned to soft mud. What is happening? He wondered, cautiously extracting his right hand from the slab, causing fragments to scatter and tumble to the ground with a gentle clatter. The stone had not softened. The sound of the shattered stones hitting the ground made Feng Yun realize that the slab beneath him had undergone no changes. If the stone remained unchanged, then the only entity that could have transformed was himself. He withdrew his left hand, picked up a fragment the size of a fingertip, placed it in his palm, and pressed down gently with his right hand. Poof! A soft sound emanated from his palm. When he opened his hand, the fragment had completely turned to powder. Reaching down to grasp the stone slab, he easily inserted his fingers into it, encountering almost no resistance, as if he were sinking into soft sand. With a slight exertion, he closed his fingers, creating a hollow in the slab as he continued to squeeze. Debris began to cascade from between his fingers. Had his body truly become this strong? Feng Yun paused momentarily, then erupted with uncontainable joy. He had anticipated changes in his body. After such tumultuous events, it was impossible for there to be no alterations. However, he had not expected to possess such formidable strength. Reducing stone to powder was beyond his wildest dreams. He leaped down to the ground, only to encounter further trouble. His legs sank deep into the earth, submerging past his ankles. He paid it no mind, extricating his feet and striding towards the door. Grasping the door frame, he pulled, only to uproot the entire door. At that moment, he recognized the inconvenience brought about by his newfound strength. He could not control the magnitude of his power, which could inadvertently wreak havoc. Indeed, every advantage brings a disadvantage, Feng Yun sighed, stepping outside. To avoid causing unnecessary destruction, he endeavored to regulate his strength, moving slowly. Brother Yun, are you fully recovered? Bei exclaimed upon seeing Feng Yun, rushing towards him with unrestrained joy. I am completely well, he replied with a radiant smile. Don't come closer. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. Images of the stone slab he had shattered, the deep pit he had left in the ground, and the door he had torn apart flooded his mind. He realized that he still could not accurately control his strength. If Bei made contact and he miscalculated, injuring her, he would be filled with regret. His shout had the desired effect. Bei hesitated for a moment, instinctively slowing her advance. However, her excitement upon seeing Feng Yun propelled her forward with such momentum that she could not halt her trajectory, hurtling towards him. She instinctively extended her arms, hoping he would catch her. Yet, Feng Yun did not oblige. Instead, he leaped aside as if confronted by a venomous snake. He leaped quite a distance, nearly 10 zhang away. Bei tumbled heavily to the ground, and tears streamed down her face. She did not cry from the pain of her fall. Just moments before, she had believed Feng Yun to be gravely ill, carrying him to Siwu, stumbling several times along the way while ensuring he remained unharmed. Acting as a cushion for him, now, the pain of her fall was insignificant in comparison, yet she wept. She cried not for the fall, but because Feng Yun had shouted at her and avoided her, leaving her to fall helplessly to the ground. Though she had not intended to cry, tears flowed uncontrollably. Feng Yun approached, wishing to help Bei up, yet hesitated. Upon seeing him advance, Bei's heart raced. She thought that if he helped her up, she would forgive him. However, his actions only deepened her sorrow. Rising from the ground, she shot him a fierce glare and turned away, running off into the distance. Feng Yun was reminded of their first encounter. Her gaze filled with the same ferocity as now, akin to that of a small leopard. Bei, wait, allow me to explain. But Bei paid no heed to his words, quickening her pace. Feng Yun could only offer a bitter smile. Addressing Bao and Lei in the distance, Uncle Bao, Brother Lei, I never intended to harm Bei. I understand. Your actions were meant to protect her, Bao nodded, displaying a look of comprehension. Lei, however, remained silent, staring blankly at the ground. Before them lay a large pit, the result of Feng Yun's evasive leap, nearly a person's depth. Bei should have landed in the pit, but the shockwave generated by Feng Yun's footfall had pushed her aside. Lei, why are you in a daze? Go keep an eye on Bei. If anything happens to her, be wary of Wu's wrath. Bao firmly patted Lei's shoulder, jolting him from his stupor. "I'll go right away." Lei nodded. But before leaving, he glanced at Feng Yun and said, "Uncle Bao said you would surpass me in a single stroke. I initially found it hard to believe, but now I can see that I am inferior to you." The spot where Feng Yun had left the pit was remarkably solid. The soil intermingled with numerous stones. Lei understood that, with his strength, even at full force, he could not have caused such extensive damage. Perhaps if he harnessed totem power, he might achieve it, but Feng Yun had clearly not utilized any totem energy. It was entirely a matter of physical strength. He had lost. A bittersweet tone tinged his voice, mingled with a hint of despair. He was a standout among the younger generation of the tribe, revered by the people, basking in the glory of success. Yet, Feng Yun had dealt him a crushing blow, unceremoniously bringing him down from the heights of triumph. He had been mercilessly reminded that the achievements he had painstakingly cultivated over nearly a decade could be effortlessly eclipsed by another. The impact on him was undeniably profound. "Brother Lei, you need not feel this way. I merely stumbled upon good fortune. While your prowess is undeniable, I hold you in the highest regard, truly." Lei remained silent, merely waving his hand before pursuing Bei. Feng Yun observed Lei's dejected silhouette, a hint of remorse crossing his face. "Young Yun, you need not feel guilty. The disparities between individuals have always existed. Some simply fail to perceive them, or pretend not to see. I just feel it's somewhat unfair to Brother Lei." "Unfair? What constitutes fairness? I see nothing unjust in this." Bao unexpectedly let out a cold laugh. "Uncle Bao, is it not a bit excessive to say so?" Feng Yun furrowed his brow, feeling that Bao had gone too far. "I do not blame you." Bao was not angry. "Young Yun, you probably do not know the nature of my relationship with Lei, do you?" "I truly do not. I was part of the same hunting team as Lei's grandfather, back in Lei Zhe. But enough of that. We were good friends. I saved his life, and he saved mine." Bao displayed a contemplative expression, clearly searching for related memories. Feng Yun remained silent, patiently waiting. After a moment, Bao continued, "We made a pact that regardless of who passed away first, we would care for each other's descendants and nurture them. Lei's grandfather perished in that ambush 50 years ago, prompting me to take it upon myself to raise Lei's father. He worked diligently, but his talent was lacking. He never managed to break through and become a mid-level totem warrior until he was devoured by the black wolf beast. I upheld my promise and trained Lei. His aptitude far surpasses that of his father, nearly matching that of his grandfather. His grandfather was one of the mightiest warriors during the tribe's zenith. Of course, he still falls a tad short compared to me. Initially, I believed he could become a warrior like his grandfather, perhaps even the first high-level warrior since our tribe returned to its ancestral land. However, he has greatly disappointed me, complaining that my training was too arduous and fleeing on several occasions." Bao's face displayed a look of indignation. "Afraid of hardship? Achievements cannot be attained without toil. Take you, young Yun, and Lei. You see only that you have surpassed him, while he fails to recognize the struggles you endured and the tremendous risks you faced. Hence, you need not feel guilty. This is what you have rightfully earned." Bao possessed keen insight, having astutely observed from Feng Yun's demeanor that his accomplishments had exceeded expectations. As someone who had experienced such trials, he knew all too well that any additional achievement comes with significant risks and hardships. "Uncle Bao, you flatter me too much. I merely refuse to give up. Lei lacks your indomitable spirit. Otherwise, he would at least be a mid-level warrior by now, rather than languishing in mediocrity. Just thinking about it is infuriating. Uncle Bao, in truth, you care for Brother Lei, though he remains oblivious. Why should I let him know? If he were aware, he would strive even less. Uncle Bao, I believe it would be best if you conveyed your feelings to Brother Lei. Perhaps it would inspire a change within him." "I do not comprehend your point." "Uncle Bao, until now, you have been pushing Brother Lei forward from behind, which inevitably breeds resistance in his heart. However, should he realize that you genuinely care for him, that resistance would dissipate, and he would endeavor to meet your expectations. Is there a possibility of that?" Bao seemed skeptical. Being pushed forward is vastly different from one's own desire to advance. "Uncle Bao, why not give it a try? If it proves inconvenient for you to speak, I could convey the message to Brother Lei. Your reasoning is not entirely without merit." Bao fell into contemplation. But do not tell him just yet. I wish to observe whether your influence has any effect. If not, there will be time for you to speak later. Uncle Bao, rest assured. Before saying anything, I will inform you first. Very well. Bao nodded, a smile gracing his features. Young Yun, are you currently troubled, unsure how to control your power? Uncle Bao, do you have a solution? Feng Yun's eyes brightened. It was as if a pillow had arrived just as he began to doze off. Chapter 21. An impossible task. Bao nodded, saying, Of course, I have a method. Do not forget. I am someone who has been through it all. Uncle Bao, what exactly is this method? Please, do share. Feng Yun displayed a look of relief. Indeed, acquiring greater power is a commendable pursuit, yet lacking control could lead to myriad troubles and destruction, which is profoundly vexing. He was eager to escape his current predicament. Young Yun, are you feeling somewhat hungry? Instead of directly telling Feng Yun what to do, Bao posed a seemingly unrelated question. Upon hearing this, Feng Yun immediately felt a strong pang of hunger, his stomach protesting audibly. The blood of the flower-hoof beast he had consumed had been fully digested, leaving him famished. Upon hearing Feng Yun's stomach rumble, Bao chuckled. Come with me, young Yun. Bao beckoned Feng Yun and began walking away. Uncle Bao, aren't we eating at home? Eating at home? A peculiar smile appeared on Bao's face. That is unnecessary. Just follow me. A sense of foreboding stirred within Feng Yun. Bao's strange smile set him on edge. Nonetheless, he resolved to accompany Bao. He could think of no other person who could help him quickly gain control over his strength. Bao swiftly led him out of the tribe's confines, showing no signs of halting. Uncle Bao, where exactly are we headed? Feng Yun's unease intensified. Young Yun, what is there to worry about? Would I harm you? Bao appeared somewhat displeased. Uncle Bao, of course, you would not harm me. I merely feel a bit hungry. Being hungry is a good sign. The hungrier, the better. Bao's words left Feng Yun bewildered. However, he refrained from asking questions. He had recognized that Bao intended to maintain secrecy until the moment was right to reveal the truth. After walking for about 15 minutes, Bao came to a stop, turning to face Feng Yun. We have arrived. As for what you can achieve, that depends on you. Arrived? Feng Yun paused, instinctively scanning the surroundings. Soon, confusion spread across his face. The lighting was quite good, allowing him to see clearly, yet no matter how he looked, he could not discern anything particularly special. He simply could not fathom what assistance this unremarkable location could provide him. Ultimately, Feng Yun decided to directly ask Bao, Uncle Bao, I still do not understand. Could you clarify? At such a young age, why do your eyes not serve you well? Look at that vast expanse of fruit. How can you not see it? Bao gestured towards a thicket ahead, where a plethora of small, thumb-sized fruits hung among the leaves, glistening red like precious rubies. Uncle Bao, you brought me here just to find something to eat? Feng Yun felt a bit dazed. He had seen that thicket long ago, but had not connected it to Bao's purpose for bringing him there. Hurry and eat. I assure you, these fruits are delectable, incredibly sweet, comparable to honey. Bao approached, plucking a red fruit and popping it into his mouth, immediately squinting his eyes in satisfaction. I truly do not understand Uncle Bao's thought process. Instead of attending to serious matters, he wanders into the wild to forage for fruit. Feng Yun grumbled internally but said nothing as he walked towards the nearest bush. While fruit may not satiate hunger as meat would, it was better than nothing. Feng Yun carelessly squeezed a fruit, only to have red juice splatter across his face. His strength was too great, causing the fruit to burst. Annoyed, he shook his hand to rid it of the juice before attempting to pluck another fruit. This time, he deliberately controlled his strength and slowed his movements. Yet, he still crushed the fruit. Refusing to give up, he tried a third time, moving even slower and applying a gentler touch again. The fruit shattered in his grasp. At this point, he sensed something amiss. If his previous two attempts could be attributed to carelessness, the third attempt should not have failed. He had been exceedingly cautious, controlling his strength with great care. So there should have been no reason for failure. He raised his hand, examining the remnants of the fruit closely. He quickly discovered something unusual. The skin of the fruit was extremely thin. Describing it as gossamer would not be an exaggeration. Apart from that, he could see no flesh within. All he held was a delicate peel. A contemplative expression crossed Feng Yun's face. He lifted his gaze to Bao, asking, Uncle Bao, You did not bring me here merely for fruit. Did you? You only just realized? Do you think I am such a dull person, wandering aimlessly into the wilderness? Bao shook his head, slightly disappointed, as if he were let down by Feng Yun's delayed realization of the truth. This fruit has a special name, skin water. Its flavor is exquisite, delightfully sweet. However, the difficulty of harvesting it is exceedingly high, for its skin is incredibly thin. With even the slightest exertion, it may burst, transforming into a mere puddle of liquid. Clearly, Bao believes it is time to unveil the mystery. I asked if you were hungry to hasten your control over your strength. Under the threat of hunger, you will undoubtedly strive harder to manage your power, enabling you to gather more of the water-filled skins to satiate your appetite. Now, I shall assign you a task. Before sunset, you must successfully harvest 3,000 intact water-filled skins. Otherwise, you shall forfeit your dinner tonight. The expression on Feng Yun's face began to sour. The water-filled skins are so fragile that, even on a regular day, completing this task would prove to be a formidable challenge, let alone now when his control over his strength is notably poor. The sun has already reached its zenith, which means he has merely half a day to fulfill his task. Yet Bao remains unsatisfied, further aggravating Feng Yun's wounds. You must complete this task. If not today, then tomorrow, and until it is accomplished, you shall endure hunger. Moreover, as a punishment for your failure, should you delay until tomorrow, you will need to harvest an additional 10,000 water-filled skins. 10,000? Uncle Bao, are you certain you haven't misspoken? Feng Yun could not help but exclaim. Is this all you think the punishment entails? You are sorely mistaken. If you fail again the day after tomorrow, the penalty will increase further, with the number of water-filled skins rising to 20,000. Thus, for each additional day of delay, the count will increase by another 10,000. Uncle Bao, are you trying to kill me? Upon hearing Bao's words, Feng Yun's expression became increasingly bitter. Young Yun, you are mistaken. It is not I who is forcing you. It is you who pressures yourself. If you can complete the task before sunset, what difference does it make if the subsequent punishment is non-existent? Observing Feng Yun's continued gloom, Bao chuckled. Do not lack confidence in yourself. I have high hopes for you. And let me stress, the water-filled skins are truly delectable. Exceedingly sweet. Do your best. Bao clapped Feng Yun firmly on the shoulder and turned to perch on a tree branch, leaning against the trunk. From his elevated position, he could clearly observe Feng Yun's every move. It was evident that he intended to keep a close watch on Feng Yun, ensuring he did not resort to any underhanded tactics. To fulfill the task, he must diligently gather 3,000 water-filled skins. However, Feng Yun did not spring into action immediately. Instead, he stood still, contemplating. What is this boy up to? Is he considering giving up? That is unlikely given his temperament. But what, then, is he planning? Bao was perplexed by Feng Yun's behavior and, after much thought, chose to observe quietly. He did not believe Feng Yun could concoct any new schemes right under his nose. What he failed to realize was that Feng Yun's current demeanor stemmed from Bao himself. Or more precisely, from the forceful clap he had delivered. That clap was remarkably powerful, significantly more so than the one he had received upon his arrival at the Yanxi tribe. Had it not been for the considerable enhancement of his body, he might have found himself unable to stand, perhaps even with a fractured shoulder. Yet, what truly rendered Feng Yun's actions peculiar was the transformation his body underwent following Bao's strike. His body seemed to respond to Bao's movements. Before the force of Bao's palm landed on his shoulder, the muscles there began to tense, augmenting their capacity to withstand the impact. As Bao's hand struck his shoulder, the muscles initiated a rapid series of actions, dissipating and counteracting the force. Any residual impact spread throughout his body, further diminishing it until it was ultimately channeled through his feet into the ground. The result was that Bao's strike had almost no effect on him. Had it ended there, it would not have drawn Feng Yun's attention. He might have merely noted an increase in his body's resilience. However, the true anomaly lay in the newfound sensations he experienced post-impact. He felt a marked enhancement in his control over his body. This sensation was so vivid that it was difficult for him to overlook. Standing still, he endeavored to analyze whether this feeling was genuine or merely a figment of his imagination. Is it real? I can find out with a simple test. Why overthink it? Feng Yun chuckled to himself. He approached the thicket to pluck a fruit. Although it shattered upon his grasp, A radiant smile broke across his face. Chapter 22. Pursuit. He had indeed crushed the water-filled skin, yet Feng Yuan keenly sensed a distinct difference from his previous attempts. Though his strength remained substantial, he could perceive a tangible improvement in his control over it. Despite the modest nature of this enhancement, it illuminated the prospect of achieving the seemingly impossible task set forth by Bao. Raising his gaze to the sun, his expression solidified with determination. He had made up his mind. Suddenly, he turned and dashed toward the direction of the tribe. "Young Yun, what are you doing? Stop." Bao was initially taken aback. Clearly not expecting Feng Yuan to flee, and his anger surged forth. He sprang to his feet, stomping on the tree trunk with great force. The massive tree emitted a sharp cracking sound, and a deep, wide pit appeared in the bark. Utilizing the tremendous rebound force, Bao shot forth like an arrow, closing the distance between himself and Feng Yuan at an alarming rate. Just as Bao's large hand was about to seize Feng Yuan's shoulder, Feng Yuan seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. With no warning, he leapt to the left, narrowly evading Bao's grasp. Bao's expression turned icy, and his outstretched arm elongated, altering its trajectory as it lunged for Feng Yuan's shoulder once more. This time, it appeared Feng Yuan was truly out of options. He merely accelerated momentarily, yet it was not enough to escape Bao's palm. "Think you can run? You're still too green." A smirk flickered across Bao's face. Though he did not understand Feng Yuan's motives for fleeing, he resolved to teach him a lesson. Regardless of the urgency of his situation, he must first acknowledge Bao, for Feng Yuan had shown him a lack of respect. Bao's hand clutched Feng Yuan's shoulder, yet instead of elation, he felt a jolt of surprise. The sensation on Feng Yuan's shoulder was peculiar. When Bao grasped it, he felt a bulge in his palm. "I refuse to believe you can escape my grasp." Bao was unwilling to concede. Tightening his grip, regardless of what that bulge was, as long as it belonged to Feng Yuan's body, he would not allow him to slip away. Yet it was too late. Although Bao's reflexes were sharp, the bulge on Feng Yuan's shoulder transformed even more rapidly. Almost as soon as Bao seized it, it began to expand, doubling in size. As it grew, its elasticity increased as well that it forcefully collided with Bao's palm, causing his hand to bounce back. While the rebound was not particularly high, it was sufficient for Feng Yuan to break free. The force of Bao's hand rebounding also propelled Feng Yuan forward, dramatically increasing his speed as he surged several paces ahead, successfully evading Bao. Anyone familiar with Bao would be astonished by this scene. Although Feng Yuan had only temporarily escaped, his ability to do so was indeed remarkable. How humiliating! A flush of embarrassment and anger crept onto Bao's face. His elongated arm remained outstretched, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. With a powerful push against the earth, Bao's body soared into the air, descending upon Feng Yuan like an eagle swooping down on a chick. Filled with an unwavering determination to capture him, Feng Yuan noticeably quickened his pace, yet he still lagged behind in comparison to Bao. The gap between them shrank rapidly. Bao spread his fingers wide, his hand expanding rapidly, resembling a large scoop as it descended upon Feng Yuan, akin to a net trying to ensnare a fleeing fish. Just as it seemed Feng Yuan would be cornered, even Bao believed there was no chance of escape. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's arm swung back, and a mass of shadows lunged toward Bao's face. What on earth? Bao was startled, instinctively dodging the oncoming threat, momentarily abandoning his pursuit of Feng Yuan. When he finally discerned the true nature of the shadows, his face flushed with rage, and he began to pant heavily. He had initially assumed Feng Yuan had hurled something harmful, only to realize it was merely a handful of leaves. He recognized them as the leaves from the water-filled skin tree, likely concealed by Feng Yuan during his harvesting. Bao was determined to teach Feng Yuan a lesson. To be startled into retreat by mere foliage was an affront to his pride. However, this delay allowed a significant gap to form between him and Feng Yuan, now stretching to a distance of roughly 20 paces. Undeterred, he reminded himself that Feng Yuan was merely a novice totem warrior, whereas he had been a senior totem warrior for 50 years. Even if he had suffered severe injuries preventing further advancement and had a disability in his arm, he remained confident that he was far superior to an ordinary senior totem warrior. Given the vast disparity between himself and Feng Yuan, even if the gap widened to an additional tenfold, he was confident he could capture Feng Yuan. To close the distance as swiftly as possible, Bao began to reveal his true strength. With resolute determination, he surged forward like a tempest, creating a thunderous roar as withered branches and fallen leaves were swept away in all directions. Some nearby twigs and vines were violently torn apart by the fierce winds he conjured, leaving chaos in his wake. Bale had believed he had exerted his full strength and would soon capture Feng Yun. But he quickly realized his misjudgment. He accelerated, only to find that Feng Yun matched his pace. Although Bale's speed still lagged behind, the challenge of closing the distance between them had grown exponentially. Naturally, if he were to summon the power of the totem, the gap would vanish in an instant. However, he could not bring himself to do so. He was already significantly superior to Feng Yun in rank, and using totemic power would leave him feeling embarrassed, even if Feng Yun said nothing. Thus, he decided to muster more strength. Bale surged ahead once more, rending the air with a piercing shriek. It appeared that Feng Yun had reached his limits, showing no signs of further acceleration. The distance between them steadily decreased, and it seemed inevitable that Bale would capture Feng Yun. Yet, reality proved he was overly optimistic. When he was still about 10 zhang away from Feng Yun, a shadow of houses appeared in his line of sight. It was somewhat hazy, obscured by the trees that blocked much of his view, but this did not hinder him from making a disheartening conclusion. He was alarmingly close to the tribe. This was not a favorable development for him. Once he entered the tribe's territory and was seen by others, regardless of his reasons for pursuing Feng Yun, he would lose all face. He attempted to further accelerate, but it was evident that Feng Yun had also spotted the tribal dwellings and realized his chance to escape had come, prompting him to increase his speed as well. This dashed Bale's hopes of capturing Feng Yun without drawing the attention of the tribe. Should he use the totemic power? Bale began to weigh his options, but just as he hesitated, Feng Yun's unexpected move forced his hand and deepened his confusion. Feng Yun, who could have easily evaded him by continuing into the tribe, suddenly altered his course, running away from the settlement. What does this mean? Is he mocking me, suggesting it's impossible to catch him? Bale seethed with anger and changed direction to follow Feng Yun. Spurred by his fury, Bale's speed increased by a third, yet the reduction in distance between him and Feng Yun did not accelerate significantly. To his astonishment, Feng Yun's pace seemed to rise as well. Bale began to admire Feng Yun, despite seizing a considerable opportunity and gaining benefits. He had to concede that Feng Yun was exceptionally talented, even surpassing his initial assessment. A sense of regret for such talent welled up within Bale, and his anger diminished considerably. With a shift in mindset, his thoughts transformed. He decided to grant Feng Yun an opportunity to explain why he had fled. Reflecting on it, he found the pursuit somewhat absurd. Young Yun, explain to me why you are running. Speak quickly. If you can convince me, I might let you go. Bale shouted to Feng Yun. His voice boomed, and despite the formidable wind pressure affecting sound transmission, his words traveled far. Feng Yun momentarily halted, likely having heard Bale's call. A surge of curiosity and anticipation welled up within Bale. What kind of explanation would Feng Yun provide? He was eager to find out. Suddenly, Feng Yun spun around 180 degrees to face Bale. Flashing a peculiar grin, Bale was not surprised. Totem warriors, having enhanced their bodies to a certain extent, could easily perform actions beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Uncle Bale, do you truly wish to know? Of course. Speak up. If you want to know, then chase me. If you catch me, I will tell you. Ha ha. Feng Yun laughed heartily as he turned away, leaving only the back of his head in Bale's view. You infuriate me. Boy, do you really think I cannot catch you? Just wait and see. Bale's ire was roused by Feng Yun's taunt. Although he still could not bring himself to use totemic power, he was resolute in his determination to capture Feng Yun, no matter how far he ran. After a while, however, Feng Yun's speed suddenly diminished, and he soon came to a complete stop. What is this kid up to now? From his observation, Feng Yun did not appear exhausted. A flicker of doubt crossed Bale's mind, causing him to slow down, though he did not stop. He approached Feng Yun from behind, reaching out to grasp his shoulder. Stop! It seemed Feng Yun was aware of Bale's movement. Just as Bale's hand was about to touch his shoulder, Feng Yun shouted loudly, "What are you shouting for?" Bale, unable to proceed with his attempt to seize Feng Yun, reluctantly withdrew his hand. Young Yun, tell me, why did you flee? Bale remained troubled by this question. Feng Yun did not respond immediately. Instead, he swiftly extended his hand forward and then retracted it even faster, turning to reveal his palm. Nestled within was a bright red fruit, quietly resting in his hand. Uncle Bale, take a look at what this is. A water bag fruit. How did you manage that? Bale's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the water bag fruit in Feng Yun's palm, his face a mask of astonishment. Chapter 23. Unexpected developments. Quite nice. Feng Yun tossed the water bag fruit into his mouth, and an expression of delight immediately spread across his face. He reached for another, consuming it, then another, and yet another. Young Yun, are you purposely trying to provoke me? Tell me, how did you do that? Initially, Bale had harbored some skepticism about Feng Yun's ability to harvest the water bag fruit intact, but now all doubt had vanished. It was no easy feat for anyone, even those with a decent grasp of their strength, to continuously harvest the delicate water bag fruits, aside from their extremely thin skin, which was prone to breaking. The task of picking them posed a significant challenge. The fruits were tightly bound to their branches, and without repeated practice and the mastery of specific techniques, it was exceedingly difficult to detach them. When Bale had assigned the task to Feng Yun, he had never anticipated that Feng Yun could complete it before sunset. That, of course, he had set such stringent conditions and penalties not to deliberately make things difficult for Feng Yun, but to instill a sense of pressure. Based on his experience, he knew that people often unleash greater potential when faced with pressure, and he hoped Feng Yun would soon gain mastery over his powers, even if Feng Yun failed to complete the task. As long as Bale believed he had reached a certain level of control over his strength, he would declare the punishment over. Yet, he could never have imagined that Feng Yun would achieve such a high level of control in such a brief period. This seemed almost impossible to him. Even more perplexing was that Feng Yun had not undergone any practice. Bale was genuinely curious about how he had accomplished this. In response to Bale's inquiry, Feng Yun did not provide an answer immediately. Instead, he plucked another water bag fruit, popped it into his mouth, and leisurely said, "Uncle Bale, why aren't you eating? The water bag fruit is truly delicious. It would be a pity not to indulge." Young Yun, just tell me, what will it take for you to reveal the secret? Be straightforward. Bale was growing impatient with Feng Yun's evasions. Be straightforward. I learned this from you. Why are you the one getting anxious now? Feng Yun maintained a calm demeanor, though a hint of mockery glimmered in his eyes. Young Yun, I never expected you to hold a grudge. Bale finally grasped the reason, but decided to acknowledge his mistake to learn the truth sooner. I admit I was wrong before. I apologize. Now can you tell me the reason? Uncle Bale, you exaggerate. I never meant to force you to apologize. I simply wanted you to understand the urgency I felt back then. It was truly uncomfortable seeing Bale apologize. Feng Yun quickly seized the opportunity. He still needed to undergo Bale's training, and if he offended him too severely, he might find himself facing difficulties later on. Young Yun, since you understand how unpleasant it is, empathize with me and quickly reveal the reason. Speaking of which, I should thank Uncle Bale. Thank me? Bale was taken aback, clearly not expecting Feng Yun to say that. If it weren't for your assistance, Uncle Bale, how could I have mastered my powers so quickly? Young Yun, you've left me perplexed. Please explain what exactly happened. Uncle Bale, do you remember when you struck me with your palm? What, are you seeking revenge? Bale's expression turned wary. Uncle Bale, you misunderstand. I mentioned this to indicate that I indeed received your help. Young Yun, are you suggesting that your rapid mastery of power is a result of my palm strike? Bale chuckled at his own absurdity, finding the notion amusing. Uncle Bale, you are correct. My swift mastery of power is truly thanks to that strike you delivered. Is that so? Bale observed Feng Yun's serious expression, indicating he was not joking, and quickly suppressed his laughter. Indeed it is. Uncle Bale, you should remember. After you struck me, I suddenly became immobile. I remember. At that moment, I was quite puzzled. Oh, I understand now. You must have discovered something back then. Indeed. When your palm rested upon my shoulder, my body instinctively dissipated the force of your touch. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What is the crux? Bao seemed captivated by Feng Yun's words, unable to suppress his curiosity. Feng Yun, foregoing any further intrigue, directly provided the answer. The crux lies in the fact that my body has undergone a transformation. My control over power has enhanced. Although the improvement is modest, I can distinctly perceive it. Hence, I pondered whether I could elevate my mastery over power to a considerably higher level through alternative means in a short span of time. Young Yun, I see now. Your sudden departure was aimed at achieving this goal. Upon hearing Feng Yun's assertion, Bao's lingering doubts were dispelled, yet a new question arose in his mind. Why didn't you inform me at that time? You should have known I would have certainly assisted you. As he spoke, Bao suddenly conceived a possibility. Oh, I understand now. Were you concerned that I would insist on having you harvest the water pack skins? Young Yun, you underestimate me. I am not a stubborn individual. Moreover, my insistence on having you harvest the water-packed skins was solely intended to expedite your mastery over power. If there were a better method, I would absolutely not cling to my original approach. Uncle Bao, you're mistaken. The reason I withheld information was to compel you to pursue me with all your might, thereby necessitating the full activation of my latent potential, allowing me to seize control over power at a swifter pace. You expect me to exert every effort to chase after you? Young Yun. You hold yourself in too high regard. If I were to unleash my full strength, I would have captured you numerous times already. Such vanity. A scoff echoed in Feng Yun's heart, though his expression remained impassive. I was mistaken. How could I compare myself to Uncle Bao? You are merely indulging me. At least you possess some discernment. Uncle Bao nodded proudly, displaying a demeanor of knowing better. To express my gratitude for your assistance, I intend to offer you a token of my appreciation. Speak up. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. Young Yun, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Let us return. Bao instinctively swallowed hard. The dishes crafted by Feng Yun were simply exquisite, especially after incorporating the unique ingredients he had procured. Merely thinking of them made one salivate uncontrollably. Uncle Bao, wait a moment. Feng Yun did not depart immediately, but turned towards a grand tree. Young Yun, what are you up to? Have you discovered something delectable? Bao followed suit, his gaze sweeping over the ground before Feng Yun. He had already tasted a plethora of peculiar items from Feng Yun, things he had never imagined could be edible. Yet, after Feng Yun's preparation, their unique flavors rendered them unforgettable. Nothing of the sort. I merely wish to pluck some leaves. What do you intend to do with the leaves? Did I not anger Bei? I plan to gather some water-packed skins for her to consume. She is quite the glutton. After savoring such a delightful fruit, she will surely no longer be upset. With a graceful leap, Feng Yun ascended several meters high, reaching out to pluck a few platter-sized leaves. He landed softly, making not a sound. Bao's pupils instantly constricted, and his gaze towards Feng Yun shifted. He had believed his assessment of Feng Yun was already quite high, yet he now realized he had underestimated him. To descend from the air without creating a sound, having experienced it himself, Bao understood the difficulty involved. Without exceptional mastery over power, it was impossible to completely dissipate the impact upon landing, were it him. He could hardly achieve such perfection as Feng Yun had. Yet, after decades of practice, Feng Yun had only just experienced a breakthrough, having possessed formidable power for less than half a day. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. He now fully trusted the shaman's assertion that Feng Yun would lead the tribe toward rejuvenation. Unfortunately, the reality of Feng Yun's situation diverged significantly from Bao's established beliefs. In truth, Feng Yun had not consciously controlled his landing. It was his body that instinctively reacted, dissipating the impact entirely. However, had Bao known the truth, it would not have diminished his evaluation of Feng Yun. Rather, it would have elevated his regard. Achieving superior results through instinct rather than deliberate control was all the more formidable, for in times of danger and unusual circumstances, instinctual responses far outpace conscious thought. Unbeknownst to Feng Yun, who was oblivious to Bao's thoughts, he deftly broke off some slender branches, weaving them through the leaves to create a bowl-shaped vessel. Having gathered a substantial amount, Feng Yun filled the makeshift leafy bowl to the brim. Were it not for the fragility of the water-packed skins, which could not bear the weight of more, he would have harvested even more. Feng Yun resolved to return when the opportunity arose, to gather additional skins for making jam as a substitute for sugar, thus providing him with a greater array of choices for both food preparation and culinary endeavors. Perhaps both of them were famished, for their return was markedly swifter than their initial journey. Before long, Feng Yun found himself at his doorstep, yet he did not enter. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance, clamorous and chaotic, their intentions unclear. Had it not been for Lei and Bei blocking the entrance, they might have already surged inside. What is this commotion about? Feng Yun cast an inquiring glance at Bao. Bao shook his head, indicating he was equally uninformed. However, in the next moment, his expression changed abruptly as he grasped Feng Yun's arm and swiftly retreated. Eventually, Bao pulled Feng Yun into a dilapidated room, its roof partially caved in, tucked away in a secluded corner. "Uncle Bao, why have you brought me here?" "Because I have just recalled what those individuals intend to do." "What do they want?" Bao looked into Feng Yun's eyes. Speaking deliberately, "They have come to settle accounts with you." Chapter 24. Good news, settle accounts with me? On what grounds? Feng Yun could not help but exclaim. "Sure, lower your voice." Bao quickly gestured for silence. "Uncle Bao, please explain. What grounds do they have to confront me?" Feng Yun lowered his voice, yet still expressed indignation. "Is it not regarding the pottery?" "Pottery? They exchanged beast meat for pottery. It was a mutually agreed transaction, and I did not coerce them. Moreover, with the shaman as witness, their change of heart now seems excessively unreasonable. Young Yun, they are not seeking to reclaim their beast meat. Then why are they blocking my door? Their pottery has failed. What does that have to do with me? I did not ruin it. When they came to my door the day before yesterday and yesterday, I explained this to them as well. However, they were unyielding. They claim they entrusted you with 1,000 pounds of beast meat, and thus you should guarantee their success in pottery. This is utterly absurd. The fault lies not with my kiln but with their lack of skill in pottery. How can they associate this with me? You are correct in your assertion. Bao nodded in agreement with Feng Yun's reasoning. Yet he soon shifted the direction of his words. Young Yun, you should try to comprehend their feelings. They did not directly exchange beast meat for pottery, but sought to utilize your kiln instead, which is indicative of their poverty. They hope to obtain pottery at a lower cost. Does being poor justify their lack of reason? Poverty cannot serve as an excuse for unreasonable behavior. However, the failure in pottery has undoubtedly caused them significant distress, leading them to react impulsively. Uncle Bao, what do you suggest I do? I believe you should share the secrets of pottery with them. This way, if they fail again, they will have no further excuses. Of course, if you feel aggrieved, you may demand some compensation. Bao glanced at Feng Yun, then continued, however, I personally lean towards a different solution. What solution? Simply instruct them on how to make pottery without expecting anything in return, allowing them to owe you a favor. In critical moments, that favor could prove invaluable. He articulated this suggestion with a deeper intention in mind. He believed in the shaman's prophecy that Feng Yun would lead the tribe to revival. Yet, guiding a tribe like the Flame Serpents towards resurgence was no easy feat. It demanded collective effort from all. To truly earn the tribe's trust and acceptance of Feng Yun's leadership was no simple task. He must first win their hearts, making them willing to heed his guidance. If Feng Yun could not only overlook their unreasonable actions, but also generously impart the secrets of pottery without seeking anything in return, he would likely gain their loyalty. Noticing Feng Yun's lingering hesitation, Bao prepared to further persuade him. If you do not dismiss them, they will remain at your doorstep, preventing you from accomplishing anything, which is quite bothersome. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. After contemplating, Feng Yun concurred with Bao's proposal. That's the spirit. Why bother stooping to their level? Bao's face broke into a satisfied smile. Little did he know that Feng Yun's acquiescence to his suggestion stemmed from an even more significant reason. Feng Yun had already confirmed that he had created something the Flame Serpent tribe lacked, which could amplify his totemic power. Yet, a lingering question remained unanswered in his mind. He managed to acquire certain items that the Flame Serpent tribe lacked, which would undoubtedly augment his totemic power. If the members of the Flame Serpent tribe were to produce these items themselves, would his totemic power also witness a surge? This query should have had an answer long ago. Yet those who had taken the kiln away had complicated matters. Bao and Feng Yun stepped out of the dilapidated house in succession. Wait a moment. You shouldn't make an appearance just yet. Bao suddenly halted Feng Yun. Uncle Bao. What are you? I will first engage with them. Once I have done so, you can make your entrance. Bao was concerned that Feng Yun, in his youthful exuberance, might say something unwise, leading to a breakdown in negotiations and ultimately jeopardizing the situation. Then I shall leave it to you. Uncle Bao. Feng Yun was more than willing. He had no desire to waste breath on those individuals. After Bao departed, Feng Yun leapt onto the roof of a crumbling building, granting him a vantage point to observe the happenings at his doorstep. He noted a stir upon Bao's arrival, as the crowd parted to allow him to join the Lei siblings. In less than 5 minutes, Feng Yun was astonished to see the crowd that had blocked the door disperse and depart. He hastened to the entrance, and before he could utter a word, Bei approached him, her expression tinged with remorse. "Brother Yun, I apologize. I misjudged you, and I should not have treated you that way. I bear no ill will. You were unaware of the truth." Feng Yun cast a grateful glance at Lei, knowing that Bei's willingness to apologize stemmed from Lei's revelation of the facts. "Brother Yun, have you forgiven me?" Bei's large eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped his arm. "You have done no wrong. Here, these are the fruits I gathered. They are truly delectable." Feng Yun handed her a leaf bowl filled with juice. "Brother Yun, you are so kind." Bei accepted the leaf bowl, but as she attempted to grasp the juice with her fingers, she accidentally punctured it, her countenance shifting to one of dismay. Nevertheless, she refused to waste a drop and began licking the juice off her fingers. It is indeed quite sweet. Take your time. It is all yours. Be gentle when picking them. They are quite fragile." "I understand." Bei nodded, carefully lifting one with utmost caution. Feng Yun approached Bao and inquired, "Uncle Bao, how did you manage to disperse such a large crowd so swiftly?" "Quite simply. I informed them that if they did not leave immediately, you would withhold the secrets of pottery from them." "I see." Feng Yun nodded, recognizing that Bao had skillfully exploited their weakness. "Uncle Bao, did you mention when I would teach them the pottery techniques?" "I told them it would be after sunrise tomorrow." "Now, enough of this. You should hurry and prepare some food. I am famished." As if to corroborate his words, Bao's stomach growled audibly. "All right, I shall begin at once." Feng Yun chuckled and strode towards the makeshift kitchen he had fashioned from a room. "Wait a moment," Bao called after him. "Uncle Bao, do you have something else to discuss? I have procured some fine ingredients for you. Prepare them today, and we shall feast." "What kind of ingredients?" "Just wait. I will fetch them." Bao hastened toward the food storage. Shortly thereafter, he returned, arms laden with several large, vibrant red cuts of meat, weighing 200 to 300 pounds. Feng Yun could discern that they belonged to various types of wild beasts, and he recognized that they were not just ordinary meats. "A few days ago, I happened upon some mid-level beasts and took the liberty of dispatching them. I had intended to reserve them all for you, but alas, the shaman caught wind of it and claimed a portion. However, rest assured, I have kept the best cuts for you." "Thank you, Uncle Bao." Feng Yun understood that Bao's claim of coincidence was likely a mere facade. The truth was that Bao had specifically hunted those mid-level beasts for him. This time, Feng Yun poured his heart into cooking. Firstly, he had not eaten in several days and was eager to reward himself, and secondly, he wished to express his gratitude to Bao, Lei, and Bei for their attentive care over the past few days. The meal took considerable time to prepare and consume, and by the time everyone had finished, darkness had descended, merging lunch and dinner into one. The primitive people were accustomed to retiring early, and having not enjoyed a good night's sleep while watching over Feng Yun. Bao, Lei, and Bei soon succumbed to drowsiness. Feng Yun urged them to rest, bidding them farewell as he returned to his room, yet he found himself wide awake. After some contemplation, he retrieved a sheet of paper, spread it across the table, and gathered ink and a brush. Drawing upon his memory, he sketched the structure of the kiln he and Lei had built. His drawing was quite crude, but he paid it no mind. He was not participating in an art competition. And as long as he could understand it, that was sufficient. He meticulously revised the details, sometimes redrawing a single section multiple times. When he had exhausted one sheet, he would switch to another and continue his work. Through this iterative process, a new kiln design slowly took shape. After transcribing the new design onto another sheet and confirming its accuracy, he set it aside, deciding it was time to rest. While his body felt fine, his mind was wearied. To perfect the new kiln, he mentally rehearsed the design far more than he had on paper. The following day, as the sun began to rise above the horizon, Feng Yun heard a commotion outside. Upon opening the door, he found himself surrounded by an immense throng of people, estimating their number to be no less than 1,500. Given that the entire tribe consisted of just over 2,000 individuals, minus those out hunting or unwell, it was clear that the allure of pottery making had drawn them all. Even those who had not rented the kiln had come. The moment Feng Yuan opened the door, he was spotted, and a shout went up. Others quickly turned their attention to him, pressing toward the entrance. As he observed the surging crowd, Feng Yuan felt a sense of trepidation. The strength of these primitive people was considerable, and a sudden rush could easily topple the structure. Fortunately, his fears did not materialize. Bao and the shaman appeared together, skillfully directing the crowd. Both held high esteem within the tribe, and their words commanded respect. Even if some were dissatisfied, they would not openly oppose them. Feng Yuan, too anxious to eat breakfast, hurried to the designated area the shaman had prepared for him to begin his lesson. The results were promising. These primitive individuals proved to be far more astute than Feng Yuan had anticipated. Many concepts were grasped after a single explanation, and even if they did not remember everything, they could retain the gist. To ensure success, Feng Yuan dispatched Lei to assist the people in pottery making, offering guidance and correcting errors as needed. This time, the kiln firing was a success, although there were still a few subpar items. The people were quite pleased. Feng Yuan shared in their satisfaction. At the moment of the kiln's opening, he felt a warmth in his chest and, upon lifting his shirt, discovered that his totem, the flame serpent, had grown a bit more. Although the length of the new growth was still modest, it was nonetheless excellent news for him. However, he soon realized he faced a new dilemma, this time arising from the children of the tribe. Having accompanied their parents, they had developed an interest in him and gathered around, circling him incessantly. Chapter 25. Cockfighting. The adults came to hear Feng Yuan's explanations on pottery, while the children joined in the fun. After the adults finished listening to his teachings, they busied themselves with pottery making, leaving him in peace unless they encountered an insurmountable problem that required Lei's assistance. The children, however, were a different matter, with little else to occupy their time. They found him an intriguing novelty. Their curiosity was insatiable, and they followed him wherever he went. The most intolerable aspect for Feng Yuan was that even when he sought privacy, they would trail behind him, often in groups. Each trip to relieve himself felt like a battle, requiring various tactics and wits to ensure he was not followed. As time passed, his situation worsened. After repeatedly evading them, the children did not relent. Rather, their determination only intensified, leading them to devise strategies to ensnare him, playing coy, feigning disinterest, surrounding him, and ambushing him. Their ingenuity seemed boundless. Many times, he believed he had successfully shaken them off, only for them to appear beside him moments later. Even more outrageous was their relentless pursuit, which continued into the night, with some specifically keeping watch over him. Clearly, they had turned their cat-and-mouse game with him into an amusing pastime, relishing every moment. Their antics severely disrupted Feng Yuan's life, causing him great distress. Yet, since his pursuers were merely children, he could neither strike nor scold them, leaving him with few means to manage the situation. Feng Yuan had considered seeking the shaman's assistance, but ultimately chose to forego that option. Having once been a child himself, he understood their nature. The more one attempted to deter them, the more resolute they became, often resorting to extreme measures. After much deliberation, Feng Yuan resolved to employ his intellect to devise a clever solution that would definitively resolve the issue. Feng Yuan first prepared to organize his thoughts. A forceful approach would prove futile. Thus, a softer strategy was the only viable option. Their entanglement with him stemmed from his previous actions, which piqued their curiosity. Engaging in a struggle against them would only exacerbate their fixation. After much contemplation, he finally discerned a direction for resolving the predicament. He needed to find a way to divert their attention away from himself. But how could he achieve this? Once again, Feng Yuan found himself ensnared in worry. After a considerable period of reflection, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Children are inherently playful. Their persistent pursuit of him was ultimately a manifestation of their playful nature. If he could cater to this innate desire, he might secure his liberation. This seemed manageable. A smile of excitement graced Feng Yuan's face. In his youth, he had engaged in numerous games, most of which involved groups of children playing together, perfectly addressing the issue of the unruly kids. However, it had been ages since he last played these games, and he had forgotten many of them. Struggling to recall some of the rules, he needed to ponder carefully. Feng Yuan retreated indoors, secured the door, blocked the windows, lit an oil lamp, and began to sift through his memories, jotting down any games he could recall. He annotated the rules beside each game, noting as much as he remembered. Subsequently, he began to select the games. Being in a primitive society with limited resources, certain games requiring specific props had to be eliminated. Fortunately, most of the games he played as a child did not necessitate special items, leaving him with a variety of options. Having delineated the selection of games, he filtered them once more, choosing those for which he clearly remembered the rules. He prepared to present these games as the first batch to the unruly children. The initial trio of games consisted of cockfighting, hide and seek, and blind man's buff. Feng Yun prioritized these choices due to their minimal requirements for props, with some requiring none at all. He did not rush out of the house immediately. To successfully recommend these 3 games to the children and achieve his goal, he first needed to resolve one issue: how to get them to accept them. Fortunately, this dilemma was not particularly challenging to address. Through observation, Feng Yun had long recognized that one of the most significant aspects of life within the tribe was food. People were particularly fond of eating. The unruly children were no exception. If he used food as bait, they would surely embrace the games, though maximize the effect. Feng Yun decided to use meat as the lure. The meat would be raw. He had no intention of cooking it before presenting it to the children. While his culinary skills were not extraordinary, they far surpassed those of the primitive people. Once they developed a fondness for the food he prepared, his troubles would multiply. The allure of delectable food was formidable. Feng Yun opened the door, only to find a group of children rushing into the room. Apparently, someone had been eavesdropping outside. When he opened the door, they failed to evade in time. With a gentle push, he expelled the unruly children outside. He then turned his back, secured the door, and strode toward the storage room. Before long, he emerged once more, but this time he carried something: meat. The quantity was modest, roughly 10 pounds, consisting of ordinary game meat, insufficient to satiate Feng Yun's appetite. In fact, he was holding 3 pieces of meat, each strung together with grass twine. Upon seeing the meat in Feng Yun's hands, the children's eyes lit up, brimming with desire, and they swallowed audibly, with some particularly greedy ones allowing saliva to trickle from the corners of their mouths. Many of the children were orphans, and for many, a year could pass without tasting meat. Even those with living parents could not always enjoy meat daily. Its allure for them was immense. Excellent, exceedingly excellent. Feng Yun nodded to himself, sensing his plan had drawn significantly closer to success. Do you wish to eat meat? Feng Yun deliberately raised his voice. Yes. The children of the primitive society were refreshingly candid, expressing their desires without pretense or reservation. Observing the eager eyes fixated on the meat in his hands, Feng Yun continued in a booming voice, "If you want to eat meat, follow me." He strode toward a nearby open area, with all the children trailing closely behind him, mirroring his steps. Feng Yun came to a halt in the center of the clearing. Before he could speak, one child could no longer contain himself and shouted, "How do we get the meat?" "First, you must gather the others, then I will tell you," Feng Yun replied. However, the children surrounding him did not heed his instruction to fetch their peers. Their eyes remained glued to the meat in his hands. "You." Feng Yun paused for a moment, but then the key thought struck him: rest assured, I will not give the meat to anyone beforehand. If I do not keep my word, I will give each of you a piece of meat. This prompted the children to scatter, seeking out their playmates. Before long, a large group of children had gathered around Feng Yun, many panting heavily, clearly still skeptical of his promises. Feng Yun surveyed the crowd, met with numerous pairs of eager eyes. As you can see, there is not much meat. It cannot be shared with everyone. Therefore, I propose we play a game first. The top 3 performers in the game will receive the meat. What is the game? No sooner had Feng Yun finished speaking than a child posed the question. The game is... Feng Yun found himself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain how to explain, so he decided against providing an explanation. This is something you do not need to know. You only need to understand how to play. Pay attention. Seeing the children's focused expressions, Feng Yun nodded slightly and continued, "This game is called cockfighting. But we do not have any chickens," the children lamented, disappointment evident on their faces. "Do not worry, cockfighting is merely the name of the game. No actual chickens are required. What should we do? I will demonstrate, and you will follow my lead." Feng Yun placed the meat on the ground, lifted his left leg, resting it on his right, and held it up with both hands, balancing on one leg. The children mimicked him. Some stumbled initially, but they quickly managed to maintain their balance. "Lower your legs." Feng Yun was the first to bring his leg down. Next are the game rules. Remember, this will determine whether you get to eat the meat. The children perked up, their expressions attentive, eager not to miss a single word. You will maintain the position you just held and battle against each other. Whoever's feet touch the ground first will lose. You may challenge anyone you wish, and the challenge party cannot refuse. Ultimately, your performance will be measured by how many opponents you defeat, and the top 3 will each receive a piece of meat. Do you understand? We understand. The children craned their necks and shouted in unison, their gazes already darting among their peers, clearly eager to select their challengers. If you understand, you may begin, Feng Yun declared, lifting the meat as he walked toward the edge of the clearing. He refrained from acting as a referee. His goal was to rid himself of the children's entanglement. Should he choose to officiate, they would seek him out for every match, thwarting his objective. As for fairness, he was unconcerned in their eagerness for meat. The children would naturally serve as the best judges. Any violations or cheating would certainly not escape their notice. After observing for a while, Feng Yun realized that a conclusive outcome would not materialize quickly. He pondered for a moment before deciding to leave. Watching the children play evoked fond memories of his own childhood. But he was no longer a child. He had other matters to attend to. He found a stick, planted it in the ground, and hung the 3 pieces of meat from it before walking away. The children, seeing that Feng Yun had left the meat behind, did not hinder him, nor did anyone follow him. Feng Yun had achieved his goal. Chapter 26. The clay pot timer. Upon returning, Feng Yun sought out Lei and presented him with the structural diagram of the new kiln he had drawn. Explaining his intentions to construct it, just after finishing lunch, Feng Yun noticed the children had once again appeared at his door. This is relentless. Feng Yun could not help but frown, but he decided to first clarify the situation. Before he could even inquire, the children began clamoring to explain their purpose. They had determined the winners and losers and wanted to know if he would continue offering rewards for a second round of competition. Quite the shrewd calculation, Feng Yun scoffed inwardly. He had initially assumed they would continue competing for the 3 pieces of meat, yet he was surprised they had reached a conclusion so swiftly. Clearly, they had established some form of tacit agreement to obtain more meat from him. To confirm his suspicions, Feng Yun scrutinized the children's eyes. Some of the children could not muster the courage to meet his gaze. Upon making eye contact, they quickly looked away, revealing their guilt. His conjecture was indeed correct. If you think you can play these little tricks in front of me, you are still rather inexperienced. Feng Yun decided to shatter their illusions. I am officially telling you now that there will only be 1 competition per day. As for how long the competition lasts, that is entirely up to you. I will not interfere. Now, go back. Tomorrow at sunrise, I will place the prizes in the same spot as today. The children's faces were etched with disappointment, and soon Feng Yun noticed that many gazes converged upon a single direction. Eyes brimming with ire. Following their stares, he beheld a frail little boy, strikingly thin, akin to a slender bamboo stalk, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance and vitality. Feng Yun etched the boy's visage into his memory. If his conjectures were accurate, this boy was likely the instigator who had thwarted his plans, possibly the very one who proposed to prematurely conclude the contest in hopes of procuring more meat from him. In a bid to disperse the children swiftly, Feng Yun resolved to employ a certain stratagem. Raising his voice, he declared, "Listen well. While cockfighting does necessitate a degree of physical prowess, it is skill that reigns supreme. If your technique is sufficiently proficient, victory is attainable even if your physique lacks robustness. Were I in your position, I would return to practice immediately, striving to emerge victorious by tomorrow." The children's spirits were stirred by Feng Yun's words, and they soon dispersed, evidently intent on honing their skills. With the prior experience of kiln building behind him, and the children no longer pestering him, Feng Yun and Lei made rapid progress in constructing the new kiln. Despite the necessity for quality and precision, within merely 2 days, they had erected a substantial portion of the kiln, for Feng Yun had markedly evolved since their last endeavor. Each day, he imbibed the blood of the ferocious flower-hoofed beasts that Bao delivered, steadily enhancing his physical capabilities, far surpassing Lei, particularly in the mastery of strength. Regrettably, this period of tranquility was ephemeral. On the 3rd day, trouble resurfaced, once more stemming from those children. They approached him, lamenting their plight. Despite their diligent efforts in mastering the art of cockfighting, the prospect of tasting meat seemed almost unattainable. Assessing the children who sought his counsel, Feng Yun noted their frail physiques, a fact he found unsurprising in cockfighting. Although skill is paramount, physical condition is equally critical. When techniques are comparable, the stronger contender enjoys a far greater chance of triumph. Go summon the others to the open ground and await my arrival. I shall teach you a new game. What game is it? A timid voice inquired first. Upon glancing over, Feng Yuan recognized the very frail boy who had previously captured his attention due to the reproach he faced from his peers. What is your name? I am called Zhu. Quite fitting. Indeed, as thin as a bamboo stalk. Feng Yuan withheld his inner thoughts. I shall not disclose the name of the game just yet. Once everyone has gathered, I will explain. However, rest assured, this new game will guarantee fairness. I hope your words ring true. Zhu regarded Feng Yuan with a profound gaze before waving his hand and stating, let us proceed. He was the first to depart. Yuan, have you conjured another delightful game? Lei appeared somewhat intrigued. He was already familiar with the game of cockfighting and had previously commended Feng Yuan for devising such an engaging activity that enhanced the children's balance and physical coordination, aiding their potential as future hunters and warriors. Patience, we shall wait for everyone to arrive. I will explain, but I must reiterate. Very well. Lei acquiesced, redirecting his focus to the kiln construction. After a brief interval, Feng Yuan leaped from the kiln, returned home, and made his way toward the open space. Lei followed closely behind. Upon their arrival, a considerable number of children were already present, and after a short wait, all had gathered. Everyone is here. What new game do you have for us? Speak. All right, I will disclose it now. The new game is called Hide and Seek. The rules are simple. Some individuals will hide while others will seek. How do we determine the victor? Feng Yuan was not taken aback by this query. The children's interest in his devised games was primarily driven by their desire for meat, and it was only natural for them to place importance on victory. There are actually two variations of hide and seek. One where everyone hides while a single person seeks, and another where only some hide, but multiple individuals seek. The exact number is up to you to decide. This diverged somewhat from his recollection of the traditional game, yet he deemed the adaptation reasonable given the circumstances. Nevertheless, it still fails to establish a clear winner. Some children express discontent with Feng Yuan's explanation. How can there be no victor? We can set a time limit. The more people found within that time frame, the better the score, thereby determining the winner. But what if the number of seekers found is the same? That can be resolved easily. We can measure the time taken. The shorter the duration, the victor emerges. How do we ascertain who took less time? Feng Yuan noted that it was Zhu who posed this question, his bright eyes fixed upon him. I have already contemplated this. Observe. Feng Yuan retrieved a ceramic jar from the ground, lifting it high. This was a jar he had intentionally brought from home prior to his arrival. All eyes, including Lei's, were fixed upon the jar. Isn't this merely an ordinary jar? Zhu once again voiced his skepticism. This is no ordinary jar. A small hole exists at its base, a feature I created before firing. As he spoke, Feng Yuan tilted the jar, angling its opening toward the onlookers to reveal the small hole at the bottom. This jar had been crafted in the old kiln, alongside various other items. What purpose does this small hole serve? Zhu keenly recognized the significance of the hole at the jar's base. The hole's function is to permit water to flow out. This jar will serve as a timer. First, fill it with water. It will gradually trickle out from the bottom. I have set the time for the water to drain as 1 hour. Previously, he had conducted experiments and noted that it took him over 7,000 counts for the jar to empty, closely approaching 7,200. He had tested it thrice, all falling within the range of 7,100 to 7,200. Yielding minimal variance. An hour comprises 2 hours, with 1 hour equating to 3,600 seconds, and 1 hour, 7,200 seconds, roughly aligning with the duration for the jar to empty. Naturally, some discrepancies would exist, yet Feng Yuan did not demand precision. Closeness sufficed. Although the ceramic jar timer was exceedingly rudimentary, as Feng Yuan crafted it and prepared to utilize it for timing, he felt the warmth of the totem upon his chest, its serpentine form elongating slightly. The time it takes to drain a jar of water is too lengthy. Do you have a method to subdivide it? Zhu's gaze remained intensely fixed on Feng Yuan, his eyes gleaming. I have already contemplated this as well. Observe. Feng Yuan produced a wooden stick, marked with numerous notches. This stick bears a total of 120 notches. The thickest one in the center I shall designate as the hour line. Dividing 1 hour into 2. The remaining lines I shall refer to as minute lines, dividing 1 hour into 60 minutes. As for its usage, it is exceedingly simple. When precise timing is required, place this timer stick upright in the water. Pressing it to the jar's base, then remove it to observe the watermark on the stick. This will reveal the specific time. Yun, you are truly remarkable. While the names for the subdivisions of time may be somewhat challenging to remember, they are nonetheless splendid. Zhu cast a look of admiration toward Feng Yun, evidently captivated by his ceramic jar timer. It is nothing extraordinary. I merely enjoy tinkering, so long as you embrace the habit of thinking. You too can achieve this. Everyone can. I have faith in you. I shall certainly strive to do so. Zhu nodded earnestly, his face resolute. Zhu, have you managed to remember how to utilize the timer? Indeed. Yun, do you mean? Zhu seemed to grasp something, his eyes suddenly brightening, his body trembling with excitement. Zhu, you are astute. You have deduced correctly. I entrust this ceramic jar timer to you. From now on, you shall be in charge of timing. Yun, you can rest assured I will take good care of it. Merely safeguarding it is insufficient. You must also announce the time every hour to inform everyone of the current hour. Let me suggest a system. When the sun reaches its zenith, you may denote it as 12 o'clock and proceed accordingly for the other hours. Try your hand at it. Should you excel, I will report to Wu truthfully and ensure he rewards you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the other children cast envious glances at Zhu. Receiving a reward from Wu was a coveted aspiration, a source of unparalleled honor, even if the reward was modest. Yet, they dared not overtly express their discontent, fully aware of the close bond Feng Yun shared with Wu, and thus refrained from offending him. Chapter 27, Customization. If you find that hide-and-seek fails to establish a clear victor, I have yet another game to teach you, one that will surely satisfy. Feng Yun contemplated for a moment, and decided to impart all 3 of the initial games he had selected for the children, allowing them to play independently without further interruption. What game is it? The children were eager to learn about the new game Feng Yun had in store for them. On the ground, a circle was drawn, and a group of individuals stepped inside. Among them, one person, blindfolded, pretended to be sightless, devising a way to catch the others. Those who are caught may evade capture, but they are forbidden from stepping outside the circle. Should anyone leave the confines of the circle for any reason, they shall be deemed caught by the blind one. Feng Yun cast a glance over the children before continuing. You may take turns being the blind one and see how many people you can catch within the allotted time. If you wish to determine a victor in a shorter span, you can divide yourselves into multiple teams to play simultaneously. This game sounds splendid. The children nodded in agreement, clearly finding the game of blind tag quite enjoyable. You may commence the game now. As before, I shall place the meat here. I will return shortly with it. With a wave to the children and a nod to Lei, Feng Yun turned and walked towards home. These 2 games are quite good. They can enhance the children's observational skills as well as improve their auditory perception and reaction times. I truly wonder how you came up with them, Lei praised Feng Yun generously on the way back. Brother Lei, you flatter me too much. I merely enjoy indulging in fanciful thoughts. It's nothing of significance. Yun, you shouldn't speak so modestly. If your fanciful thoughts can conjure such excellent games, then what does that make me, a fool? With Lei's declaration, Feng Yun felt it inappropriate to argue further and shifted the conversation. Brother Lei, why haven't you been hunting lately? According to tradition, hunters in the tribe would rest for a period after each hunting expedition, although this duration typically did not exceed 10 days. While many of the beasts were of considerable size, they were not easy to hunt, and sometimes hunters would return empty-handed. Even when successful, a portion of the catch was customarily surrendered to the tribe for distribution by the shaman, leaving little for the hunters to take home. Even in the event of a bountiful harvest, the primitive people, especially the totem warriors, had substantial appetites, and the provisions would soon be consumed. Lei had been in the tribe for quite some time, almost a month, clearly surpassing the usual period of rest. For the time being, I have no intention of going out to hunt. Upon hearing Feng Yun's inquiry, Lei's expression suddenly darkened. Why not? You're asking a question you already know the answer to. A cold smile flickered across Lei's face. It was evident that he still harbored some resentment. Feng Yun was not surprised by Lei's demeanor. Ever since he had been unsettled, Lei had tried to maintain his composure, yet Feng Yuan could still sense the shifts in his emotions. "Brother Lei, what are you planning to do?" Feng Yuan feigned ignorance of Lei's emotional turmoil. "Yuan, could you do me a favor?" Lei abruptly halted, turning to fix his gaze upon Feng Yuan's eyes. "Brother Lei, just say the word. I'll help in any way I can. Could you inquire with Uncle Bao if I might join you in his training?" Feng Yuan felt a surge of joy for Bao. The anticipated outcome had finally materialized. Lei had begun to actively seek self-improvement. "No problem. When I see Uncle Bao, I will certainly ask him on your behalf." Feng Yuan readily agreed to Lei's request. "Thank you. Brother Lei, there's no need for formality. I'm merely asking for you. The ultimate decision lies with Uncle Bao. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could speak highly of me in front of Uncle Bao. I will do my utmost." Feng Yuan purposely refrained from making any promises, knowing that if he assured Lei too readily, he would be met with skepticism. Feng Yuan entered the storage room, retrieved the meat he had prepared earlier, returned to the open area, hung it on a nearby stick, and then departed. Upon returning, Feng Yuan and Lei resumed their work on the construction site, continuing to build the new kiln. After a day and a half, the new kiln was finally completed. In the following days, Feng Yuan and Lei began preparing the clay bodies. This time, Feng Yuan was more meticulous, striving for a more uniform shape and experimenting with glazing the formed clay bodies. Unable to predict the final outcome, he only glazed a small portion of the clay bodies, approximately 1/10 of the total. Even if this portion were to fail, it would not pose a significant issue. At this juncture, the decision Bao had previously made for Feng Yuan began to bear fruit. Firing the kiln required fuel, and before he had even begun to gather it, the people of the tribe had already brought him an abundance of wood, more than sufficient for the complete firing of the pottery. Feng Yuan realized that the people of the tribe were indeed not ill-natured. Their previous obstruction of his door had been a desperate measure in light of this. During the pottery firing process, when people came to observe, he did not deter them, and when questions were posed, he endeavored to provide answers. Days passed swiftly, and the kiln fire had long since extinguished. As it cooled completely, it was time to open the kiln. Many in the tribe gathered around, attentively watching the kiln's entrance, eager to see what kind of pottery Feng Yuan had created. Just as before, Feng Yuan entered the kiln to retrieve the pottery while Lei stood at the entrance to assist. Placing the pottery on the ground beside the kiln, the result was quite satisfactory. Although some of the glazed pottery did not meet his expectations, the majority was quite commendable. With improved techniques and attention to detail, the success rate could significantly increase to AS for the unglazed pottery. Nearly all were flawless, and the quality of the finished products was excellent. After more than an hour, all the pottery had been extracted from the kiln, occupying a vast expanse of ground. Observing the array of pottery, many in the tribe displayed expressions of confusion. Compared to the pottery Feng Yuan had produced previously, this batch featured numerous oddly shaped items that they could not name, let alone discern their purposes. The peculiar pottery was designed by Feng Yuan himself, primarily intended for cooking food, allowing for frying, boiling, and stewing, which was exceedingly convenient. However, what filled him with pride were the pots specifically crafted for hot pot cooking. They consisted of 3 parts. The uppermost section, resembling a bowl, was meant for holding the hot pot broth. The second part, which was supported by 3 legs, provided stability, and the bottom section, a shallower bowl, was designated to hold charcoal for heating the broth above. Initially, the 3 components were designed as a single entity, but later Feng Yuan modified the design, keeping the top 2 parts together while separating the bottom portion. This design facilitated the shaping of the pottery and made cleaning much easier. Particularly for the bottom bowl, removing the ash left after the charcoal burned was quite simple. Just pour it out. Among this batch of pottery, aside from the cooking vessels he had specially designed, the most eye-catching were the large jars. They were all quite substantial, the smallest reaching half a person's height, while the largest even surpassed the size of some individuals. Feng Yuan intended to use these for marinating and storing food. Before long, people began to disperse. Compared to Feng Yuan's first kiln firing, the tribe was now somewhat accustomed to the sight. Although some pottery was glazed and certain forms were peculiar, the allure had significantly diminished, mainly because they no longer needed to barter with him for pottery. Feng Yuan decided to transport the fired pottery back. A few individuals stepped forward to lend a hand. Once the pottery was safely stored, Feng Yuan eagerly dashed into the kitchen. Lei, oblivious, assumed he was merely preparing a meal, However, as time passed, he began to feel something was amiss. Feng Yun had been in the kitchen for an unusually long time. Recently, in an effort to save time while building the kiln and making clay bodies, their meals had been quite simple, requiring little time to prepare. Was he perhaps planning to make several dishes to celebrate the successful pottery firing? Lei considered this possibility, but ultimately decided to investigate the kitchen himself. Yun, what are you, cough, cough? Before Lei could finish his sentence, a powerful, spicy aroma assaulted him, nearly knocking him off his feet, and he was soon engulfed in a fit of violent coughing. Tears streaming down his face, he quickly retreated, distancing himself from the kitchen, too frightened to approach any closer. After a while, he managed to stop coughing and compose himself. Yun, what on earth are you doing? Trying to kill someone? He yelled toward the kitchen door. Although the scent produced by Feng Yun's concoction was unbearable, curiosity gnawed at him, compelling him to discover what was transpiring. Just wait a moment. Once the time is up, you'll know. What is there to keep secret? Lei muttered under his breath. Brother Lei, if you have nothing to do, could you assist me by washing the meat, mushrooms, and wild vegetables? I'll be needing them shortly. Oh, and remember to wash plenty. Got it. Lei acknowledged, beginning his task as he neared completion. Feng Yun finally emerged from the kitchen, carrying a peculiar item. It featured a bowl on top, filled with a generous amount of red oil. Supported by 3 legs, and at the bottom was a dish containing burning charcoal. Chapter 28. Hot Pot. Yun, what are you carrying? As Lei was cleaning the ingredients, he noticed Feng Yun emerging from the kitchen and immediately stood up, walking towards him. Hot pot broth. Hot pot broth. What is that? Lei displayed a look of confusion. It's for cooking food. The meat, mushrooms, and wild vegetables I asked you to clean can all be cooked in it. Yun, you can't be serious. Can this really be eaten? He pinched his nose and took a couple of steps back. That moment, Lei had finally discerned what Feng Yun was holding. The pot contained a large quantity of bright red liquid, bubbling and emanating a strong scent that was all too familiar to him, one that had recently driven him out of the kitchen due to its overwhelming odor. He found it hard to believe that something exuding such a terrifying aroma could be edible. Of course it can be eaten, and it's exceptionally delicious. Feng Yun seemed to sense Lei's concerns. If you're hesitant, just watch me eat. I wouldn't poison myself, would I? As he spoke, Feng Yun had already placed the hot pot on the stone table. He stepped back inside, sliced the cleaned meat, arranged it neatly on a plate, and prepared the mushrooms and wild vegetables in separate bowls before bringing everything back to the room. He sat down beside the table, dropped some slices of meat into the pot, and within moments, they were cooked in the bubbling broth. Using chopsticks, he picked up a slice of meat, blew on it to cool it slightly, and then placed it in his mouth. Delicious, truly delicious. Feng Yun displayed an expression of pure enjoyment, reaching out with his chopsticks to grab another slice of meat, eagerly devouring it without even bothering to cool it down. To be fair, the flavor of the hot pot broth that Feng Yun had concocted was indeed somewhat inferior compared to others he had tasted, lacking in a few ingredients. However, the taste was still quite commendable, particularly due to the addition of some spices that were not available in his previous life, giving it a unique flavor. More importantly, he was relishing a familiar taste, one that evoked fond memories. Yun, can we really eat this? Seeing Feng Yun enjoying himself so thoroughly, Lei finally could no longer hold back. What do you think? Then I shall give it a try. Tentatively, Lei picked up a slice of meat from the hot pot. The spiciness of the meat made him involuntarily furrow his brow, yet he ultimately placed it in his mouth. Water, water. My mouth is on fire, Lei shouted as he dashed outside, rushing to the water bucket and gulping it down voraciously. After a while, he returned to the table. Yun, I truly admire you. It's so spicy, yet you enjoy it so much. I hardly know what to say. Lei's gaze towards Feng Yun was filled with complex emotions. Brother Lei, you're mistaken. The spiciness may seem daunting at first, but once you adapt to it, you'll crave it. If you go without it for a while, you'll feel quite uncomfortable. As he spoke, Feng Yun picked mushrooms and wild vegetables from the pot and popped them into his mouth. Nodding in enjoyment, gurgle, gurgle. Whether it was because Feng Yun's delicious eating had whetted Lei's appetite, or because he was genuinely hungry, his stomach began to rumble. After a moment's hesitation, Lei finally sat down at the table, lifted his chopsticks, and reached into the pot, a hint of solemnity appearing on his face. Feng Yun couldn't help but shake his head. However, he did not intend to mock Lei. For someone who had never experienced spiciness before, it was indeed a challenging flavor to accept initially. Feng Yun stood up and walked outside, grabbing a ceramic bowl and filling it with water. Brother Lei, if you find it too spicy, you can dip it in water before eating, which will significantly reduce the heat. Feng Yun placed the ceramic bowl beside Lei. That's a good idea. Lei's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up a slice of meat from the pot, immersing it in the water. Seemingly determined to rid it of as much spiciness as possible, he rinsed the slice in the clear water repeatedly. That's enough. If you soak it too long, it will lose its flavor and won't taste good. Feng Yun could no longer watch. Only then did Lei place the meat in his mouth. This time, although he still stuck out his tongue, he did not rush to drink water. After a moment, he lifted his chopsticks again, the power of hunger beginning to assert itself. Feng Yun had to admit that Lei's adaptability was quite impressive. After soaking in water a few times, he began to place the food from the hot pot directly into his mouth, clearly having acclimatized to the spiciness. Of course, it was also possible that his mouth and tongue had simply become numb. Yun, I must confess, hot pot is indeed incredibly delicious and very convenient. As long as the ingredients are prepared, you can just toss in whatever you want. It's much easier than cooking. It's quite remarkable that you thought of such a way to dine. Lei began to appreciate the wonders of hot pot, showering Feng Yun with praise. Naturally, if hot pot lacked its unique charm, it would not have captured the hearts of so many across the land. Enjoy it. Eat as much as you like. Feng Yun stood up, walked into the storage room, and brought out a large piece of meat, slicing it thinly before bringing it back. Compared to the vegetables, Lei clearly favored meat, as the plate of mushrooms and wild vegetables still held plenty, while the plate of sliced meat was nearly empty. The two of them ate with great fervor, their chopsticks never stopping, raising them high as they exchanged bites, relishing the meal to the fullest. By the end, Feng Yun found it difficult to sit up straight, reluctantly having to swallow a portion to make room, while Lei had no such luck, forced to remain still and wait for his food to settle. Feng Yun leaned against the wall, squinting his eyes in satisfaction after the hearty meal, when a knock on the door startled him awake. Turning to the entrance, he saw a thin little boy knocking. Zhu, do you need something? The boy knocking was indeed Zhu, who had accepted Feng Yun's commission to safeguard the ceramic timer. Wu wants to see you. Wu is looking for me. Feng Yun glanced at Lei, who shook his head in response, clearly unaware of why Wu sought Feng Yun. Zhu, do you know why Wu is looking for me? I'm not sure that Wu didn't tell me, but I have a guess. Oh? What is your guess? Feel free to share. Don't worry about being wrong. No one will blame you. To encourage Zhu to voice his thoughts, Feng Yun reassured him. When Wu came to me, he asked some questions about the game, and then he told me to notify you that I suspect that Wu's request for you might be related to the game. Zhu, you are quite perceptive. I just thought of that as well. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go. Feng Yun turned to look at Lei and said, Brother Lei, tidy up a bit. I'm going to see Wu. Go ahead. ILL clean up. Oh, by the way, what should we do with the hot pot broth? Leave it. It can be used again. Given Feng Yun's relationship with Wu, everyone in the tribe knew of it, and since this was not his first visit, the guard simply nodded at him and did not hinder his passage. Upon entering the room, Feng Yun found Wu holding a brush, doodling on a piece of paper. He had made ink and prepared his brush, and soon after, by chance, Wu discovered their use and inquired about the method of creation. Before long, he had successfully replicated it. The paper he was using was also obtained from Feng Yun. Unlike Zhu, who was quite reserved, Feng Yun walked directly towards Wu. Standing beside him to see what he was drawing on the paper, he observed some very simple line drawings of small figures, either gathered together, separated, or chasing each other, appearing quite lively. After watching for a while, he realized that Wu was drawing the mini-games he had taught the children. Wu was recording 3 mini-games in a pictorial manner, complete with the rules of the games as well. After finishing the last little figure, Wu set the brush down and blew gently on the ink on the paper before lifting his head to look at Feng Yun, revealing a warm, magnetic smile. Yun, you've arrived? I wonder why Wu called me here. I heard from Zhu that you taught the children some mini-games, which is wonderful. It can help them awaken and become excellent hunters and warriors more easily. I merely enjoy letting my imagination run wild. Feng Yun responded to Wu with the same pretext. I don't see it that way. Although these mini-games are simple, each one is filled with ingenuity. One cannot conceive them without a sharp mind. Wu was clearly not so easily fooled. Don't be so quick to refute me. Let me finish. If these mini-games were merely products of fanciful thinking, with so many people in the tribe, including myself, having idle time to think, why has no one else come up with them? Wu gazed deeply at Feng Yun. Speaking meaningfully, Yun, your dedication to the tribe is commendable. I thank you. Oh. Feng Yun paused momentarily, but he quickly grasped Wu's meaning. He evidently believed that these minigames were specially prepared for the children, aimed at nurturing their growth. Feng Yun found it quietly amusing. If Wu were to learn that his intention in teaching those children the minigames was merely to send them away and keep them from bothering him, he wondered what he would think. Of course, Feng Yun had no intention of revealing that. He would never engage in such a foolish endeavor that would only bring discomfort upon himself. Yun, the reason I called you here this time is that I have a request. Wu, you are too courteous. There is no need to mention requests. Just tell me what you need. It is rare and commendable for you to think so selflessly for the tribe. Wu has grown increasingly fond of Feng Yun. Wu, why don't you suggest something for me to do? Feng Yun felt somewhat overwhelmed by Wu's gaze, filled with admiration. Indeed, the little games you teach the children are quite delightful, but there are simply too few of them. You must understand that children thrive on novelty. Once they tire of a game, their interest wanes. Wu paused briefly before continuing. I would like you to come up with some additional games. Rest assured, I will not shortchange you. For every game you create, I will reward you 2 small beasts, 1 medium beast, or half a large beast, your choice. Chapter 29. Preparation for the future. Is there such a delightful arrangement? Upon hearing Wu's request, Feng Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The little games that had long settled in the depths of his memory now had a chance to resurface, and they could even bring him benefits, something he had not anticipated. Wu, I will certainly think of some games, but as for the rewards, I think I should decline. Feng Yun felt it appropriate to refuse. Cloud, you're mistaken. Efforts deserve recognition. Otherwise, who would genuinely care for the tribe? I have merely done a few small tasks. Accepting a reward feels somewhat inappropriate. Does it not? It is perfectly appropriate. It is not favoritism. It is the tribe's custom that compels me to act thus. Now, cease your protests and focus on devising new games. How long do you require? I'm not certain, but I will report back to you as soon as I have ideas. Excellent. You may go now. Cloud, remember this. As long as you genuinely care for the tribe will never treat you unfairly. I understand. Feng Yun nodded, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, Wu, where has Bei gone? I haven't seen her in the past few days. Zhe has taken her to the herb valley to identify medicinal plants. Do not worry. The herb valley is quite safe. Then I shall rest easy. Upon exiting, Feng Yun encountered Zhu and asked, Zhu, why are you still here? I wanted to inform Wu about the timer. I believe that to accomplish the task you assigned, I cannot rely solely on myself. I need Wu's assistance. Your reasoning is sound. Why not go in and speak with Wu? I wanted to obtain your consent first. After all, the timer is yours. I have no objections. Go and discuss it with Wu. Feng Yun regarded Zhu with growing fondness. Upon returning home, he found Lei had tidied everything up and was leaning against the wall, lost in thought. What did Wu want with you? Upon seeing Feng Yun return, Lei straightened up. Wu asked for more little games and promised rewards for any I come up with. That is wonderful news. What rewards? For each game conceived, there is the choice of 2 small beasts, 1 medium beast, or half a large beast. What a bountiful reward. Lei could hardly contain his envy. On a hunting trip, one would toil to exhaustion and even risk their life. And after deducting what must be given to the tribe, the rewards were seldom so abundant. Yet here Feng Yun only needed to conjure a simple game, provoking a twinge of jealousy in Lei. However, coming up with a game isn't as easy as it sounds. Without inspiration or ideas, one could think until dizzy and yield nothing. To avoid provoking Lei, Feng Yun exaggerated the difficulty. In truth, he was already familiar with several games. If tasked to create them anew, it might prove more challenging than he claimed. Then you should think quickly. Wu's request cannot be delayed. I must take my leave. The envy on Lei's face dissipated, replaced by sympathy. Brother Lei? Please don't leave yet, that I need a favor from you. What do you need? Speak freely. Well, the kiln is currently idle, correct? You wish to rent it out? Yes, but not quite. Is it, or isn't it? Be clear. What I mean is that the kiln can be shared among everyone, as long as they help me fire some pottery. What do you wish to fire? I plan to create some large jars. No problem. Aside from being larger, jars aren't complex. I believe they will agree to it. I'll go speak with them now. As Lei turned to leave, he seemed to suddenly recall something and asked, Cloud? What do you need so many large jars for? I intend to use them for preserving food, primarily to store wild vegetables for winter. Preserving wild vegetables? Cloud, are you joking? Winter is still months away. If you put them in jars now, won't they rot into mush? Not at all, I will treat them specially. Once processed, they won't spoil for months, even a year. I don't believe it. Lei shook his head, clearly skeptical of Feng Yun's claim. Your disbelief is inconsequential. I will let the results speak for themselves. I look forward to it. With that, Lei stepped away, shaking his head as he walked. Once Lei left, Feng Yun entered his room and retrieved a piece of paper from beneath his pillow, covered in his previous notes on little games. He conducted a second round of filtering, ultimately narrowing it down to 7. Spinning tops, shuttlecock kicking, eagle catching chicks, marbles, firecracker tossing, hopscotch, and beanbag throwing. He meticulously rewrote these 7 games on a fresh sheet, annotating the rules. However, due to the passage of time, some rules were not entirely clear, and he wrote them down as he recalled. Eventually, he completed the task. While the rules may have undergone some changes, he believed they could still be played. At least sufficient to report to Wu. Feng Yun chose not to disclose these games to Wu immediately. He planned to wait a few days. Even when he reported his findings, he intended to reveal them in 2 stages. Not wanting to appear overly exceptional, folding the paper neatly, he tucked it beneath his pillow, gazing up at the sky. It was still early, not yet time to prepare dinner. He relaxed his body and laid his head on the table. His mind, however, was far from idle as he pondered his next steps. His first thought was to focus on food storage, especially wild vegetables, to see him through the winter. Although winter was still months away, he would soon undergo intense training with Bao, which would leave him no time for other tasks. He needed to act swiftly to complete his collection before the training commenced. The second consideration was to modify the housing. From his memories, winter could be extremely cold. The phrase water turns to ice was not an exaggeration. In primitive society, resources were scarce, and means of warmth were limited. Every winter, vulnerable elders and children faced the risk of freezing to death. Regarding the first point, he did not intend to gather wild vegetables himself, as that would be too slow and wasteful of time. He planned to enlist the help of the tribe's members. However, achieving this goal would not be straightforward, as everyone in the tribe had their own tasks. Why should they assist him? He had already devised a solution to this problem, by offering them compensation, preferably in the form of food, ideally meat. They would likely be eager to assist him. He did not intend to use the meat stored in the pantry as payment, as it had all been brought back by Bao. While he could eat it himself, he would feel uncomfortable exchanging it for other goods. He needed to procure his own meat. Hunting was the best means of obtaining meat, but Feng Yun was certain that if he proposed it, neither Wu Bao nor even Lei would agree. This avenue was closed, yet he still thought of a solution. Meat could indeed be sourced within the tribal territory and in large quantities, but the primitive people lacked the necessary tools and methods. Merely drooling at the prospect. Not far from the tribe flowed a river, which emptied into a vast lake. The lake was immense. Standing on one side, one could scarcely see the other side. Even on a clear day, one could only discern a vague outline of black. Feng Yun estimated that the furthest points of the lake were no less than 100 miles apart. Both the river and the lake teemed with a plethora of fish. If he could catch these fish, it would suffice for the needs of the Insnake tribe's 2,000 inhabitants, even if their number were to multiply 10-fold or 20-fold. However, the tribespeople did not recognize fish as a significant source of meat. They were unable to catch them, and the only methods they could think of were to wade in and grasp them, or to stab them with long spears. Both methods were inefficient, yielding a disproportionate return for the effort expended. Another reason the tribespeople had largely abandoned fishing was the inherent risks involved. Many fish possessed aggressive tendencies. Once a person entered the water, they were susceptible to attacks. With fingers, toes, and even arms and legs bitten off, and there were instances where individuals lost their lives, dragged under by larger fish. leaving no trace in Fengyun's view. People overestimated the risks of fishing in comparison to hunting. The dangers associated with fishing were considerably lower. The likelihood of injury or death while hunting far exceeded that of fishing. The belief that fishing was more perilous likely stemmed from their fear of water. Additionally, the danger lay hidden beneath the surface, unseen until it occurred, and the unknown is often the most terrifying. Rarity adds value. The scarcity of fish, combined with their delectable taste, rendered them particularly precious in the eyes of the people. If someone possesses fish, individuals are likely to eagerly propose a trade, even resorting to exchanging the flesh of beasts in the process. This inclination is one of the reasons why Fengyun has chosen fish as a reward. In their quest for fish, people would be more than willing to assist him. Furthermore, he himself is eager to savor the taste of fish. Anything consumed in excess can become tiresome, and beast meat is no exception. More critically, the texture of beast meat is often subpar. Some cuts are tough and difficult to chew, while others are dry and hard to swallow, with some even bearing peculiar flavors, of course. Not all beast meat is unpalatable. For instance, the meat of the flowery hoofed beast is exceptionally delicious, yet such exquisite beasts are scarce, hardly constituting even 1/10 of the total. Fengyun harbors complete confidence in his ability to successfully catch fish. He has already conceived of 3 fishing tools: hooks, fish cards, and nets. He knows their construction methods, a testament to the advantages of the information explosion era, where one can access all manner of knowledge. Crafting a fishing net is quite complex, so he has set his sights on the first 2 tools instead. With the sharp bone knife bestowed upon him by Bao, he should find making the hooks and fish cards to be a manageable task. Chapter 30. Crafting fishing gear. Time is of the essence. One must act upon thought. Fengyun abruptly rose, exited his dwelling, and turned into the storage room. Commencing his search, he sought bones, specifically those suitable for crafting hooks. He found himself well supplied with bones, having stored the remains of beasts slain during recent hunts. In the tribe, beast bones, especially those of formidable creatures, are a vital resource. They can be fashioned into a variety of tools, such as knives, arrowheads, spear tips, and hoes, serving numerous purposes. The bones of powerful beasts are remarkably sturdy. Should the beast possess sufficient rank, the resultant knives and spears can even penetrate stone. After a diligent search, Fengyun discovered a piece of white bone, 2 palms wide and longer than his own body, dense and refined, resembling jade more than bone. This bone did not originate from the beast slain by Bao. Rather, it was a treasure he had collected from outside. Beasts often engage in fierce battles, with the vanquished being consumed, yet remnants such as bones remain. Hunters, when encountering good bones, will collect them, sometimes yielding more meat than their hunts themselves. When Bao entrusted it to him, he mentioned that he would help sharpen it into a long knife when time allowed, cautioning him not to use it for trade. Based on his experience, it likely belonged to a high-ranking beast and was exceedingly rare. Fengyun had no intention of squandering it. While the hooks are crucial to his fishing endeavors, a fine weapon could save his life. He is discerning enough to weigh their importance. He chose this particular piece because it bore a flaw, a prominent crack about half a foot long, which would need to be removed during the sharpening process. He planned to utilize this small segment to create the hook. Holding the white bone, he stepped outside, feeling its weight. Upon reaching the door, he paused and returned to retrieve another piece of beast bone. The bones of high-ranking beasts are precious, and even a scrap is too valuable to waste. Thus, he resolved to practice with a lower-grade beast bone first. Back in his room, he placed the 2 pieces of bone on the stone table, then approached the corner wall, grasping a stone and slowly extracting it. Revealing a dark hole, as he reached inside, he withdrew a short knife, the very one Bao had given him. Primitive people are generally honest, seldom stealing from one another, yet knives fashioned from the teeth of royal beasts are too precious to be left unguarded. One could not fault anyone for coveting such a treasure. If it were to be stolen, he would be filled with regret. Drawing the short knife from its sheath, he made a cut into the lower-grade beast bone. It was effortless. He felt no resistance as the bone split cleanly in 2. Fengyun nodded in satisfaction. He took the high-ranking beast bone, aligning the blade with the crack, and cut downwards. This time, he felt a distinct resistance, though it was not overwhelming. Exerting about 3/10 of his strength, he successfully severed it. His appreciation for the sharpness of the short knife deepened. It could slice through the bones of high-ranking beasts with ease, far sharper than he had anticipated. Feng Yun began practicing with the lower-grade beast bone. Yet the results were far from satisfactory. Just because the royal beast knife was effective did not mean he could effortlessly craft a suitable fish hook. Either the shapes were flawed, or some areas were too thick while others were excessively thin. As for the barb he envisioned, it seemed entirely out of reach. In no time, he had destroyed a third of the lower-grade beast bone, yet had not managed to produce even a single fish hook that met his standards. Placing the royal beast knife upon the table, he took a deep breath. He recognized that his mindset was amiss. He had been overly eager for success. Closing his eyes, he sought to clear his mind of distractions. When his heart was tranquil, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calm and profound, akin to two unfathomable depths. He grasped the royal beast knife and resumed cutting the lower-grade beast bone. The blade flowing like water, showing no signs of hesitation, imparting a pleasing sensation. In less than 5 minutes, Feng Yun concluded his work, and on the table lay an orderly array of fish hooks, more than 20 in total. While these hooks still bore imperfections, shapes lacking finesse, varying thicknesses, and barbs either too large or too small, Feng Yun remained quite content. He was not overly critical. These hooks were satisfactory, as they were all functional. Most importantly, he recognized the potential for improvement. With further practice, he could certainly refine his craft. After practicing for a while longer, with the sun having sunk halfway behind the distant mountains, Feng Yun ceased his efforts. He tidied the table, returned the royal beast knife to its hiding place within the wall, and entered the kitchen to begin his preparations. As dusk enveloped the land and stars began to twinkle in the sky, Bao finally returned, accompanied by Lei, who carried several substantial cuts of fresh meat, collectively weighing no less than 500 or 600 pounds. Feng Yun understood that this beast meat had been procured by Bao specifically for him, filling his heart with warmth. While preparing for his special training, Bao had also taken the time to hunt, providing him with ample beast meat. This was no small feat, Uncle Bao. Thank you, Feng Yun expressed gratefully. What is there to thank between us? I heard from that rascal Lei that you've developed a new way of cooking called hot pot. It sounds delightful. What exactly is it? Show me. Bao, perhaps oblivious to the shift in Feng Yun's emotions, or simply uninterested in dwelling on it, called out boisterously upon seeing him. Uncle Bao, wash your hands, and I'll fetch it for you right away, Feng Yun replied. Bao poured some water into a pottery basin and began to wash his hands and face, while Lei, having placed the meat in the storage room, joined him. Initially, neither Bao nor Lei had the habit of washing their hands before meals. This was a practice Feng Yun had insisted upon, and over time, they had grown accustomed to it. Very good, truly splendid. This hot pot is simply marvelous, exquisite, Bao exclaimed, shoving red, succulent slices of meat into his mouth while singing praises. Uncle Bao, if you enjoy it, please help yourself to more. Rest assured, young Yun, I won't hold back. Go and slice some of today's meat. That spotted deer meat, quite delicious, and it won't taste as good if left too long. Although beast meat is relatively durable for storage, even in the sweltering summer, it can last a considerable time, especially for high-ranking beasts, which can remain edible for a month or two. The flavor will inevitably deteriorate. I'll do that right away. Feng Yun entered the storage room, lifting a piece of meat weighing several dozen pounds, washing away the blood and slicing it into thin pieces, filling 2 large bowls to the brim. The meat of deer-like beasts is undeniably superior, tender and juicy, springy yet not tough, smooth and easy to eat. The 3 of them relished their meal, devouring the 2 bowls of spotted deer meat completely. During this time, Feng Yun added the broth twice more. Compared to Lei, Bao seemed to have an innate preference for spiciness. On his first taste, rather than finding it too spicy, he exclaimed in delight. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours before Bao, thoroughly satisfied, retired to rest. After helping Feng Yun clean up, Lei also took his leave. However, Feng Yun remained awake. After savoring the spotted deer meat, he felt invigorated. With no trace of sleepiness, he retrieved the beast bones and continued to practice, striving to carve fish hooks from the high-ranking beast bones as soon as possible. By the time he had utilized the entirety of the lower-grade beast bone, Feng Yun finally gained confidence in his skills. His ability to control strength improved, making it much easier to guide the knife's edge. Especially after grasping some essential techniques, carving fish hooks no longer seemed so daunting. The intricacy of carving high-ranking beast bones posed a greater challenge. Transforming the entire piece into fishhooks took Feng Yun a full 3 to 4 hours. Estimating that it must have surpassed midnight, he decided it was time for rest. To avoid wasting quality materials, he had focused intently during the carving process, leading to considerable mental fatigue. Though his body felt fine, his mind was somewhat heavy. Upon awakening, with the first light of dawn breaking, Feng Yun rose, feeling completely rejuvenated. His recuperative abilities had grown remarkably strong. After a brief rest, he was fully restored. After bidding farewell to Bao and Lei, Feng Yun began refining the fishhooks, particularly focusing on perfecting the barb, as it would significantly enhance his chances of fishing success. With the hooks prepared, the next task was to find suitable fishing line. It could not be too thick, yet must be sufficiently sturdy. Feng Yun, however, felt quite assured in his ability to procure it. While searching for spices alongside Bei, he stumbled upon a type of vine. Remarkably sturdy, even the thinnest strand proved difficult to snap. Its deep black hue inspired him to name it Tai Xian Tung, or iron wire vine. Upon further investigation, he discovered that the vine's remarkable strength stemmed from its exceptionally resilient bark. He gathered a considerable amount, intending to twist it into rope. Feng Yun approached a nearby pond, picked up a stick, and began to fish. Soon, he retrieved bundles of translucent strands, reminiscent of silkworm silk. These were the remnants of the iron wire vine's bark. After soaking them for a while, the outer layer shed away, leaving behind the fibrous core. Feng Yun meticulously washed the iron wire vine fibers with clean water, then found a clear patch of ground to begin twisting them. Crafting the fibers into fishing line was no simple task, yet the length of the fibers, some exceeding 10 zhang, allowed him to easily twist several strands together without concern for joints. Later, Zhu came to report that he had shown the timer to Wu and sought his opinion on the proposed timekeeping plan. Wu expressed strong support for Feng Yun's initiative, but indicated it would require time for preparation. Feng Yun invited Zhu to stay and assist him in twisting the fishing line. With Zhu's help, he no longer needed to make numerous trips back and forth. Significantly accelerating their progress, by midday, he had crafted 10 fishing lines of varying thicknesses. Each line was tested for strength and proved satisfactory. He estimated that the finest could lift a fish weighing around 10 jin. Feng Yun did not allow Zhu to leave, inviting him to join for lunch in the afternoon. He planned to twist some finer lines for fish traps, requiring Zhu's assistance. Chapter 31. A job well done, delicious. Delicious, truly wonderful. I never expected the food made by Yun to be so delightful. In the face of such culinary delight, Zhu's eating habits, devouring his meal with fervor, were not merely an exaggeration but an accurate portrayal. Nevertheless, he did not forget to praise Feng Yun's culinary skills, managing to articulate his compliments clearly, which surprised both Feng Yun and Lei, as neither could achieve such clarity while indulging. Do you wish to eat this again in the future? Absolutely. I desire it immensely. Before this meal, Zhu had not tasted meat in quite some time. Now he not only savored it but found it extraordinarily delicious, something he had never dreamt of. How could he possibly utter a no? If you want it, work diligently as long as your performance satisfies me. I wouldn't mind adding an extra pair of chopsticks to the table. Yun, rest assured, no matter the task you assign, I will exert my utmost effort without any hint of laziness. Zhu promptly made this promise, nearly swearing an oath. The power of delicious food was undeniable. Yun, sit and rest. Allow me to clean up. After finishing their meal, before Feng Yun could rise to clear the dishes, Zhu eagerly took over, clearly wishing to demonstrate his sincerity. All right, I happen to have some matters to discuss with Brother Lei. Feng Yun relented, letting Zhu handle the cleanup. Yun, what do you wish to discuss? Lei, not waiting for Feng Yun to speak, inquired proactively. I would like Brother Lei to assist me in finding some items. What items? Bamboo, about 10 thin pieces and 2 thick ones. Straight and not from this year. Also, large bird feathers, specifically from the wings, and they should be coarse. Lastly, please help me find 2 more items. One is fine reeds, preferably those grown in dry land. And the other is seeds, ideally 2 types, one large and one small. Yun, what do you need these for? Lei blinked in confusion, clearly baffled by Feng Yun's intentions. Zhu, who was tidying up the dishes, also displayed an expression of curiosity, wanting to know the answer. Now is not the time to discuss it. Feng Yun's response disappointed both of them. Playing mysterious, are we? Lei chuckled lightly. Brother Lei, Can you find these items? Feng Yun was unconcerned by Lei's teasing. He solely wished to ascertain whether Lei could gather the necessary supplies, which were crucial for his fishing scheme. No problem. The items you requested are somewhat numerous, but none are particularly rare, so they shouldn't be difficult to find. Then I shall trouble you, Brother Lei. When do you need them? The sooner, the better. The other items can wait a bit, but the bamboo must be procured quickly. I'll go find them for you right now. Lei readily agreed, standing up and heading outside. Yun, is there anything else you need me to do? Zhu, ever diligent, had already cleaned up shortly after Lei departed. Let us continue twisting the fine line. Feng Yun entered the room, pulling out a large wooden barrel containing half a barrel of water, where the iron wire vine fibers were soaking. Drawing from the morning's experience, Feng Yun realized that twisting the fibers while they were still wet would yield better results than in this state. The fibers intertwined more tightly, resulting in a stronger final product. Perhaps due to the 3 little games he had taught, there were no children to disturb them while Feng Yun and Zhu twisted the fine line. After approximately 3 hours, Feng Yun had produced 2 types of fine lines, one thicker, a whole piece measuring about 10 zhang, and another thinner, with over 20 strands of similar total length to the thicker line. Meanwhile, Lei had returned with the bamboo Feng Yun requested, 12 thin pieces and 2 thick ones. All meeting his specifications. Satisfied, Feng Yun noted that they were just what he needed. After delivering the bamboo home, Lei set out to find the other items. Feng Yun located 2 pieces of wood, neatly coiling the fine line around them before returning home. Zhu did not leave, actively offering to help carry the wooden pieces with the coiled fine line. Feng Yun understood that Zhu wished to stay for dinner, but he chose not to mention it. Upon returning home, Feng Yun handed Zhu a bone knife to process the fine bamboo, instructing him to remove all branches. Meanwhile, he began working on the 2 thick bamboo pieces. He first cut them into segments, discarding the nodes, and then split the segments into smaller bamboo strips, removing the inner layer to retain only the green outer skin. Next, he further refined these strips into even thinner pieces, each around 2 inches long. Resembling toothpicks, Zhu exhibited a puzzled expression, observing Feng Yun's actions while attempting to process his own fine bamboo, yet he could not grasp Feng Yun's intentions. Feng Yun, however, had no intention of explaining. He continued to refine the toothpick-like bamboo strips. Sharpening both ends, he bent the strips to check for alignment, setting aside those that matched while continuing to refine the misaligned ones until they were straightened. Before long, he had processed approximately 300 thin bamboo strips. Pausing when he deemed the quantity sufficient, he did not cease there. He took the fine lines he and Zhu had twisted together and cut the thinner ones into segments, each about a foot long. When the quantity of fine lines matched that of the thin bamboo strips, he stopped, tying each one to the middle of the bamboo strips. Finally, he secured them all to the thicker line, maintaining equal spacing of about 3 feet. Go fetch me a clay pot. Feng Yun called to Zhu, who had just finished his task and was standing nearby. All right. Zhu promptly dashed to retrieve the pot at top speed, eager to learn what Feng Yun was about to do next. Feng Yun placed the clay pot at his feet, coiling the long line with the attached bamboo strips inside, leaving the strips hanging over the edge, resembling tassels. Once arranged, he set the pot aside and ignored it for the time being. Yun, what are you making? Zhu could no longer contain his curiosity and bravely asked. Fish traps. Fish traps? Are they for catching fish? Upon hearing the word fish, Zhu made a bold guess. Indeed. How do they work? Do you doubt that fish traps can catch fish? Feng Yun seemed to see through Zhu's thoughts, meeting his gaze. No, I'm just curious. Zhu instinctively averted his eyes from Feng Yun's stare. You will find out the outcome in due time. Feng Yun did not elaborate further. Rising, he retrieved a wooden box from the rack, opening it to reveal an array of fishhooks carved from white bone, varying in size. He took out the fishing line they had twisted together in the morning, pairing the thicker line with the larger hooks and the finer line with the smaller hooks. Securing them all, after inspecting and testing their sturdiness, Feng Yun smiled with satisfaction. Zhu, follow me. Sure. Zhu refrained from asking further questions and closely followed Feng Yun. They soon arrived at an open area scattered with small stones. Help me find some stones of this size. And be sure they are smooth. Feng Yun placed a stone before Zhu, slightly smaller than an egg but larger than a pigeon egg, its surface smooth. Understood. Zhu bent down to search meticulously, quickly gathering a pile of over 100 stones. That's enough. Feng Yun squatted to select, ultimately choosing 10, which, combined with his own finds, totaled 25. Let us head back. Feng Yun led the way, with Zhu following closely behind. By this time, Lei had returned and was squatting next to the clay pot containing the fish traps, inspecting them with keen interest, clearly trying to ascertain their purpose. Yun, what is this? What is it for? Yucca, used for fishing. Feng Yun did not conceal anything. What? You intend to go fishing? Are you out of your mind? I must inform Wu immediately. Lei exclaimed in shock, raising his voice. Why are you so agitated? Feng Yun was evidently taken aback by Lei's intense reaction. Agitated? How can I not be? The water is exceedingly perilous. A moment's inattention could cost you your life. And in severe cases, the body might never be recovered. Is it truly that serious? It is even more serious than you can imagine. No, I absolutely cannot allow you to go fishing. I shall inform Wu right now. Without waiting for Feng Yun's response, he dashed out of the house. Yun, Lei is correct. Fishing is far too dangerous for you. It is simply not worth risking your life for fish, no matter how delectable. Zhu also urged Feng Yun against the endeavor. Disapproving of his intention to fish, Feng Yun remained silent, directly approaching the bag Lei had brought back, opening it, and emptying its contents. First, there were some coarse white feathers, most resembling the thickness of a pinky finger, followed by 2 kinds of seeds, one larger, approximately the size of a soybean and slightly flattened, and the other a red seed, slightly larger than a green bean. Boil them in water, but be careful not to overcook them. Feng Yun repacked the seeds into the bag and handed it to Zhu. I'm off now. Zhu, perceptive as he was, recognized that Feng Yun would not heed his words and decided to cease his urging. However, he was not overly concerned for Feng Yun's safety. He could disregard Lei's caution, but Wu's words were not to be ignored. Feng Yun tore off the soft fibers from both sides of the feathers, cut away the empty ends, and sliced the remaining parts into uniform segments, each about ½ inch long. He set the feather segments aside and retrieved the small stones he had collected. Using a Wong beast's tooth knife to bore small holes through them, threading the fish line with hooks secured through the holes, anchoring them at a short distance from the hooks, he pierced a small hole in the middle of each feather segment with a bamboo skewer, threading the fish line through these tiny openings. Each line was adorned with 8 to 10 feather segments, then neatly coiled around a wooden stick. Mission accomplished. Feng Yun beamed with satisfaction, feeling a gentle warmth in his chest. Aware that his totemic power was once again on the rise, with the fishing gear and yucca ready, he was simply awaiting the practical application, as for whether he could catch any fish. He was confident. Chapter 32. Yucca Yun. Lei told me you plan to go fishing. Is that true? Wu entered the room and posed the question directly, his expression grave. Zhu silently broke into a cold sweat, fearing Wu would punish him. Yes, Feng Yun replied calmly, showing no signs of fear. Are you aware of the dangers involved? I know a bit. Knowing yet still wanting to fish. Is the meat of the savage beasts insufficient? Tell me, and I can lend you some. Just promise to return it. Time is not an issue. The implication was clear. He could offer him some savage beast meat for free. The meat from the savage beasts is sufficient. I simply wish to fish. Feng Yun remained unmoved. No, I disagree. Wu promptly dismissed Feng Yun's request without a second thought in his mind. Feng Yun was far too important to the entire Yanxi tribe. He could not allow him to fall into danger. Wu, I believe I should clarify the situation fully. You intend to persuade me? Do you think that possible? I never sought to change your mind. I merely feel it necessary to clarify matters. As for your final decision, I shall not interfere. Speak then. Whether it was Feng Yun's words that swayed him or his own curiosity about what Feng Yun would say, Wu acquiesced to Feng Yun's request. Zhu and Lei perked up their ears, equally curious about what Feng Yun would articulate. First, I must assert that my determination to fish is not merely to satisfy my own cravings, but to seek a means for the tribe to obtain a substantial food source. The Blue Lake is vast, teeming with fish. If we could fish in abundance, it would entirely meet the tribe's needs. Feng Yun resolved to present his motives in a more noble light. Wu was primarily concerned with the tribe's advancement. If Feng Yun linked fishing to the tribe's survival, he would be more easily persuaded. Yoon, your consideration for the tribe touches me deeply. I genuinely hope for your success, yet I cannot turn a blind eye to your safety. You must, as Feng Yun had anticipated. Wu's stance began to soften. Wu, may I ask you a question? Am I a fool? Feng Yun felt it was the perfect moment to press his advantage and persuade Wu. Of course, you're no fool. Not only are you not a fool, on the contrary, you are the most intelligent person I have ever encountered. The inventions you have created, whether pottery or writing implements, are remarkable. If Wu believes I am intelligent, do you think I would place myself in danger? Well. Suddenly, Wu appeared to have a realization. His eyes brightened, and he urgently inquired, Yun, are you implying that you have discovered a safe method for fishing? People consider fishing dangerous because it involves contact with water. My method avoids this entirely. I will stand on the shore, without ever touching the water, yet still catch fish. Is that true? Wu's voice trembled slightly as he focused intently on Feng Yun's eyes. Lei and Zhu were equally excited. Their faces flushed, their breathing becoming labored. If what Feng Yun said were true, it would be monumental news for the entire Yin Shi tribe. 50 years had passed, and the Yin Shi tribe had yet to regain its vitality, largely due to the immense losses incurred during hunting. Countless skilled hunters had perished beneath the savage beast's sharp fangs and claws. If they could safely procure ample food, the tribe's revival would no longer be a mere dream. Every member of the tribe longed for its resurgence, to reclaim its former glory, even to defeat their adversaries and reclaim their territory. Yet, as time progressed, they realized that this was nearly an impossible task. Nevertheless, the flame of hope within their hearts had never extinguished. Feng Yun's words ignited that hope, leaving Wu, Lei, and Zhu unable to contain their excitement. It is indeed true. Wonderful, marvelous. Upon hearing Feng Yun's affirmative response, the exhilarated Lei and Zhu could not help but cheer. Wu maintained a more restrained demeanor, but the flush on his face revealed his inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Wu said, Yun, please explain your fishing method. Without hearing the specifics of the fishing technique, he still felt some trepidation, though his intuition suggested Feng Yun was speaking the truth. Lei and Zhu ceased their cheering, their eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on Feng Yun, fearful of missing a single word. My fishing method comprises two techniques. The first is angling, where one stands on the shore and casts a baited hook into the water. If a fish bites, one simply pulls the rod, and the hook will catch the fish's mouth, allowing it to be drawn directly onto the shore without ever needing to wade into the water. Feng Yun retrieved a prepared fishing rod, releasing it from the wooden stick as he spoke and demonstrated. Excellent! Excellent! Wu repeatedly exclaimed. The ancestors have blessed us. At last, we possess a safe method for fishing. As he spoke, Wu's eyes glistened with tears. Lei and Zhu were even more overwhelmed, tears streaming down their faces. Yun, forgive my display. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. I understand. Angling is indeed an excellent and safe method for fishing. Please, share the other fishing technique as well. The second method employs this tool. It is called yucca. Feng Yun bent down to lift the ceramic plate containing the yucca, presenting it to Wu for closer inspection. How is it used? Wu's face was etched with confusion, clearly unable to comprehend how the yucca could catch fish. Lei and Zhu also cast inquiring glances at Feng Yun. Zhu, please fetch some of the seeds I asked you to boil. Lei, could you kindly bring me a stalk of reeds? Feng Yun refrained from offering direct explanations. Wu, please excuse me. Explaining how to use the yucca is somewhat complex. I intend to demonstrate it for you. That would be most helpful. Wu silently sighed with relief. The yucca was an unfamiliar fishing tool to him, and if he could not grasp Feng Yun's explanation, he would feel quite embarrassed. Lei and Zhu shared in the curiosity about how the yucca functioned, swiftly retrieving the items Feng Yun needed. Feng Yun first accepted the reeds from Lei, drew the Wang beast's tooth knife, pressed the blade against the reed, and with a gentle roll, the reed was severed. With another light roll, he cut off a short ring of reed. He placed the knife on the table and set the reed ring atop the blade, then took a yucca, pinching its ends gently with his thumb and index finger until they met. He then took the reed ring and slid it over the pointed end of the yucca, securing it and transforming it into a shape resembling a sunflower seed. He selected one of the larger seeds from the batch Zhu had brought, inserted it into the yucca's interior, and with a gentle push of his finger, it was secured close to the reed ring. Woo, you see, this is how it is done. Simply place it in the water. But how does it actually catch fish? I still cannot comprehend. The wind and clouds did not resort to verbal explanations, but instead expressed themselves through actions. With a gentle pinch of his fingers, accompanied by a faint crackling sound, the fish trap snapped taut. It turned out that the wind and clouds had crushed the reed circle that had secured the tip of the fish trap. Ah! Zhu was startled and took a step back. When the fish trap is placed in the water, the fish will be attracted to the seeds it holds, mistaking them for food. As soon as they take a bite, the reed circle will shatter, and the fish trap will instantly spring open, capturing the fish's mouth. This is why I named this fishing tool the fish trap. Yun, I must say your intellect is remarkable. Capable of devising such an ingenious fishing device, it is truly impressive. What's more critical is that the materials for making the fish trap are exceedingly simple, with a low level of difficulty in crafting, allowing for rapid dissemination. Wu did not hesitate to lavish praise upon Fengyun. Wu, I believe it is premature to celebrate. At this moment, Lei interjected with a differing opinion. Lei, do you find the fish trap lacking? I do not deny its cleverness. Yet I have a question. Can the fish trap truly catch fish? It is merely a slender bamboo strip, and even if it ensnares the fish's mouth, the fish can easily escape with a gentle tug. Brother Lei, you are correct. The fish trap is indeed just a slender bamboo strip. However, you overlook one crucial detail. Fengyun remained unperturbed, aware that Lei was not targeting him but simply doubting the fish trap's efficacy. Yun, hold on. Let me speak and see if I am right, Wu interrupted Fengyun. Wu, please proceed. The key to the fish trap's ability to prevent the fish from escaping lies in its sharply pointed ends, which penetrate the flesh when it opens. If the fish chooses to struggle, the sharp tip will inflict considerable pain, ultimately compelling it to abandon its escape. Yun, am I correct? Absolutely correct. I still find it hard to believe. Lei was not entirely convinced. Brother Lei, tomorrow when I go fishing, you are welcome to accompany me. Then it will be evident whether or not we can catch fish. Fengyun extended the invitation without anger. Even if you did not invite me, I would go, Lei replied, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he looked at Fengyun. May I join as well? Wu made a request to Fengyun. Of course that I intended to invite Wu to assess the safety of my two fishing methods. Wu lingered for dinner. Praising the hot pot profusely, he was not one to dine without merit. When Bao learned that Fengyun planned to go fishing and expressed resolute opposition, he explained without needing Fengyun to speak, successfully persuading him. However, Bao also made a request to join, claiming he wished to witness how the two fishing tools operated. Fengyun felt warmth in his heart, knowing that Bao's desire to witness the event was but a small part of his concern for Fengyun's safety. Chapter 33. The big fish. Fengyun strolled along the riverbank, cradling a ceramic basin in his hands, while Lei followed closely behind, gripping a bamboo pole several zhang long. Behind them trailed another individual, Zhu, who carried a large ceramic bowl. Wu and Bao stood a short distance away, their gazes following the trio's movements. The three were in the process of deploying the fish traps into the river. Fengyun was responsible for releasing the fish traps from the ceramic basin, while Lei used the bamboo pole to place them further into the water. Zhu scattered some cooked seeds where the fish traps submerged, enticing the fish to bite. Before long, all the fish traps were set. Fengyun drove a wooden stick deep into the riverbank, securing the end of the fish trap to it. Done. Fengyun clapped his hands and turned to walk towards Wu and Bao. Yun, can this fish trap really catch fish? Lei glanced into the river. Brother Lei, the fish traps are in the water now. We will soon find out if they can catch fish, Fengyun replied, unwilling to engage in further debate, confident that facts speak louder than words. Wu, Uncle Bao, we're finished. Let us go fishing. Fengyun approached Wu and Bao, bending down to pick up a beast hide bag filled with numerous slender wooden sticks. When will we collect the fish traps? Bao stepped back to allow Lei to lift the bundle of bamboo poles from the ground. When the sun reaches its zenith. It should be about time, Fengyun gestured towards the sun. The five of them walked about 50 zhang forward, and Fengyun, leading the way, came to a halt. He placed the beast hide bag on the ground and emptied its contents, which included a multitude of slender wooden sticks, fishing gear, a bone knife, and a sizable piece of fresh meat. Fengyun borrowed the bamboo pole from Lei, securely tying the fishing line to its tip, cutting a piece of fresh meat to hang on the fish hook, With a vigorous flick, the hook, propelled by a small stone nearby, flew out with a whoosh and splashed into the river with a resounding thud. Feng Yun firmly planted the end of the bamboo pole deep into the soil, took a slender wooden stick, and tied a thin string attached to it to the bamboo pole. He did not stop there. He gestured and picked up another slender wooden stick, driving it into the soil directly beneath the bamboo pole. Close to the pole, he used his armpit to grip it and press down while holding the two wooden sticks, bringing their ends together. At that moment, everyone noticed that the ends of the two sticks had been sharpened, forming two mirrored sevens that could interlock perfectly. Gradually releasing the pressure on the bamboo pole, he ensured the two slender sticks remained connected. Success. Feng Yun's arms completely released from the wooden sticks, which remained locked together, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Yun, is this what you call fishing? Bao inquired, glancing at the fishing rod Feng Yun had set up. Yes and no. What do you mean? To say it is fishing is because it is indeed a method of fishing, however. This approach is taken to free oneself for other tasks. To say it is not, is because typically, people do not fish in this manner. What constitutes a typical approach? Grasping the fishing rod, one waits for a fish to bite, then immediately lifts the rod to hook the fish. But if the hook is submerged, I cannot see it. How would I know if a fish is bitten? That's where the float comes into play. I have threaded some floats made from bird feathers onto the fishing line, Feng Yun explained as he picked up a set of fishing gear. When we officially fish, we will adjust them according to the water depth, allowing part to sink while part remains on the surface. If a fish bites, we will be alerted through them. I see. Yun, you are truly clever. Bao displayed a look of realization. The others also bore expressions of understanding, having shared the same confusion as Bao before Feng Yun's clarification. What kind of changes in the float indicate the best moment to lift the rod? Bao continued to inquire. That will depend on the specific situation. Different fish will yield different float movements, requiring the angler to discern. So, does that mean I will fail many times? Bao could not conceal his disappointment. Bao, you are too impatient. Fishing, much like hunting, does not allow one to become an expert overnight. With practice and dedication, I believe you can become an exceptional angler. Wu offered words of encouragement to Bao. Yun, I did not see a float on the fishing line you set up earlier. How can you be certain of a fish biting and ensure that you can catch one? Wu clearly displayed interest in Feng Yun's newly assembled gear. A float is unnecessary. If a fish bites, the fishing line will... Feng Yun paused, not because he wished to stop explaining, but because he no longer needed to dot a T. That very moment, a disturbance occurred. The fishing line suddenly dipped, tightening. The downward pull of the line caused the fishing rod to bend, dislodging the two slender wooden sticks that held it. The rod instantly began to return to its original state, its tip springing upward and pulling the line back. Though it only regained a short distance before coming to a halt in the next instant, the fishing line plunged violently toward the water's depths, causing the rod to bend once more. I caught one. Feng Yun dashed over, yanking the rod from the ground, gripping it tightly with both hands, pulling back as he struggled with the fish beneath the surface. Did you really catch a fish? Quick, let us pull it up and see. Bao rushed to Feng Yun's side, reaching out to assist in hauling up the rod. Wu, Lei, and Zhu also gathered around, their eyes fixed intently on the water's surface, filled with urgency and curiosity, eager to see the fish ensnared by the hook. All right. With all his might, Feng Yun yanked the rod back, bending it into a taut arc. Water splashed, and a silver flash burst forth from the depths, crashing heavily onto the ground with a resounding crack. Bao was the first to rush forward, followed closely by the others. Even the usually composed Wu nearly sprinted. Feng Yun followed suit, peering through the gap between Bao and Lei to gaze down at the ground. There lay a fish longer than an adult's arm, its scales shimmering in the sunlight. Its shape was peculiar, nearly uniform in thickness from top to bottom, resembling a stick. Its mouth gaped open, lined with sharp, nail-like teeth arranged in an orderly fashion, resembling a saw. Quite fearsome, it lay motionless, clearly having met its demise from the heavy fall. It is a stick fish, incredibly swift, and catching one on a regular day is an arduous task. I never expected to capture one so effortlessly today. Bao's face was brimming with joy. That is due to Yun's excellent fishing gear. Wu acknowledged the contribution of Feng Yun. Indeed. Indeed, indeed. Bao nodded repeatedly. Although I was convinced from the outset that Yun's tackle would yield fish, I did not anticipate it would be this simple. This time, luck played a part. I too did not expect to succeed on the first attempt. That is already quite remarkable. Much like hunting, no one can guarantee success every time. Wu, let us discuss this later. We should hasten to try our luck and see who catches a fish first. Bao's suggestion was immediately supported by Lei and Zhu, who eagerly grabbed their fishing rods and hooks, emulating Feng Yun's method to set up. Eventually, Wu could no longer contain himself and joined in as well. Feng Yun nodded, picked up his fishing gear, and walked further away. By the time the five had set up their rods, Feng Yun had already prepared all the fishing equipment, even baiting the hooks. They lined up, about 2 zhang apart from each other. The river was indeed teeming with fish. As soon as the hooks sank into the water, the fish were already biting. The first indication came from Zhu, whose float suddenly submerged completely. Instinctively, he yanked the rod hard, only to meet immense resistance, causing the rod to bend into a half circle. The force from below only intensified, and he found himself struggling to maintain his balance, his body leaning forward. Not good. Feng Yun, closest to Zhu, quickly sensed the predicament, yanked the hook out of the water, tossed it onto the shore, and rushed towards him. Just in time, he seized the fishing rod from Zhu's grasp before he could be dragged into the river. It's a big fish. The moment Feng Yun's hand touched the rod, he realized that this time, he had hooked a sizable fish, certainly much larger than the one he had caught previously. Instead of using brute force to confront the fish head-on, he skillfully alternated between tension and slack, deftly mitigating the fish's repeated surges. The fishing line he had given Zhu was relatively thin. Although the line made from iron vine fibers was robust, he was cautious not to take unnecessary risks. He aimed to tire the fish out before attempting to haul it ashore. Yun, pull it in quickly. Why are you dawdling? Feng Yun remained calm, but Bao was growing impatient. Uncle Bao, this is quite a hefty one. I'm concerned it might snap the line, so I'm letting it tire itself out. Hefty? How big? I don't know, but it should be much larger than the last one. Let me take a look. Bao imitated Feng Yun, reeling in his rod, and stepped closer. Try to bring its head near the surface. I'll assist you. Feng Yun had been playing the fish for nearly 5 minutes with no end in sight, and Bao was becoming increasingly restless. At that moment, both Lei and Wu had already made catches, with Wu having reeled in 3 fish. I'll do my best. Feng Yun began to exert force, gradually pulling the line from the water. Before long, a massive dark shape emerged beneath the surface. Although it was not yet clear, it was evident that it was a substantial catch. With a splash, the fish's head finally broke the surface, appearing to be 2 sizes larger than a human head. The large fish suddenly thrashed, revealing most of its body above the water. Feng Yun's heart raced as he realized it was about to exert its strength to break free from the line. He loosened his grip, preparing to let the line out, not wishing to confront the fish directly, fearing the line could not withstand the strain. At that moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Simultaneously, he saw a dark projectile strike the fish's head, creating a deep wound. The fish immediately weakened, its tense body relaxing. Feng Yun pulled it to the riverbank, grasped its gills, and lifted it out. What a magnificent specimen! It was longer than his own body by a half, conservatively estimated to weigh at least twice his weight. Chapter 34. A bountiful return. This is a large catfish, which typically stays far from the shore, making it difficult to catch. In all my memories, I have only managed to catch about 10, none of which compare to this one in size. Wu removed the 4th fish from the hook, opting not to cast again, but instead walked over to Feng Yun, gazing at the massive fish that had been pierced through the head by Bao. Indeed, among all the fish I have encountered, this one would certainly rank in the top 10. Bao expressed his astonishment. Yun, the fishing gear you invented truly allows for the capture of a significant number of fish, and I have decided to reward you. From now on, any fish you catch need not be surrendered to the tribe. They will all belong to you. Additionally, regardless of who in the tribe catches fish, you shall receive a 10% share. Wu, isn't that reward a bit excessive? Before Feng Yun could respond, Bao exclaimed. Bao, you are mistaken. My reward for Yun is not excessive. In fact, it is rather modest. With Yun's invented fishing gear, everyone can catch abundant fish, and more importantly, it eliminates the life-threatening risks associated with hunting. Were it not for the tribe's need for a substantial meat supply, I would have increased the reward significantly. Wu turned to Feng Yun. Yun, you don't think I'm being too stingy, do you? Not at all. Wu's reward is already exceedingly generous, Feng Yun replied, genuinely surprised by the magnitude of Wu's offer. He had considered selling fishing gear to the tribe. Leveraging his king beast tooth knife to easily craft hooks, he knew that iron vine fibers could be twisted into fishing line, and if he maintained adequate secrecy, he could monopolize the fishing gear market within the tribe. At that point, a diverse array of fish would surely come rolling in. As long as you can accept it, I am relieved, Wu nodded, displaying a satisfied smile. Everyone, let us make haste and fish. Once we have gathered our catch, we shall return. Return for what? To have lunch? Bao interjected. No, I wish for everyone to quickly learn that Yun has invented an efficient fishing tool, enabling them to catch fish in the shortest time possible. Is it really necessary to rush? Absolutely. There are always individuals leaving the tribe to hunt, and every hunting expedition carries the risk of casualties. If we can transition them to fishing, we could save lives, don't you think? All right, that I can see that you are correct. Is that satisfactory? Bao recognized he could not argue with Wu and wisely chose to concede. I shall go collect the fish. Just then, one of the set rods began to twitch, the hook unfastened, and Bao dashed over, clearly eager to avoid further debate with Wu. Before the sun reached its zenith, Feng Yun and the others ceased fishing, as the fresh meat they had used as bait was depleted. Their haul consisted of neatly arranged fish, the largest exceeding 200 pounds, and the smallest weighing 2 to 3 pounds in total. There were 68 fish. Feng Yun estimated the total weight to be over 2,500 pounds. The bounty was far beyond his expectations. He had not anticipated the river to be so abundant with such sizable and easily caught fish. Based on current conditions, one person could feasibly catch hundreds of pounds of fish in a day, and with a bit of luck, exceeding 1,000 pounds would be effortless. This yield far surpassed that of hunting. Of course, fish could not be compared to ferocious beasts, but not all hunting yielded such creatures. In fact, ferocious beasts constituted less than 1/10 of the total prey, with the vast majority being ordinary wild animals. Fish, when compared to typical wild game, were equally impressive, not to mention far more palatable. Moreover, the totem warriors of the tribe did not possess unique abilities like Feng Yun, who could almost limitlessly metabolize food. Even if they consumed regular food, it merely meant they had larger appetites and were more prone to hunger. An individual could easily consume 100 or so pounds of fish in a day. After accounting for the portion they would consume, there would still be plenty left over, and even with a growing population, there would be no concern about insufficient food. Furthermore, not all sustenance consisted of meat. On the contrary, most of the food consumed daily was plant-based. With a balanced diet and the addition of the caught fish, even if they were to feast heartily, they would still find it impossible to exhaust their supplies. With a significant surplus of food and no need to face danger in acquiring it, it would be exceedingly difficult for the tribe not to thrive. This was the fundamental reason Wu was so insistent on rewarding Feng Yun generously. Let us go see how effective the fish traps are. Before Feng Yun could tidy up his fishing gear, Bao grasped his shoulder and led him towards the traps. Uncle Bao, there's no need to rush. Allow me to pack up the gear first. No need for you to tidy up. Let Lei and Zhu handle the rest. All right. However, I need your assistance with something. Speak. The fish traps, unlike hooks, can securely latch onto a fish's mouth. When retrieving, if the fish sense danger, they will struggle fiercely, and thus they might escape. Originally, I intended to prepare another tool that could. I understand your intent. You wish for me to handle the trapped fish as I did with the large catfish, ensuring they have no chance to escape? Precisely. No problem. Just watch me. As he spoke, he bent down, scooped up a handful of soil, and compacted it into an extremely hard clump, which he then broke into smaller pieces, each the size of a finger. Feng Yun, however, did not dare underestimate these seemingly insignificant clumps of mud. Not long ago, with a mere clod of mud, Bao effortlessly dispatched a colossal catfish weighing nearly 200 pounds. This looks promising. Feng Yun had just grasped the delicate line, yet before he could free it from the wooden pole, he felt the force and vibrations signaling that a fish was ensnared. He began to gently pull the fish towards the shore. At this moment, Wu, Lei, and Zhu hurried over. Although Bao had enlisted Lei and Zhu to assist in tidying up the fishing gear, their curiosity was insatiable. They were eager to discover the effectiveness of the fish trap, and thus they approached. "It's happening! It's happening!" Zhu exclaimed with excitement. Soon, a dark shadow loomed near the water's surface. Without waiting for the fish to fully breach the surface, Bao flicked his finger, launching a small clod of mud that sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. Based on prior fishing experience, he knew that once a fish was pulled from the water, it would almost certainly thrash about in a desperate struggle. Given the strength of the trap, the likelihood of escape was quite high. Necessitating preemptive action, the clod pierced the water's surface and directly penetrated the fish's head. A streak of crimson spread from the fish's head, and it lay still, dead. It's a big-bellied fish with tender flesh, and it's laden with roe, delicious. As Lei grasped the fish's gills and lifted it from the water, Bao immediately recognized its identity. The big-bellied fish was not particularly large, weighing less than 20 pounds. But it was a catch nonetheless, filling everyone with anticipation and curiosity about how many fish the trap would ultimately yield. Their expectations were modest. They would be satisfied with around 10 fish. They believed the next trap would not require much effort, nor would it need someone to watch over it, and any catch would suffice. However, reality proved they had underestimated the fish trap. When Feng Yun retrieved the entire catch, he was astonished to find that they had captured as many as 70 fish, with the total number of traps being fewer than 300. Approximately 4 traps were needed to catch a single fish, a result that significantly exceeded their expectations, leaving even Feng Yun slightly taken aback. The only regret was that the fish caught were not particularly large, with the heaviest weighing less than 50 pounds. However, the weights were relatively even, with the smallest being over 5 pounds. In total, they amassed nearly 1,500 pounds. "Yuan, I was wrong that I should not have doubted you." After witnessing the formidable fishing prowess of the trap, Lei promptly apologized to Feng Yun. "It's not your fault. The trap's appearance is indeed unassuming, which can naturally breed skepticism. I'll be honest, I was somewhat surprised myself." "The fish trap is truly remarkable," Wu exclaimed in admiration. "Indeed. It is not only simple to make but also saves time and effort," Bao concurred with Wu's assessment. After packing up the fishing gear and placing the traps in a ceramic basin, the group prepared to head back. Feng Yun received special treatment, carrying nothing and walking back empty-handed. Once home, he set down the fishing equipment and began to cook. Due to manpower constraints, they were unable to bring back all the fish at once and planned to make another trip. However, they did not overlook the more delectable catches. Using a bamboo pole, they strung the fish through their mouths, and Bao and Lei carried them back. While Feng Yun cooked, Zhu assisted by gathering ingredients, washing, and cutting them into appropriate sizes as per his instructions. Feng Yun had initially intended to handle the fish himself, but Wu offered to help. Feng Yun quickly realized that Wu's offer was likely motivated by concern that he might not know how to properly handle the fish and might accidentally rupture the gallbladder. Little did he know, he had encountered various fish in his past life. Nevertheless, since Wu wanted to help, Feng Yun felt no need to be polite. Handling fish was not only slippery and slimy, making it difficult to manage, but it also posed a risk of injury and left one smelling of fish. While preparing the fish, Feng Yun rummaged through his memories to recall the methods he knew, ultimately selecting 4 recipes: 1 for braised fish, 1 for steamed fish, 1 for mixed fish stew, and 1 for fish head soup. Although the seasonings were far from as rich as in his past life, the quality of the fish and water was superb. The braised dish was rich, the steamed fish was sweet and delicate, the stew was hearty, and the fish head soup was savory. Each dish turned out to be a rare delicacy. A pang of regret tugged at Feng Yun's heart. If only he could have a bowl of white rice to soak up the fish soup. It would be perfect, he sighed, knowing that such a wish was merely a fantasy. When he and Bei had ventured out to search for seasonings, they had deliberately sought rice, yet had seen no sign of it. Not even any plants resembling it. The prospect of enjoying white rice was impossible, at least in the near future. Chapter 35. The Most Primitive Loom. Yun, would you be willing to teach everyone the technique for making fish traps tomorrow? After a hearty meal, Wu approached Feng Yun with a request. No problem. Excellent. Your kindness will surely be remembered by all. Wu, I have something I would like everyone to assist me with, if that's all right. What is it? Please go ahead. A hint of tension flickered across Wu's expression. He was somewhat apprehensive that Feng Yun's request might place him in a difficult position, one he could not directly refuse. It's nothing too serious. I would like everyone to help me gather some wild vegetables. Ah, So it's about gathering wild vegetables. Wu visibly relaxed. What do you need wild vegetables for? To eat. I plan to store some for winter. Isn't it a bit early? Winter is still quite a while off. Won't the wild vegetables spoil by then? I intend to pickle them. Once pickled, they can be stored without issue until winter. How much are you planning to gather? A lot. Otherwise, I would just do it myself. No problem. Tomorrow, I will inform everyone. They should be willing to help, as it is not a difficult task, just a matter of spending some time. Wu agreed to Feng Yun's request. Suddenly, Zhu burst in, running and shouting, "Not good, not good. Zhu, take a moment to catch your breath and drink some water. With Wu here, there is nothing we can't resolve." Feng Yun handed him a bowl of clear water. Glug, glug. Zhu accepted the bowl and gulped it down. Lei is surrounded by everyone. Zhu seemed to have relaxed, articulating more clearly. Why is everyone surrounding Lei? He hasn't done anything to offend anyone. Bao shook his head in confusion. If I'm not mistaken, the commotion around Lei is about the fish, right? Feng Yun deduced. They had brought back some fish upon their return, and after the meal, Lei had volunteered to fetch the remainder. Yun, you guessed it right. It is indeed about the fish. Zhu nodded. Wu, this is where I need your help. Feng Yun turned to Wu, seeking his assistance. This is my responsibility. I would have intervened even if you hadn't asked. Wu stood up and headed outside. Feng Yun chose not to follow, opting instead to await the outcome, not wanting to involve himself. It wasn't long, about 15 minutes, before Wu reappeared, followed by Lei, who looked somewhat disheveled, his face flushed, sweat beading on his forehead, and his breathing somewhat labored. Yun, I couldn't bring back the fish, but I informed everyone that whoever obtained fish must deliver 20 times their weight in wild vegetables within 3 days. You have no objections to that? Do you? Wu handled it very well. I have no objections. Feng Yun was not surprised that Wu hadn't brought back the fish. Rarity enhances value. Many in the tribe had never tasted fish before, and seeing such an abundance, they would not let it pass. Forcibly reclaiming the fish could potentially incite unrest, something Wu, like Feng Yun, wished to avoid. Yun, I'll be heading back now. After sitting for a while, Wu stood up. Wu, wait a moment. Feng Yun quickly rose to stop him. Yun, do you have something else to discuss? Regarding the teaching of fish trap-making skills, I no longer wish to do it myself. I'd like Lei and Zhu to handle it for me. It's not complicated and can be easily explained. Why? Wu furrowed his brow slightly, clearly displeased. His request for Feng Yun to teach the tribe the technique of making fish traps was not solely based on Feng Yun being the inventor of the trap, who could elucidate its intricacies more thoroughly. There was a more significant consideration. He wished to establish Feng Yun's status and authority within the tribe. That way, when the time came for him to declare Feng Yun as the tribe's leader, there would be no opposition, and he would be embraced, allowing the tribe to unite and move towards genuine revival, perhaps even achieving unprecedented brilliance. Wu, you misunderstood. My intention is not to shirk responsibilities. Feng Yun keenly sensed Wu's dissatisfaction and felt it necessary to clarify. Oh, I wish to focus on crafting fish hooks. Currently, I am the only one capable of making them, and I want to allocate more time to produce additional hooks so that everyone can catch fish more quickly. Primarily, he aimed to engage in some trade using the fish hooks. There were tasks ahead that he could not manage alone. Yun, I understand your intentions now. You're thinking about the tribe. Very well, let Lei and Zhu. Also, I want to let you work for nothing. Anyone who wants fish hooks can make some requests. As long as they're not excessive, I'll take my leave now. Wu, please don't go just yet. There's one more thing I want to discuss. Feng Yun called out to Wu once more. What is it? With nothing to do, I have devised a new material for garment creation, and I wish to show it to you to ascertain its potential for promotion. A new material for clothing. What is it? Please show it to me at once. Wu displayed immense interest, urgently inquiring. The conundrum of attire had long perplexed him. Despite much contemplation, he had yet to devise a solution. Animal hides could serve as a material for clothing, yet the processing techniques were inadequate, yielding a particularly unpleasant odor, alongside issues of mold and infestation. Many were reluctant to accept such garments, opting instead for clothing fashioned from leaves, even when necessity dictated otherwise, as for the hides of savage beasts. None would consider using them for attire. Typically, they were quite thick, and once dried, became exceedingly rigid, making the crafting of garments exceedingly challenging. Even if one were to succeed in creating clothing from them, wearing such garments would be most uncomfortable, causing abrasions and skin irritation. Thus, the revelation of a new material for clothing by Feng Yuan was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought for Wu. In truth, he was not alone in his anticipation. Bao, Lei, and Zhu also harbored great expectations, as the issue of clothing had persistently troubled them as well. Please wait a moment, I shall fetch it right away. Feng Yuan turned and entered the room, the gaze of the others following him intently. Had they not restrained themselves, they might have followed closely behind. Moments later, Feng Yuan emerged, holding a small piece of material the size of a handkerchief. The collective gaze of the group fixated on this piece, as they all wished to observe it clearly and comprehensively. Wu, this is linen, a fabric I have named after the plant from which it is woven, which I have called Ma, Feng Yuan explained as he extended the linen piece towards Wu. Very well. Wu gently caressed the linen piece, his movements exceedingly tender, as if it were a rare treasure, fearing that a slight increase in pressure might damage it. Wu, do not keep this all to yourself. Allow me a glimpse as well. Bao, noticing Wu's possessive hold on the linen piece, expressed his discontent and reached out for it. Here you are. Wu reluctantly handed the linen piece to Bao. Indeed, it is quite soft. If it could be fashioned into garments, it would surely be comfortable to wear. Bao gathered his fingers around the linen piece, allowing his palm to fully appreciate its texture, and he appeared quite satisfied. Lei, you too should feel it. Bao passed the linen piece to Lei. Lei examined it closely, touching it before passing it on to Zhu, who then returned it to Feng Yuan. Young Yuan, your new material is indeed impressive. However, it is too small to cover even half an arm. Bao regarded Feng Yuan with a look of approval, albeit tinged with regret. Bao, you still do not fully understand Yuan. His presentation of the linen piece indicates that he has mastered the technique for producing larger sheets of fabric. Wu countered Bao's assessment. Young Yuan, is this true? Bao directly questioned Feng Yuan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Indeed, Feng Yuan affirmed, not disappointing Bao. Really? That is wonderful. Please, tell us how you accomplished this. Bao stepped eagerly closer to Feng Yuan, eager for the details. Please wait a moment. Feng Yuan re-entered the room and shortly returned, holding what resembled a stool. This is the tool I used to weave the linen, Feng Yuan stated. Placing the item on the table, the group, including Wu, quickly surrounded the table, craning their necks to scrutinize the object before them. They observed that the top of the stool was absent, replaced instead by straight, parallel threads. Above these threads lay an elongated object, pointed at both ends, connected by a thin line to one corner of the stool. Young Yuan, how is this contraption used? Bao examined the item meticulously, but remained baffled by its function. Bao, your observations are still lacking in detail. From my observations, this elongated item appears to be the key. Am I mistaken, Yuan? Wu posited, directing his gaze at Feng Yuan. Wu, you are correct. In truth, weaving the linen is not difficult. All one must do is take the shuttle. Feng Yuan lifted the elongated object and began to demonstrate. He first threaded it between the two closest parallel threads, then between the second and third, and continued this process, interlacing the threads as he moved along. Upon reaching the other side, Feng Yuan pulled the threads taut, then repeated the process in reverse, returning the shuttle to its starting position. The motions were executed with great skill and speed, leaving behind a blur. Before long, the threads attached to the shuttle were exhausted. He detached the threads from the shuttle, took another length, and reattached it to continue weaving. Despite the audience's clear understanding of the weaving process, they showed no inclination to interrupt Feng Yuan. Each harbored the desire to witness a piece of linen materialize before their very eyes. Approximately an hour later, Feng Yuan paused, revealing a piece of linen nearly identical in size to the one he had previously presented. As long as this weaving apparatus is enlarged, we can produce larger sheets of linen, Feng Yuan proposed, gesturing to the rudimentary weaving device before them. This method is indeed viable. However, it necessitates a greater quantity of threads, which is rather cumbersome and time-consuming, Bao acknowledged, while also noting its drawbacks. This is not an issue. This weaving apparatus is a new creation of Yuan's, and it is only natural for it to possess various imperfections, yet all of these can be addressed, Wu remarked as he turned to Feng Yun. Yun, do not misunderstand me. My comments are not a reflection of any perceived lack of value in this apparatus. Quite the opposite. I hold it in high regard. I foresee that the tribe will undergo a transformation due to its introduction, becoming a vital force for revitalization. Wu, you are overthinking it. I harbor no misunderstandings. I am acutely aware of the problems inherent in the weaving apparatus. I hope to leverage everyone's wisdom to improve it and enhance its usability. I was right not to misjudge you. Wu smiled, his expression filled with satisfaction. Wu, I entrust this weaving apparatus to you, and I hope you will promote it throughout the tribe. Feng Yun solemnly handed the weaving device to Wu. Although he could not replicate a true weaving machine, he still valued it greatly. He had grasped the fundamental principles of a genuine weaving apparatus. With the right dedication to research and improvement, a true weaving machine would soon emerge. Furthermore, the creation of this device had brought him a significant surprise. The moment he completed the weaving of the linen piece, an intense warmth surged from his chest, akin to a flame igniting within. He immediately opened his garment to reveal the totem upon his chest, the flame serpent, once more ablaze, radiating red light and straining to break free. This time, however, it seemed to encounter a bottleneck. Unlike prior instances, the power of his totem did not simply yield a segment upon increase. Feng Yun quickly realized that it was not the flame serpent that faced a bottleneck, but rather himself. According to his knowledge regarding totem warriors, he was at a critical juncture in transitioning from an intermediate to a senior totem warrior. Had others known that he had acquired the qualifications to become a senior totem warrior in such a short span, they would surely be left agape in disbelief, for it was truly extraordinary. Feng Yun himself felt little astonishment at this achievement. He possessed a unique advantage that allowed his totemic power to surge repeatedly. Thus, considering his current success was hardly excessive. Conversely, he even felt that his accomplishments were somewhat modest. Paper, clay, ink, brushes, balances, timers, fishing gear, weaving machines. These inventions hold monumental significance in the annals of human civilization. Tio think that these innovations had facilitated his current achievements. Yet he had not ascended to the status of a senior totem warrior, felt somewhat unjust, as if sensing Feng Yun's discontent and yearning. The flames enveloping the flame serpent suddenly surged, emanating a dazzling red light that, had it not been daytime, would certainly have drawn the attention of the entire tribe. Simultaneously, the power of the flame serpent was greatly amplified, propelling forward with a sudden force, successfully shattering the bottleneck, revealing its entire form save for the tail. With this breakthrough, Feng Yun acutely felt the changes coursing through him. It was as though he had shattered an invisible yet long restraining armor. His strength, senses, every aspect experienced a tremendous enhancement, allowing him to perceive the slightest fluctuations in the air. Moreover, the sensation of liberation from constraint was exquisite. The benefits of this breakthrough did not cease. He sensed that the flame serpent was undergoing a new transformation. Focusing his attention on the flame serpent, he soon found new information flooding into his mind. This information does not require his analysis. He instinctively comprehended its meaning. He acquired a new and extraordinary ability, Serpent Goddess Eye. Subconsciously, he activated the Serpent Goddess Eye, and what transpired next took him by surprise. His vision was suddenly engulfed in a dramatic transformation, shifting to a vivid red, as if his eyeballs were veiled by a translucent crimson membrane. However, he found solace in the fact that his sight had not become blurred. On the contrary, everything he observed was remarkably clearer than in his normal state of vision. Even the tiniest particles, including dust suspended in the air, were now visible. Under normal circumstances, such dust could only be seen when illuminated by sunlight. Soon, Feng Yun discovered another function of the Serpent Goddess Eye. It could assist him in discerning the varying temperatures of objects within his field of view. Even the slightest temperature differences were discernible to him. The lower the temperature, the lighter the color. Conversely, the higher the temperature, the deeper the hue. An unmistakable distinction. He was exceedingly pleased with the capabilities bestowed upon him by the Serpent Goddess Eye, as it significantly enhanced his wilderness survival skills. Through it, he could anticipate many perilous creatures, particularly animals that, even when well concealed, could not escape his gaze. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as he activated the Serpent Goddess Eye, his own eyes transformed into a pair of golden slit pupils, with flames flickering upon them. Like a child who has received a new toy, Feng Yun reveled in the serpent goddess eye until a wave of dizziness compelled him to deactivate it. This realization made him aware that employing the serpent goddess eye consumed mental energy, necessitating cautious usage. Yun, rest assured, I shall ensure the loom flourishes, the shaman declared earnestly, extending both hands to receive. In gratitude for your exceptional contributions to the tribe, you shall receive 10% of all the fabric produced. Should you find yourself unable to utilize it all, you may exchange it for items you require. I hope you will continue to strive and contribute even more to the tribe's revival. Shaman, you need not worry, as a member of the tribe. Reviving it is my duty, and I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. Excellent. Yun, could you enlighten me about the plant known as hemp? Hemp is a rather common plant. Feng Yun elaborated without reservation, providing a detailed description of its appearance. I recognize the hemp you speak of. I simply failed to realize its utility. Never paid it much attention, nor had I ever named it. How short-sighted of me, alas. The shaman sighed, visibly reflective upon hearing Feng Yun's description. How does one transform hemp into thread? It's quite simple. First, strip away its bark, soak it in water for a period, remove the outer layers, cleanse it thoroughly, and allow it to dry. If you wish for it to be softer, a gentle beating may be applied. As for twisting it into thread, it's akin to crafting fishing line, though not as stringent. Several strands can be combined, but a single strand suffices as well. I've noted that down. I shall dispatch someone to carry out your instructions upon my return. Shaman, you need not impose that everyone must follow my method. Good ideas from others should also be considered. After all, these methods were devised solely by me, and oversights are inevitable, I understand, and I will not constrain the creativity of others. I shall take my leave now. The shaman spoke decisively, striding towards the door with purpose. Brother Lei, may I trouble you with a request? What is it? I forgot to mention to the shaman earlier that I hope he can procure some sturdy beast bones. As that would ensure the fishing hooks are sufficiently robust, I shall speak to the shaman at once. Lei hurriedly dashed out to catch up with the shaman. Feng Yun entered the storage room, retrieving several pieces of white bone, placing them beneath the table, and then picked one up to set on the table. He examined it meticulously, flipping it over for a thorough inspection. Counting them, he then drew out his king beast tooth knife, swiftly gliding the sharp tip across the white bone. The advantages of being a high-ranking totem warrior immediately became apparent, as Feng Yun discovered his control over power had become increasingly precise and refined. With each stroke of the blade, fishing hooks detached from the white bone, dropping neatly onto the table with impeccable force. The hooks varied in size and shape, each barb displaying subtle distinctions, however. These variations did not detract from the quality of the hooks. Rather, they maximized the performance of the beast bones. The pass rate was exceedingly high. It was rare to find a defective piece among 100. And completely unusable ones were even more scarce. Yun, you are the most gifted warrior I have ever encountered. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed you awakened only 2 months ago. Your mastery over power is formidable, only slightly trailing behind my own. Bao expressed his astonishment at Feng Yun's abilities, though the last remark made Feng Yun's ears flush with warmth. In truth, he was well aware that Feng Yun's command over power was indeed on par with his own, if not superior. What weighed on him was the knowledge that Feng Yun was consistently progressing, and at an astonishing pace, while he himself had reached his limit, finding it exceedingly difficult to improve even marginally. Uncle Bao, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon a method to enhance my control over power. How could I possibly compare to you? Your prowess is honed through diligent practice with a solid foundation. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go, and I hope in the future, Uncle Bao can offer me guidance and share your experiences, so I may achieve greater progress. Yun, fret not that I will impart all that I know to you. Without reservation, Bao's expression was extremely serious and earnest, clearly indicating his sincerity. I too shall not disappoint you. I will strive to learn and master your teachings. Following this, the three fell into silence. Feng Yun focused on detaching the fishing hooks from the white bone, while Lei and Zhu remained occupied. Lei meticulously refined the hooks, smoothing out any protruding edges, while Zhu busied himself with polishing, ensuring they were more uniform and convenient to use. Chapter 37. The Cellar and the Heated Kong. Everyone, please do not crowd. No one will obtain fishing hooks this way. Please be quiet and allow me to explain the exchange process. Everyone faced with the surging crowd, Feng Yun endeavored to regain control of the situation, yet to no avail. Instead, the chaos escalated, teetering on the brink of pandemonium. Feng Yun relinquished his efforts and glanced at Bao. Casting a pleading look for assistance, Bao nodded slightly, stepping forward to align himself with Feng Yun. Silence. Anyone who continues to chatter shall forfeit their chance at the fishing hooks, a thunderous voice boomed forth. A terrifying sound wave erupting from Bao's mouth, sweeping through the crowd like a flood breaching a dam. The force of the sound wave was staggering, and some who had desperately pushed toward Feng Yun were directly hurled backward. Akin to leaves caught in a tempest, spiraling away from the throng. Even those further from Feng Yun were not spared, buffeted by the sound wave, stumbling in disarray. The scene erupted into chaos, with cries and confusion ringing out. Silence or be gone! Bao lowered his voice this time, yet it remained fearsome, plunging the area into an immediate hush, and no one dared utter a sound. Even those who were injured tightly sealed their lips, suppressing their discomfort. Yun, the floor is yours. Anyone who disobeys, simply send them away. Should anyone dare to express dissent, I shall handle them. Bao gestured to Feng Yun, nodding, before retreating. Feng Yun had not anticipated Bao would handle the situation in this manner. He had imagined Bao would use his authority to quiet the crowd. However, witnessing the disarray of the people, Feng Yun felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Everyone, please pay attention. I will first outline the conditions for exchanging fishing hooks. Given the limited quantity of hooks, I will prioritize exchanges with those who meet the criteria. Feng Yun noticed many individuals revealing expressions of disappointment, clearly believing they did not qualify. However, there is no need for others to feel disheartened. I will continue to produce fishing hooks until all demands are met, though the wait may be slightly longer. For those who receive their hooks later, do not fret too much. There are plenty of fish in the rivers and lakes, so there is no concern about going hungry. It was only at this moment that no one dared to inquire about the conditions for exchange. Feng Yun silently nodded, recognizing the formidable deterrent Bao wielded. My exchange conditions are quite simple. I require wild vegetables, various kinds of wild vegetables. Anyone who can provide an ample supply will receive fishing hooks immediately. Feng Yun articulately stated the conditions. The crowd fell silent in shock, utterly unprepared for such an exchange requirement. They had anticipated he would demand beast meat. As he had during the previous exchange for pottery.as for the exchange standards, they are divided into 3 tiers. For small hooks, you need to provide vegetables weighing twice my body weight. For medium hooks, 4 times my weight, and for large hooks, 6 times my weight. Now, let us get moving. First come, first served. No sooner had he finished speaking than the throng before him rapidly retreated. The speed of their retreat raised a cloud of dust. Yun, are you truly planning to exchange all the fishing hooks for wild vegetables? Bao looked at Feng Yun, his expression one of disbelief. Of course not. I will only exchange for wild vegetables sufficient for 300 fishing hooks. What about the rest? I intend to ask everyone to assist me with certain tasks. What do you want them to do? Firstly, I will have them clean the wild vegetables, boil water, blanch them, arrange them neatly in a large vat, weigh them down with stones and cover. Wait a moment. Did you not say that you intended to pickle the wild vegetables? I will pickle a portion, while the rest I shall turn into sauerkraut. What I just described were the steps to make sauerkraut, which is delicious whether cooked with meat or fish. Can something sour still be tasty? Well, you are the expert in cooking, so if you say it will work, I shall trust you. Bao shook his head in bewilderment. Aside from that, what else do you wish for everyone to assist you with? To dig a large cellar. A cellar? What is that? It is a large hole excavated underground, connected to the surface by a passage. What is its purpose? To store food, such as wild vegetables and other items, to ensure they do not freeze during the winter. Will they truly not freeze? Bao's eyes sparkled with interest. Suddenly invigorated. The challenge of food storage had long plagued all members of the tribe, especially during winter. Many plant-based foods would spoil before they could be utilized, leaving them to watch helplessly as they rotted away. The significant loss of food during winter meant that some would go hungry and even starve. If the cellar described by Feng Yun could indeed resolve the issue of food storage, it would alleviate the tribe's greatest concern. Uncle Bao, have you ever considered why the shaman places the beasts submitted by everyone into the cold cave? Feng Yun did not respond to Bao's question, but posed another. Of course, it's because the cold cave is chilly, making it difficult for the beasts to spoil. Why is the cold cave cold? I know. The shaman informed me. The cold cave has fissures around it, allowing water to flow in through the cracks. During winter, that water freezes into ice, which naturally keeps it cold. Why doesn't that ice melt in summer? How would I know? The shaman hasn't told me. Do you know? Bao was taken aback by Feng Yun's question and, slightly irritated, retorted, Uncle Bao, you should not doubt me. I truly know the answer. You do? Surely you jest? Skepticism filled Bao's gaze as he looked at Feng Yun. The reason is quite simple. The ice surrounding the cold cave is obstructed by thick rock, preventing sunlight from reaching it, and the heat from the ground cannot touch it, thus it will not melt. Feng Yun paused briefly to organize his thoughts. No, to be precise, it will still melt, but at an exceedingly slow rate, long enough for it to last throughout the entire summer. When winter arrives, the water flowing into the fissures freezes, replenishing what was consumed during summer. This is why the cold cave continues to exist. Well, I concede, your explanation does seem plausible. Bao could not refute Feng Yun's reasoning, yet he remained somewhat discontent. Even if what you say is true, how does it relate to the cellar you wish to dig? It is indeed related. Uncle Bao, do you not see? The cold cave and the cellar share similarities. What similarities? I see none. Do not beat around the bush, young Yun. Just tell me directly. Their similarity lies in their isolation from the external environment. The cold cave isolates itself from external heat, while the cellar isolates itself from the cold, ensuring that it will not become excessively frigid, thus preserving the items placed within from freezing. This reasoning is sound. But can you truly guarantee that the food stored in the cellar will not spoil? Bao was already swayed by Feng Yun's arguments, but he still needed confirmation as the outcome was critically important for him. The shaman, and indeed the entire tribe. Feng Yun, perceiving Bao's thoughts, decided to reassure him with a white lie. I have a successful precedent. Last winter, to prevent others from seizing my food, I dug a deep pit and buried it. As a result, while everyone else's food spoiled, mine remained intact. Very well, I believe you. I shall report this to the shaman. Bao finally placed his complete trust in Feng Yun and prepared to convey this good news to the shaman. Uncle Bao, please wait a moment. What else do you need? I would like you to stay and help me maintain order to prevent a repeat of the earlier chaos. There should not be any more issues. Right? Uncle Bao, there is no need for such haste. It is still quite early, winter is a ways off. The shaman knowing a day or two later will not pose a problem. Indeed, I shall remain to help you keep things in order. Oh, by the way, aside from digging the cellar, what else do you intend for everyone to assist you with? I wish for everyone to help me rebuild a larger house, with more rooms and greater space. The current house is too small, making it inconvenient to go outside in winter, and living inside feels stifling. That is no issue. I can lead everyone to assist you in building it. Young Yun, you may not know this, but I am quite the expert at construction. I assure you, you will be comfortable. Bao displayed a proud smile, clearly confident in his building abilities. Young Yun, what else do you wish for everyone to do? Speak freely. There is only one thing left. What is it? I would like everyone to help me build a large heated bed in my room. A heated bed? What is that? I have never heard of it. Upon hearing this, Feng Yun secretly chuckled that of course, you have never heard of it. How could you know of something that has yet to exist? Uncle Bao, you have seen a fire pit used for cooking, have you not? Of course. Who does not know about fire pits? A heated bed is a name I have coined. Essentially, it is quite similar to a fire pit. Are you planning to cook in your room? The heated bed is not for cooking. It is for sleeping. Its surface is enclosed, allowing one to sleep atop it. Sleeping? I am considering winter. It gets exceedingly cold. To live comfortably, a room must not be too chilly. With the heated bed, everything will be perfect. As long as it is warmed up, not only will the bed become warm, but the room will also be cozy. Is the heated bed truly so miraculous? Pray, tell me more. Bao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Having long suffered from the harshness of winter, the prospect of not enduring the cold any longer thrilled him. The heated bed indeed provides significant assistance for winter. It works by lighting a fire beneath the bed, which then warms it. The walls of the bed are thick, allowing heat to dissipate slowly, and the heat that does escape is blocked by the walls, remaining within the room, thus preventing it from becoming cold. I must inform the shaman. Without waiting for Feng Yun to finish, Bao dashed out. Feng Yun was not surprised by Bao's reaction. Both the cellar and the heated bed were crucial for the tribe's safe passage through winter, leaving no room for indifference. Chapter 38, Task Allocation. Yun, what marvels have you conjured up this time? Bao was in a flurry to drag me here, but wouldn't he clarify, insisting I ask you myself? The shaman struggled to free himself from Bao's grip, a wry smile gracing his face. Though he feigned frustration, he was inwardly filled with anticipation, for Feng Yun had already brought him numerous surprises. He hoped that this time would yield similarly good news. Based on his experience, every new invention from Feng Yun had greatly benefited the tribe, deepening his belief that the tribe was indeed on the path to revival. He had never harbored a shred of doubt about Feng Yun. He firmly believed in the divination results and was convinced that Feng Yun would lead the tribe towards revival. Naturally not someone ordinary. Since he was not an ordinary person, it was only reasonable for him to invent new things. Moreover, every time Feng Yun introduced something new, he would provide explanations, often mentioning how he was inspired by something, or that it simply came to him in a flash. These explanations may not have been particularly compelling, but if the shaman had already formed a deep-rooted impression that Feng Yun was destined to lead the tribe towards revival, it made all the difference. Shaman, I am preparing to have everyone help me dig a cellar. A cellar? What is that? The shaman's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he regarded Feng Yun. A cellar is... Feng Yun repeated the explanation he had given to Bao earlier. Yun, you have indeed helped the tribe solve a significant problem. On behalf of everyone, I thank you. Unlike Bao, the shaman fully believed Feng Yun's words. Shaman, you are too kind. My intention in digging the cellar is merely to preserve food and prevent spoilage. I did not think too much of it. That alone is quite commendable. After all, you have genuinely aided everyone, allowing them to avoid hunger and potentially saving lives. Shaman, do not only speak of the cellar. There is also the heated bed. Bao could no longer contain himself and interrupted the shaman. A heated bed? Is that also an invention of Yun's? The shaman's spirits lifted, and his smile brightened further. Of course. Do you think I would have brought you here solely for the cellar? Bao glared at the shaman with mild irritation. Yun, what is this heated bed? The shaman was not angered. Instead, he turned to Feng Yun, his eyes filled with inquiry. The heated Kong was inspired by the fire pit from which I derived my concept. Constructing it within my dwelling can, Feng Yun elaborated to the shaman about the construction of the heated Kong and the myriad benefits it would bestow. The heated Kong is truly a remarkable innovation. Before winter sets in, I shall ensure that every household in the tribe is equipped with one. I must extend my gratitude to you once more. With the heated Kong, the children and the elderly will be able to endure the winter in safety. I am equally delighted to be of assistance to the tribe. Yun, in light of your contributions to the tribe, I have decided to reward you. I am uncertain what you desire, so please express your wishes. As long as it is within my power, I shall fulfill it. Shaman, since you have offered, there is indeed something for which I seek your help. This time, Feng Yun did not hold back. There had been a matter that had long troubled him, something he had wished to resolve but had not found the right opportunity. Speak, the shaman encouraged, his tone imbued with support. I would like you to assign someone to assist me with cooking. Daily meal preparation consumes an inordinate amount of time, leaving me little opportunity for other tasks. Absolutely not. Before the shaman could respond, Bao interjected, shaking his head vigorously, his demeanor resolute. Bao, are you concerned about missing out on the meals prepared by Yun? The shaman shot a glance at Bao, swiftly exposing his hidden thoughts. Well, what of it? I find it hard to believe you wouldn't want to savor Yun's cooking. Uncle Bao, you need not worry. I will instruct the person the shaman sends on how to prepare the meals. I merely fear that the individual sent by the shaman may not learn adequately. Bao still seemed unconvinced. The reason my food tastes better is due to my own cravings. Trust me, I will teach diligently. Otherwise, my palate would not permit it, would it? Moreover, the dishes I prepare are not particularly difficult to master. As long as one is willing to learn, they can grasp it in no time. Besides, I will not cease cooking altogether. Whenever I have the time, I will still prepare meals myself. Feng Yun endeavored to assuage Bao's concerns, hoping to gain his agreement for the shaman to send someone to assist them. He spoke the truth to the shaman. Cooking indeed consumed too much of his time. The appetite of everyone was considerable, necessitating a large quantity of food. which naturally required even more time to prepare. Shaman. You need only send someone over. I will take care of their lodging and sustenance. That poses no issue whatsoever. What kind of person do you require? Any specific preferences? No particular preferences, just not too elderly. A younger individual would possess greater capacity for learning, allowing Feng Yuan to extricate himself from his predicament more swiftly. Furthermore, youth brought vigor, enabling them to carry out their tasks effectively. Given the substantial appetites of Feng Yuan and Bao, meal preparation had morphed into a physical endeavor. And without adequate strength, one would struggle to accomplish it. Upon my return, I shall assist you in finding someone. I am confident many will be eager to volunteer. The shaman readily agreed. At that moment, a few individuals began to gather nearby. Their appearances were peculiar, with a large bump above their heads, disproportionate to their bodies, resembling tiny ants hoisting peanuts. These individuals were actually carrying bundles of wild vegetables. Having come to exchange them for fishing hooks, Feng Yuan was not surprised by their prompt arrival with the wild greens, as they constituted a staple food for the people, and every household typically stockpiled a fair amount. Shaman. I must attend to my tasks, Feng Yuan called out as he made his way to an open area. This space was a considerable distance from the house, a location he had deliberately chosen. The quantity of wild vegetables that could be exchanged for 300 fishing hooks was substantial, and if conducted too close to the dwelling, it would likely result in a lack of space to maneuver. The exchange commenced swiftly. They provided Feng Yuan with a certain quantity of wild vegetables in return for fishing hooks of various sizes. The hooks were kept in a wooden box, held aloft by bamboo, which would pass them to Feng Yuan one by one according to his instructions. During the exchange, Feng Yuan encountered significant inconvenience, primarily concerning the weighing of the wild vegetables. Even though he had devised a simple balance scale, its practical application remained quite cumbersome. Eventually, he resorted to estimating by feel, lifting and weighing the bundles in his hands to approximate their weight. Wild vegetables were not particularly difficult to procure, requiring merely some time for gathering. Thus, no one objected to his method. He resolved to devise a more effective measuring tool, vowing that when time permitted, he would rectify this issue. He had no doubts about his capability to accomplish it. Although he had never engaged in trade, he had experience purchasing vegetables, which invariably involve scales. Despite the prevalence of electronic scales in his previous life, he had encountered traditional balance scales in his youth and understood their principles of measurement. He was confident in his ability to replicate one, requiring only a modest amount of time. Additionally, he aimed to create measuring tools. As for standards of measurement, he felt no challenge. He could reference the standards from his past life and approximate accordingly. The Yanxi tribe had lacked standardized measures altogether. What he dictated would suffice. He was not concerned about acceptance. He could enlist the shaman's assistance in promoting it. With the shaman's wisdom, he would undoubtedly grasp the advantages of uniform measures and would be eager to assist in implementing them within the tribe. Before long, the wooden box in the bamboo holder was completely emptied, and all 300 fishing hooks had been exchanged. The wild vegetables stacked in the open area had transformed into a small hill. Attention, everyone. The terms of exchange have changed. We are no longer accepting wild vegetables. Feng Yuan raised his voice to ensure everyone could hear. Some who had brought wild vegetables but failed to obtain fishing hooks immediately wore expressions of displeasure, with a portion even displaying anger and glaring at Feng Yuan. However, their options were limited. With both the shaman and Bao present, they dared not confront him. Yuan, could you perhaps be lenient? Everyone has brought wild vegetables, and it would be inconvenient to carry them back. The shaman, clearly sensing the rising discontent within the crowd, stepped forward to mediate and prevent any resentment toward Feng Yuan. Very well. I shall keep your wild vegetables, but may only offer 50 fishing hooks in exchange. How you choose to distribute them is your concern. Additionally, I currently have no fishing hooks left. You will need to wait until the day after tomorrow at noon. Feng Yuan intentionally delayed the delivery time, wanting people to understand that making fishing hooks was no easy task. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's expression softened. Though some still bore a trace of resentment, it was considerably improved. Now, I am preparing to find someone to assist me with the wild vegetables. If they meet my expectations, I will offer 100 fishing hooks as a reward, but it will also require some time. Who among you is willing to help? Please raise your hands. No sooner had he finished speaking than his vision was filled with a multitude of arms raised in response. Upon closer inspection, He found that everyone had raised their hands, including those who had already received fishing hooks, eager for more. To avoid offending anyone, Feng Yun hastily devised a lottery system, allowing chance to determine the lucky participants. Those who drew a winning lot would be fortunate, while those who did not could not hold him accountable. Ultimately, 50 individuals emerged as the fortunate ones, each to receive 2 fishing hooks afterward. The remaining crowd did not disperse, continuing to fix their gaze on Feng Yun. Under the scrutiny of nearly 2,000 eyes, Feng Yun felt quite uncomfortable, prompting him to hasten his plans. Those who did not receive fishing hooks need not feel disheartened. I have further tasks for you. And should you complete them, I will still offer fishing hooks as remuneration. There are 2 tasks in total. The first is to dig a cellar. You need not concern yourselves with what a cellar is. Merely know that it involves excavating a large hole in the ground. And the reward is 400 fishing hooks. The second task is to construct a new dwelling, for which you will need to build according to my specifications. The reward for this task is even more generous, amounting to 3,000 fishing hooks. For the sake of fairness, Feng Yun established criteria for participation after discussing it with the shaman. Aside from those who had already received fishing hooks and those assisting with the wild vegetables, each household could send 1 able-bodied individual to partake in the tasks of digging the cellar and building the house. Chapter 39. The ideal home. Upon hearing Feng Yun's announced criteria, the crowd eagerly volunteered while the shaman assisted from the sidelines. The shaman appeared to possess intimate knowledge of each individual within the tribe, effectively eliminating those attempting to take advantage of the situation. Perhaps due to lessons learned from prior experiences, those who registered subsequently behaved with utmost decorum. Before long, Feng Yun had completed the selection, totaling 206 individuals. He surveyed the assembled group with satisfaction. Each person had been carefully chosen for their robust physique, making them well-suited for labor. Everyone may return for now. Please report back at dawn tomorrow. And remember to bring your tools. Feng Yun waved his hand, signaling their dismissal. The selected individuals departed, their spirits lifted. With 206 participants and 3,400 fishing hooks at stake, each person stood to receive over 15 hooks. Ample even when shared with family. So na-ve, Feng Yun mused with a smirk as he observed the departing figures. As an advanced totem warrior, his senses sharpened, allowing him to discern their thoughts. They had underestimated the challenges of fishing. Many fish were quite large, possessing considerable strength that could easily snap fishing lines, resulting in the loss of hooks. Even smaller fish were not necessarily easy to catch. Many possessed sharp teeth capable of severing fishing lines in a matter of moments. When he went fishing with Bao, there were instances where the fishing line was bitten through. The fishing line, made from twisted iron vine fibers, was already quite robust, yet it could still be severed, leading him to doubt that others would fare any better than he did. Although they appeared to have an abundance of hooks, it would soon become evident that they were woefully insufficient, necessitating a trade with him. This was the fundamental reason why Feng Yun seemed so generous. With joy comes discontent. Those who were not selected bore expressions of discontent. They did not leave, instead fixating on Feng Yun and Wu, seemingly waiting for another opportunity from them. Feng Yun and Wu exchanged glances, turned, waved to Lei and Zhu, and then made their way into the room. They intended to discuss the new house that Feng Yun wished to build. Constructing a house, especially a fine one, is no simple task. It requires careful consideration of numerous factors. This was also why Feng Yun asked those individuals to return the next day. He needed time to prepare. Upon seeing Feng Yun and Wu depart, the crowd erupted into a flurry of commotion. Everyone, please quiet down. I have been entrusted by Yun and Wu to teach you a new fishing method that requires no hooks, is easy to source and simple to make. This method necessitates a tool called a fish card, crafted from bamboo. Lei raised his voice deliberately to ensure everyone could hear him clearly. Initially, the crowd was restless due to the departure of Feng Yun and Wu, but they quickly became captivated by Lei's words. Settling down, Wu took a seat at the table, while Feng Yun retrieved ink and paper from a makeshift wooden rack, preparing to sketch as they discussed, intending to revise the draft later before finalizing it. Bao also entered from outside, joining the discussion. Feng Yun humbly sought advice from Wu and Bao, requesting their insights on the construction of the new house. Wu and Bao, eager to help, readily shared their opinions on every aspect of the building process. However, a sense of disappointment soon enveloped Feng Yun. Despite their earnestness regarding the new house, the assistance they could offer was rather limited. If he were to follow their suggestions, the new house would merely be a replica of the stone dwelling Wu currently occupied, falling far short of his ideal vision. Feng Yun understood that this situation was not the fault of Bao and Wu. Rather, it stemmed from a difference in perspective and ideology. Their environment dictated the disparity between them, independent of intelligence. It was solely a matter of their living conditions and worldview. After some contemplation, Feng Yun resolved to illustrate his ideal house. It would feature a courtyard, complete with a pavilion, a rockery, trees, bamboo, flowers, and a pond. The pond would be adorned with lotus flowers and fish. It would encompass a living room, bedroom, study, activity room, workshop, storage room, kitchen, and woodshed. The kitchen would be separate, maintaining distance from the other rooms. Initially, after Wu and Bao expressed their views, seeking Feng Yun's opinion was merely a formality, as he was to be the house's owner. They had never considered that he might raise objections. In their minds, he was still just a child. Even if he was exceptionally intelligent and capable of inventing many things, he had never engaged in construction, making it unlikely for him to have any substantial ideas. Unfortunately, they were mistaken. When Feng Yun began to describe his envisioned new house, they were left in a state of shock. They were astonished. They never dreamed that a house could be constructed in such a manner. Once the initial shock wore off, they transformed into curious individuals, bombarding him with questions, a plethora of inquiries emerging. However, this did not imply that they agreed with the proposed building plan. For instance, they questioned the necessity of the pavilion. When Feng Yun suggested it could provide shelter from rain and a place to admire the moon, they scoffed, asserting that one could simply retreat indoors to escape the rain. And as for moon-gazing, they found it unremarkable, claiming it was merely blinding and that it would be better to sleep instead. They also opposed the idea of planting flowers, trees, constructing rockeries, cultivating bamboo, or digging ponds in the courtyard. Their objections were straightforward. These elements not only occupied space but also attracted mosquitoes, a group of primitive beings devoid of appreciation for life's pleasures. Feng Yun held a disdainful view of Wu and Bao's narrow-mindedness. Though he refrained from expressing it, recognizing their lack of malice, he attempted to persuade them, but soon realized that it was an exercise in futility. Their differing ideologies, perspectives, and worldviews were worlds apart, making it exceedingly difficult to alter their perceptions. Ultimately, Feng Yun abandoned the effort to persuade them and unleashed his trump card. Since it was his house, he would build it as he pleased, and his word was final. Wu and Bao ultimately acquiesced. Feng Yun's reasoning was too compelling for them to contest. Moreover, although Feng Yun's design was somewhat unconventional, it would not pose any harm to others or the tribe. With Feng Yun asserting absolute control, the suggestions Wu and Bao could provide shifted away from the house's design itself. Nonetheless, Feng Yun still valued their input greatly. For instance, regarding the house's location, they possessed extensive knowledge of past weather patterns, understanding where to build to avoid flooding and to steer clear of destructive landslides. Eventually, they pinpointed a site not far from Feng Yun's current dwelling. Less than 100 zhang away. It was a piece of elevated land, notably higher than the surrounding areas, with rocky edges that alleviated concerns of erosion. Another factor influencing Feng Yun's choice was the small stream that flowed nearby. With minimal modification, they could divert the stream's water for drinking, pond irrigation, or other uses, greatly enhancing convenience. After consolidating the ideas of the three individuals, the blueprint for the new house was finally finalized. Any professional architect would likely scoff at it for its lack of aesthetics and adherence to building standards. However, Feng Yun and the others were unconcerned as long as it served its purpose. After Wu departed, Bao chose to stay. "Uncle Bao, will staying to help me build the house interfere with your own affairs?" Feng Yun inquired with some trepidation after bidding farewell to Wu. Although he was now a senior totem warrior, equal in rank to Bao, he did not harbor the arrogance to believe he matched or surpassed him in any aspect. Quite the contrary, he felt he still had much to learn compared to Bao. His ascension to senior totem warrior relied on a fortuitous advantage, having taken a shortcut. To put it bluntly, he felt like a mere shell. He was woefully ignorant of the knowledge and skills necessary for a hunter and warrior. And even when compared to a junior totem warrior, he fell significantly short. During this time, Bao had been preparing for his special training. Though Bao had not divulged the specifics of his preparations, the duration suggested it was no trivial matter and would likely have a substantial impact on his overall improvement. Now, with Bao intending to remain to assist him in constructing the house, It was inevitable that his prior preparations would be compromised, which would also adversely affect the efficacy of his special training, something he did not wish to see happen. Are you concerned about my training? Bao's keen perception immediately discerned Feng Yun's thoughts. Yes. I aspire to enhance my strength comprehensively. Possessing totem power without the ability to apply it, coupled with a complete lack of knowledge about hunting, leaves me feeling like an empty vessel. Feng Yun candidly admitted without reservation. Young Yun, knowing you think this way brings me relief. Both Wu and I are worried that your rapid growth in totem power may lead you to overestimate your abilities, potentially inviting disaster. Bao spoke with a grave tone. The outside world is fraught with peril. Even if you become a senior totem warrior, it does not mean you can act recklessly. There are formidable savage beasts out there, particularly the kings of savage beasts, against whom senior totem warriors are as vulnerable as newborns, utterly defenseless. Do not think our only adversaries are savage beasts. There exists an even more terrifying enemy, the man-eating barbarian tribe. They possess a dreadfully sinister ability to enhance their strength through cannibalism. At this point, Bao instinctively recoiled, a look of unease crossing his face. Chapter 40. The Man-Eating Barbarian Tribe. Uncle Bao, have you ever encountered the Man-Eating Barbarian Tribe? What are they like? Bao's reaction piqued Feng Yun's intense curiosity, prompting him to ask. With a resounding clap, Bao smacked Feng Yun's shoulder, his face contorted with anger. Young Yun, do you wish for my demise? Uncle Bao, you've misunderstood. How could I wish you ill? Feng Yun, perplexed by Bao's sudden fury, chose to appease him. You claim you haven't cursed me, yet you ask if I've encountered the man-eating barbarian tribe? Bao's anger only intensified. Uncle Bao, I fail to see the connection. What does encountering the man-eating barbarian tribe have to do with death? Of course, there is a connection. Those who have seen the man-eating barbarian tribe are all dead. By asking if I've seen them, aren't you cursing me to death? The misunderstanding became clear to Feng Yun, leaving him both amused and enlightened. Simultaneously, his regard for the man-eating barbarian tribe deepened. Having spent time with Bao, he had come to understand his character. He was not a coward. He harbored a deep-seated fear of the cannibalistic tribe. And the reason was singular. The tribe was indeed terrifying. Uncle Bao, you have truly misunderstood me. The cannibalistic tribe. Had you not mentioned it, I would have remained blissfully unaware of its existence. How could I possibly wish harm upon you? My inquiry about the tribe stems purely from curiosity, devoid of any ulterior motive. Despite feeling unjustly accused, Feng Yun resolved to actively mend the rift in their relationship. He had no desire for any discord to arise between them. You are right. Young Yun, you could not possibly wish me dead. It is I who has erred in my assumptions. However, you must comprehend my trepidation. The cannibalistic tribe is exceedingly fearsome, and encountering them is akin to facing certain death. Bao's expression softened, and he offered Feng Yun an apologetic smile. Uncle Bao, it is quite all right. Just know that I would never entertain any malevolent thoughts towards you. Young Yun, please refrain from further discussion. The more you speak, the more embarrassed I become. A blush of shame crept across Bao's face. Uncle Bao, do enlighten me. Is the cannibalistic tribe truly that dreadful? Gaining some understanding may serve me well should I ever cross paths with them. Please, share your knowledge. Papa, what nonsense are you spouting? To casually speak of encountering the cannibalistic tribe is utterly reckless. Young Yun, remember this. Such words should never be uttered again. Haven't you heard the saying, good omens do not manifest from ill words? Uncle Bao, you are overthinking this. I am merely curious. Please indulge my inquisitiveness, and I shall prepare a delicious meal for you. The more Bao expressed his fear of the cannibalistic tribe, the greater Feng Yun's curiosity grew. He had an inkling that he would inevitably encounter them in the future. Understanding them sooner rather than later could only be beneficial. Very well, I shall share what I know. However, I must preface this by stating that my knowledge of the cannibalistic tribe is quite limited. Whether it was the inability to deny Feng Yun or the allure of delicious food, Bao ultimately relented. In truth, the cannibalistic tribe is easily identifiable. They are remarkably tall, with some individuals towering over us by more than double. Additionally, they possess a particularly conspicuous feature. What feature is that? Their bodies are adorned with numerous tattoos. It is said that some have tattoos covering their entire bodies, even their eyes. Tattoos in their eyes? Surely that cannot be true? Feng Yuan expressed skepticism regarding Bao's claim. The cannibalistic tribe is far more terrifying than the beasts. What is so strange about tattoos in their eyes? Do not interrupt, or I shall cease my account. I was in the wrong. Uncle Bao, please continue. Young Yun, remember this. If you ever encounter a member of the cannibalistic tribe covered in tattoos, you must flee at the first opportunity, swiftly and as far as possible. Why is that? The tattoos on a member of the cannibalistic tribe signify their strength. The more tattoos they bear, the more formidable they are. Do you know what those tattoos represent? How could I possibly know? Uncle Bao, please do not leave me in suspense. Just tell me. The tattoos on the cannibalistic tribe members are representations of their slain enemies. The greater the number of tattoos, the more adversaries they have vanquished. They often consume the enemies they kill, gaining an evil power that enhances their strength. Young Yun, do you understand now? I comprehend. All right, enough of this. We have strayed too far from the topic at hand. Let us return to your situation. Bao swiftly redirected the conversation back to Feng Yun's circumstances. Your awareness of your shortcomings is commendable. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to train you, imparting all my skills unto you. As for your concerns regarding preparations, fret not. I have made significant progress, and only minor details remain to be finalized. With so many individuals assisting you in constructing your home, I am confident it will be completed in no time. Causing minimal delay, it is entirely manageable. That puts my mind at ease. Feng Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite the shocking revelations regarding the cannibalistic tribe, he chose not to dwell on them. As they felt distant, his primary focus remained on the matters at hand. Ah, I nearly forgot something. Feng Yuan suddenly slapped his thigh. What is it? Do tell. Bao's curiosity was piqued. It's about Brother Lei. Young Lei? What concerns him? Brother Lei wishes to undergo training with you, but he feels too shy to ask directly. He requested that I find an opportunity to mention it to you, but I completely lost track of it until now, thankfully. It has come to mind, or I would have been at a loss for how to explain. I surmise he has been inspired by you. It is indeed a positive development that he is eager to improve. He is still quite young, so there is ample time for him. A look of satisfaction crossed Bao's face. After Feng Yun's elevation to a senior totem warrior, his vision had sharpened, allowing him to detect a hint of moisture in Bao's eyes. His inner turmoil was far from the calm he projected. Uncle Bao, how should I respond to Brother Lei? Tell him that it is acceptable, but also caution him against any hesitation. Should he falter midway? I shall not spare him. He may find himself stripped of his skin. Uncle Bao, you need not worry. I believe Brother Lei is genuinely committed this time and will not back down. Let us hope so. After all this commotion, I find myself quite famished. Bao rubbed his stomach. Young Yun, you promised to prepare a delightful meal. Do not go back on your word. Uncle Bao, rest assured, I have never been one to renege on my promises. Feng Yuan glanced at the sun, which had already dipped considerably. Engaging in exchanges for wild vegetables and finalizing construction plans with Wu and Bao had consumed a fair amount of time. I shall fetch Zhu to assist you. Bao was pleased with Feng Yuan's initiative and turned to leave. Feng Yuan shook his head and made his way to the storage room, ready to select from the leftover fish from lunch. He had already decided on 2 dishes, fish balls and fish noodles. The fish balls required no elaborate explanation, but the fish noodles were rather intricate. Despite the inclusion of noodles in the name, no flour would be utilized. The fish would be cut into suitably sized chunks. Bones removed, then pounded with a wooden stick until they became exceedingly thin slices, folded, pounded again, and folded once more, repeatedly, until they were set aside in thin sheets for later use. After frying the seasonings to release their fragrance, he would add water, bring it to a boil, and immerse the fish slices until they turned white, then promptly retrieve them, sprinkle on the seasonings, and boil. The result was tender, succulent, and melted in the mouth, a rare delicacy, albeit one that required considerable time to prepare. Nevertheless, Feng Yuan was delighted. He was willing to invest the time. Since his arrival in the Yanxi tribe, his objective of enhancing his quality of life was nearing fruition. Wu had already promised to send someone to assist him with cooking, alleviating the need for him to hover around the stove daily. His new home was soon to commence construction, complete with a private courtyard. Shaded areas, sunlight exposure, pavilions, rockeries, ponds, flowers, trees, and bamboo. With a clear spring flowing through it was, by all accounts, a residence of high standing in his previous life. He could only gaze upon such luxurious abodes, but now it was on the verge of belonging to him. How could he not be overjoyed? In high spirits, Feng Yun worked with greater agility, scaling, gutting, skinning, and filleting the fish in one fluid motion, and before long, a mountain of fish meat had accumulated on the table. Why is Zhu taking so long to arrive? Feng Yun felt a twinge of impatience as the task of preparing the fish fell to him. Although Zhu was not particularly skilled in culinary arts, he could handle many chores, allowing Feng Yun to conserve both time and energy. Just then, footsteps approached, growing nearer. Feng Yun lifted his head and turned towards the sound. At the forefront was Bao, followed by two individuals. One was Zhu, while the other was a girl. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, not particularly tall, only slightly taller than Zhu. Yet her long legs left a lasting impression, straight and proportionate. Her features were quite delicate, making her a beauty in the making, though it was regrettable that her physique was rather underdeveloped, resembling that of a young girl of 10. Bao stepped before Feng Yun, gesturing towards the girl. This is Hong, sent by Wu to assist you with cooking. Bao's brow furrowed slightly. The girl did not immediately step forward to greet Feng Yun. He reached out, grasping her arm, and pulled her towards Feng Yun. Hong, this is Yun. You must learn to cook well under his guidance. Should you fail to do so, I shall send you back to endure hunger. The threat in Bao's tone was palpable. As if he were eager to rid himself of the girl, clearly still troubled by the prospect of missing out on Feng Yun's culinary creations.